Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Berivatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur biliminin naq meydan taqtışı. Biz hazır huzurunlarga ئەنگلىيەنىڭ پايتەختى لوندوندىكى Uyghur سوت كوللېگىيەسىنىڭ naq meydan taqtışını bağışlaymiz. Undaq bolsa diqqətinizlər ekranımızda bolsun.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. If we may, shall we start the process of the third day of hearing? Thank you. Our next witness is Ms. Mute İlliket. Ms. İlliket is a project researcher at Uyghur Transitional Justice Database and one of the authors of UTJD's annual report. Ms. İlliket holds a BA in politics, economics, and a BA in comparative politics from Bergen University. Ms. İlliket has been involved in human rights advocacy for focusing on the Uyghur situation since 2018, working with various human rights organizations, government bodies, and media entities in Norway. Ms. İlliket presented a report to the tribunal in its June hearing, covering the issues and statistics on camps, family separation, forced labor, forced sterilization, and education. She has been recalled by the tribunal to give further evidence on detention centers and the methodology employed in her report. Thank you, Ms. İlliket. The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me again, and good morning. In this presentation, I will mainly focus on the UTJD's research methodology and satellite imagery expert approach generally. So I'll start with the background of this study. Since 1950s, the PRC has maintained an incarceration system involving forced labor, a vast network of detention facilities called reform through labor camps or prisons. And in 1994, in response to increasing international criticism, the Chinese regime has ended this laogai system by only changing the name of its labor camps for convicted criminals or to prisons, and for non-criminals offenders to community correction centers. And in 2017, the NGO Chinese Human Rights Defenders reported that government arrests in East Turkestan accounted for 21% of all arrests in China, though the population of East Turkestan is only about 1.5 of China's total. And since April 2017, the network of re-education camps expanded significantly, which were later characterized as new gulags or modern-day concentration camps. It is possible that the region's re-education system exists the size of China's entire former re-education through labor system that was officially abolished in 2013. And in the past 4 years, words like re-education camp, forced labor, and police surveillance have become the three main themes of most news and research articles related to the human rights abuses in China towards the Uyghurs. And Chinese authorities initially denied the existence of these internment camps and forced labor, but later described them as vocational training centers and re-education camps. However, our existing investigation results and data sets have still been showing more allowance to improve the accuracy, interconnection sort of information, and collect more evidential additional information. The objectives of this study are to register the disappeared and extrajudicially interned Uyghurs and other Turkic people in East Turkestan, and second, to present a comprehensive data set shedding light on all known geolocated detention facilities across East Turkestan, and third, to present a quantitative analysis of all known detention facilities and an assessment on the spatiotemporal changes of different types of detention facilities. So I'll start with the methodology. First of all, we gather information that is publicly available on various social media platforms. And this type of information would be labeled as unconfirmed. This is because many testifiers make use of social media to post their testimonies and carry out campaigns for the missing family members, and also to raise awareness. And the testimonies are usually given by family members, friends, or colleagues. And then we will try to get into contact with this person and confirm the existence of their testimony and build a connection with them. And then the status of this data will be changed to confirmed. And the next step is to verify the data collected, which is actually challenging due to the PRC's information control restrictions in Uzbekistan. And then we do also make use of extensive reportage carried out by various news outlets, both on the ground reporting and the investigative journalism. And some leaked government documents include the Karakash list, this was already explained, and China cable and some construction tender notices. These are then evidences on the Chinese government's construction bid or tender notices for the re-education camps, and we combine this data with our satellite imagery analysis. Then we have the Shanghai list. This is the most leaked document. It's a blacklist that contains the records of 10,000 suspected Uyghur terrorists, including children. And the files are among more than 1 million police and surveillance records from Shanghai contained in a database named Uyghur Terrorists. It contains entries for all individuals from all walks of life in Uyghur society, including ordinary citizens, children as young as 5 and 6 years old, senior citizens in their 80s, and Uyghurs who have lived and traveled abroad, as well as Uyghurs who have never been abroad before. This is an example of data like this. And then we do also have UTGD's multilingual online registration forms. Uyghurs who have been affected by the massive network of internment camps can give their testimonies by visiting UTGD and fill out various forms. We have many data points that links to the testimonies collected, including ethnicity, Chinese language proficiency, occupation, religiosity, and etc. And these data points would be able to enable us to carry out both quantitative and qualitative analysis. And then we have telecommunication. Some interviews are carried out via Skype or telephone calls. We use what is most preferable and convenient for the person who testifies, and we do always inform the possible risks of using various apps. And if they want it anonymously, we can also offer other possibilities like filling out the paper-based forms. And we try to suggest the most available secure channels for the testifiers. And then we have face-to-face interviews. The responsible person in our team travels to different regions in Europe to conduct face-to-face interviews. And additionally, we do also cooperate with local Uyghur communities in different countries. And the local volunteers would also stick into our interview guidelines. In the end, we go through a verification process. We label the data as confirmed or verified. And confirmed means that we have reached out to the witness and asked for the accuracy of this testimony by interviewing them and building a connection to their testimony. And also testimonies based on news reportage, for example, telephone interviews from Radio Free Asia would also be labeled as confirmed. And then we have verified, and verified in the sense means that the witness is able to provide a documentary evidence on their testimonies, for example. This can be an official document on the victim's imprisonment or detention notice from a police station, or it can be an official notice from Chinese embassies or consulates. And such type of documents are usually given to Uyghurs abroad who have been very actively searching for their missing family members. And then also we do sometimes identify detainees through some videos and pictures taken by the state-run Chinese news channels. And in this case, it is usually the diaspora community who come to us and report the person that they would love, that they are testifying for. And then we also have a very, we can also verify some cases via status updates via working group on the United Nations enforced disappearance. This working group serves as a channel of communication between family members of the victims and other sources reporting cases of disappeared. We do verify the cases based on the status update, and we can only verify the cases when the testifier themselves comes to us and sort of like update the information on the database, though. So we're now on part 2, satellite imagery analysis, and I will generally present the satellite imagery expert approach as well as the satellite imagery analysis used regarding the detention facilities, and finally the estimation of the overall capacity of these detention facilities. I'll start with the methodology again. The first thing we do is to search for evidential information related to the detention facilities. Since 2018, we have been collecting various kinds of evidential information related to China's mass detention of Uyghurs and other Turkic people. All collected information have been categorized into 6 categories: witness testimonies, news reports, and research articles, Chinese government's official documents, ground truth pictures or videos, and also popular map services and satellite data. I think this is good. Yeah. Based on its sources, contents, and retrievable data points. So this is how it looks like. Any type of information in these categories is considered as an initial threat to detention facilities. And we link all the information in these categories to each other and build a fact-based database that can provide a comprehensive information base. I'll go through this table one by one. Some of our satellite findings have benefited from witness testimonies, which are usually video or written testimonies given by camp survivors or former camp employees. They can provide some corroborating evidence on the facilities of the locations, construction design, detainee number estimation, cell size, and the color of uniform, and etc. So this is Omar Bakri from the June hearing, and this is a camp that we have identified based on his statement in Kharmai city. And this is Kalbanur Siddiq, a former camp teacher who worked in the camp as a Mandarin teacher in the camp in Urumqi, Changfango, between March and September 2017. And the same applies to another witness, Tursunay Ziauddin. And then we do also rely on some news reportage and research articles. And the sources of these types are usually some independent or research institution like ASPI and Dr. Aziranzan's research on re-education camps, Voice of America, and Radio Free Asia, and so on. And retrievable data points in this case can be some first-hand information where journalists have been visiting these facilities in person and therefore could provide some ground truth pictures and videos. And we do also rely on Chinese government's official documents like the China cable, Karakash list, and some construction tender notices. The retrievable data points for these types includes the detention facility's location, construction date, construction size, the facility's official name, and detainee information. And the temporal ranges of this type refers to 2016 to 2019 because starting from 2020 it has been very hard to get documents from Chinese sort of like government because of the information restriction flow. And then we do also rely on some ground truth pictures and videos taken by various media outlets. And the retrievable data points in this case will be the facility's official name and security features. So here we do see that this is a re-education camp, and this is taken from a short video published by Los Angeles Times in 2009. The camp was converted and repurposed from Hongyan garment factory in Urumqi. And we can see that there are a watchtower and guard rooms on the picture, and also 2 policemen running over to the journalists. And then this is another example. This is a video published by Wall Street Journal. It's called Xinjiang Senior Vocational School on Baidu and Tencent Maps. And again, we can see watchtower in front of the building too. And we do also base our research on some popular map services. Those are usually Baidu and Tencent Maps and 360 Maps that are officially recognized by the Chinese government. And Baidu Maps provides street view pictures, but this data are only from 2015 to 2016. And data points collected through these applications includes location information and some name of address, local addresses, and etc. And the last category is satellite data. Imagery taken from Google Earth. Here we go. And ArcGIS as world imageries. And the temporal ranges of this study refers to somewhere between 2002 to 2021. And these applications provide many high-resolution satellite imageries that can be used for geolocating and continuous monitoring. We have collected more than 15,000 high-resolution satellite images, from which we managed to extract more than 30 pieces of key evidential information about the existence of the detention facilities. So, without diving too deep into this table, I'll just mention that based on the characteristics listed on the left-hand side, we're able to distinguish between the different incarceration types: re-education camp, prison, pre-trial administrative detention centers, and Laogai prison farms. And this is how this different facilities looks like, just a visual image, and I'm happy to answer questions later if there are any questions regarding to this. Then our next methodology is to assess the security level of various incarceration types. The main security features of various incarceration types are visible in the satellite images, and their security level is determined by the sum of values given to various security features. Each security feature is given a value as shown on the slide, and the value varies accordingly. So if we take a look at watchtower is given value 3, because this only appears in some high security detention facilities and army bases. And let's say a high mast lighting is given value 1, because this is a common feature in high security detention facilities, and also in some government entities, and in some cases also sports centers. We have also still 2 passage. So the security level equals to the sum of values given to various security features that are detectable in the satellite images, which can be divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. And if the security level is between 8 to 13, then it means that this is an incarceration type with very high security. And if the security level is between 6 to 7, then it means that it's in high security, and etc. So we have evaluated each location's veracity, whether it is a re-education camp or not, based on the security level of the facilities, cross-checking between various sources and data points. So we have registered 234 re-education camps in total, where we are highly confident on 191 of them, and low confidence on 34 of them, and for 9 of them we have unfortunately insufficient data. Okay. So we have estimated the overall detention capacity based on 2 types of mass calculation. The first one is based on the cell number, and the second one is based on the room size. So in the first case, the estimation of the overall capacity equals to the total number of detainees, detention cells, multiplied by detainees per cell. In this case, we will get the result as shown on the table beside. According to our analysis, the overall capacity of re-education camps are between 1,680,000 to 2,016,000. And for prisons, we can also find that on the table. And the second type of estimation is based on the detention cell size. So the overall capacity in this case equals to total area of detention cells divided into 2 quadrat meters. And in this case, we will get the overall capacity of the detention facilities, like the re-education camps, which equals to 1,374,000. Again, I will come back to this slide later, I guess. Okay. This is not working. We have documented 234 re-education camps in total, and 257 prisons and pre-trial detention centers, and 87 Laogai prisons. I think I'm running out of time, so I'll just go to the last slide.
Don't worry about running out of time.
Okay.
You're providing a huge amount of really valuable information, so okay. Just feel relaxed.
I'll go back to this. So this is a prison city that is located on the outskirts of the Bashinjim city, 2nd division. It's under the control of Bintuan, Xinjiang Construction, Xinjiang Construction Corps. And the next one here is another prison city located on the outskirts of Aksu city. And here is another example of prison cities located in Hotan. And then this is the output result. A well-documented detention facility has around 60 data points, which are covered by the subtitles shown on this table: key evidence, security level and features, security camp statistics and estimation of detention capacity, and then other statistic facilities closely related to the camp, and also fact-checking and expert assessment. I will then lastly present our overall findings. We have found 67 camps that have a very high security level. Those are prison-like, and a total of 147 camps that have forced labor factories inside or near the camp, which means that we do suspect that those camps are related to or have connections with forced labor. And at least 31 re-education camps, satellite imagery shows visible detainees in blue, red, or orange colored uniforms. And these findings are identical with the testimonies provided by the camp victims. And at least 5 of the re-education camps are repurposed either from former hospitals or health centers. And we have also found another camp in Urumqi, which is located next to an anatomic laboratory, and we therefore suspect that this might have connections with forced organ harvesting. And at least 42 camps have crematoriums located within 10 kilometers. We have shared these findings with investigators from Radio Free Asia and thereby confirmed 2 of the crematoriums located in Aksu City. And a total of 56 camps were built right next to the pretrial or administrative detention centers. And so it is more convenient to transfer detainees from re-education camps to detention centers. And a total of 147 prisons or detention centers were newly built or expanded during 2017 to 2020, and the very old and very small ones were demolished. And some of the security features of this 217 re-education camps have been removed starting from April 2019, and we believe that this is due to the increase in international pressure on the Chinese government as more and more evidences were being revealed. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first question is that all these camps that you're referring to, they are within Xinjiang. They are
Yes.
entirely within that one.
Yes.
And can you please explain the way these different camps are identified in your system, whether they are, well, you call them concentration camps, I think by that you mean re-education camp, and the labor camps and the prisons, what specific features make this different from the others?
You can go back to that slide, just a minute. Okay, so we do identify this, distinguish this 4 types of incarceration types based on their location, security features.
Can you please speak closer to the microphone?
Okay.
Your voice fades.
We do distinguish between distinguish this 4 types of incarceration types based on the location, security feature, construction design, construction's repurposed time, size of the facility location, and also changes made in response to international pressure, and also visibility of detainees on the satellite images. So if we take a look at the security feature on the second one on the table, re-education camps are usually equipped with steel tube passages between buildings, And the watchtowers are usually square-shaped, and then there are also steel welded fences around the buildings. And for prisons and pre-trial administrative detention centers, they usually have the same characteristics regarding to security features. The watchtowers are usually roundly shaped, and steel welded fences inside or outside the exterior wall. And for the last one, Laogai prison farms, they do have both roundly shaped and square-shaped watchtowers. So this is based on the security features. And also, if we take a look at the changes made in response to international criticism, re-education camps, starting from 2019, the construction of new camps and the expansion of existing camps were put in hold. And we do also find out that some identifiable security features were mostly removed, and this is from spring 2019. And for prisons, all security features are still in use, and the expansion are still going on, and also for the pre-trial detention facilities. And we believe this is because China believes that this is sort of a judicially recognized facility, and they are probably not very afraid of this type of incarceration times being revealed. And the last one, Laogai system, the majority of them were sort of abolished in 1994, when there were strong criticism against these facilities at that time, but we did find out that most of them were actually sort of converted and repurposed into prisons, and not fully abolished, though. And visibilities of detainees on satellite images. For re-education camps, detainees can be identified via satellite images, and we have been able to identify detainees in more than 40 camps whose uniforms were in red or blue, and this is not the case for the rest of the incarceration types. And I hope this answers your question.
Thank you. My final question is regarding the numbers of detainees in the camps. The figures you have mentioned, 1.37 million in re-education camp, 422,000 prisons, 486 in administrative detentions, and the Laogai farms comes to over 2.3 million people. This is the capacity rather than the actual numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the capacity. It's not the exact number of the detainees, but that we believe that these buildings, in total, the 234 re-education camps, can it can fit in 1,680,000 to 2,016,000 people, but it's not the exact detainees of the number that we have estimated.
Thank you very much. The tribunal members will receive a copy of the presentation and the figures in it, and they may have some questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very detailed presentation. I have a couple of questions about your methodology, and then if I may, I'd like to ask you if you would do some work for us to interpret some of what you think you might be seeing. So the first question is really about, and it builds on Council's question about capacity. So in your first slide, I think you refer to a massive network of camps. And when you use that phrase, do you mean that both in terms of size and in terms of how extensive they are massive? And also, do you mean that they're potentially usable rather than currently being used?
Yes. We have started this research 1 year ago on the satellite imageries analysis, and within a year we have found and identified 234 camps. And there is only one satellite expert working on our team, and therefore, like, massive in this sense means that there is really a huge detention facilities which were being built starting from 2017, and we could see from the satellite images that they are expanding, and it therefore also refers to the expansion of these camps. And there are, I think it was starting from 2018, we could also see that there are forced labor camps that were being built next to the re-education camps. Or the newly built re-education camps were actually built next to some factories located in different cities. Yes, I hope that answers your question.
Can I just ask, it's also a question about one of your slides. What is the difference between confirmed and verified?
Okay. As I said, wait, so by confirming the evidence, so first I can pick the first example on social media. So if we have gathered some evidence or testimonies on social media, we would first label them as unconfirmed, and after reaching out to that certain person and conducting an interview and building a connection, and then we will literally ask questions on like some personal background about when they left their region and when they last had contact with their family members, and their relation to the detainees and so on. And after a detailed interview, we will then be able to confirm the existence of this testimony. And also in some other cases, we do also refer to the telephone interviews conducted by Radio Free Asia, where they do call into different governmental institutions and ask for a certain person's whereabouts, and these cases would also be labeled as confirmed. And verified is a little bit different. It means that the victim can usually, if they can provide a documentary evidence on their testimony, and as I said earlier, this can be a notice of imprisonment, and for example, it can be a notice from a certain police station that says that this person can't pay their debt because he is held in a re-education camp. And if we can gather this type of data, or if the testifier can provide this type of data, we will then label them as verified. And also, the letters issued by Chinese embassies in different countries could also be labeled as verified, and this usually refers to the detainees' family members abroad, like Gulbahar Jalilova from the June hearing. Her relatives in Kazakhstan have received a lot of documents from the Chinese embassies in that region, saying that their mother were held in a camp for a certain reason. So those will be verified cases. And also some other special cases refer to the United Nations Working Group on Enforced Disappearance, which I also mentioned earlier. So we have a survey online registration form in our database, and the detainees can register an account. Not the detainees, sorry. The testifiers can register an account and register the detailed information of their missing family members. And there is a team in a different country who's working on translation. And when this registration form is finally translated, we will send this to the United Nations Working Group on Enforced Disappearance, and they will then work on the whereabouts of this missing person. And if there are status updates based on that we can get from them, or if the testifiers comes back with some updated information, it will then be verified, labeled as verified.
Thank you. So it's a constantly changing. Yes. You can move information between these different categories. Yes. Thank you. That's really helpful to know. Could you give us on the tribunal a sense, if you have a sense, of how quickly buildings can be repurposed?
That is actually a bit outside of my expertise. It's,
So I'm wondering whether, for example, have you seen a repurposing happening in real time at all in any of this data?
I am not the exact satellite expert myself. It's my colleague who's working on this. But no, he did not mention anything on the temporal changes on this question. Very sorry.
No, not at all. It's just whether you might have had a discussion in your team that you were watching something actually going on. You've given us very helpfully an idea of the satellite imagery, and I don't know whether you can answer this question, but can you, for somebody who lacks imagination like me, can you give us a sense of how this might actually look on the ground? So, are they in densely populated areas? How visible might they be to those outside of the facilities?
Yes, most of the re-education camps and prisons, and also the other type of facilities, most of them are located on the outskirts of the cities. It is therefore not really visible for the general public to figure out this places on their own, even without really a detailed checking it on satellite Google Earth on forehand. But we do have some ground truth pictures and videos that are revealed by different media channels, and by that we could also see that those facilities are pretty much located on the outskirts, and there are watchtowers on most of them, and whenever the police guards could see that there are people coming, as we have seen on one of the slides before, they can detect them far away and try to run over and stop them, as it's shown on one of the slides where two policemen were running over to the journalists. So it is, per my expertise, it's not very visible regarding the location of this.
Could you show us that slide?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's this one. So we can see that it's located somewhere around the mountain, and we cannot really see some other type of like city constructions in this around this facility. And we can see watchtower and a guard room marked as red, and we can also see another watchtower on the main building marked with yellow. So this is a camp located in Ürümqi, and it's also a bit outside of Ürümqi, and this is a camp that is repurposed from a garment factory, Hongyan garment factory.
Thank you. I think it's this slide that provoked the thought. It refers to the ground truth. So this is what I'm trying to understand a bit better. A facility of this size will need personnel, and it will also be receiving people. So I wonder if you could give us any sense, if you know this information, about the kind of comings and goings. So what are the transport links to the facility? How is that done? Is it through a mass transit? Is it through bus? Is it through, but there's I think an image of a car, if I'm not wrong, on that photograph.
I can refer to the testimonies of former camp detainees. During a lot of interviews with the former camp detainees, most of them have mentioned that from the detention center, which they were first held in the city, somewhere in the city, they will be taken to a car or a minibus and drive to these places, and usually they will have their head covered with a black sort of plastic bag or something like that, to not to detect the roads and where it's exactly located. So that's what I know on how they're being transported. But lately we have also found that there are still two passages between these buildings for re-education camps, and we do then suspect that they are not, like on the daytimes, when they are taken to the forced labor factories or the factories located beside these facilities, they don't just go out and from the main entrance, but through this tube passage. So they won't be visible on the satellite images. That's what we suspect.
Thank you. And the personnel who are employed in this facility, do they come and go, or are they resident?
No. The detention period varies accordingly. So based on what we know, some detainees are kept in these camps for at least 3 months, or in the other cases 10 or 18. So the time periods vary accordingly, and we don't know how this is defined.
Sorry, forgive me, I wasn't clear. What I mean is the supporting personnel around, so those who work as guards, as cooks, are they quite mobile in and out of the camp on a daily basis?
I know only one case when I interviewed the former camp teacher, Kalbnur Siduk. Her husband worked in one of these forced labor camps located outside of Ürümqi, and what she told me on that interview was that her husband were allowed to come back, but he also spent some days continuously on there. But I just forgot to mention, he worked as a guard, so not a detainee. He was employed there, and he was allowed to come back and visit his family like once in a week. But this does not apply to the detainees in this camp, only the workers.
That's understood, thank you. I have a final question for you, which is about the discussions amongst you as a team. Did you have discussions about alternative explanations that might account for these facilities? So did you think, what else might be going on here? What else might these buildings be?
Could you please rephrase your question?
Yeah, I'm just wanting the tribunal to have a sense of, as these images became available to you as a team, and you gathered information and you did interviews and you gathered data points, whether you had a discussion amongst yourselves about alternative explanations. So did you approach this material with an open mind about what these facilities might be?
Yes, because we do go through a cross-check process, and we do check the location of these detected camps from Chinese map services, like the Baidu, Tencent, and 360 maps, which I mentioned earlier. And for some of this, like partially, some of these 234 camps, we did find out that they are also labeled as a camp on the Chinese map services, but just with a different name, like Xinjiang Senior Vocational School or Xinjiang United Vocational School. And even though it is marked as vocational school, we can still see from the satellite images that these facilities are equipped with high security features like watchtower and barbed wire fences and etc. So we do go through this type of cross-check process, and yes, I think that's it.
No, thank you, that's very useful. I think my colleagues may also have questions for you. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. That was very detailed and very interesting. Could I just ask one or two questions which may well be going back on something you've said? When you were estimating the space and then trying to work out how many people would be in the camp, you gave yourself a certain amount of space, but often in a room of, or we've been told, a room of 8, you might put in 40 people and they take it in turns to sleep. So what you're saying is, with your 2.3 million capacity, could it be double that?
I can maybe go back to that slide first. Yes, I can maybe explain this calculations a little bit. Are you referring to the first one or the second method, the estimation on
no, I was
based
just
on detention cell size?
No, that's fine. It was just in terms of your estimation. I'm just saying some of them are really overcrowded. So that would be a low estimation, would it?
Yes,
from what you're saying.
It would, because on the first case, based on the detainees per cell, we have actually based this number on the model camps, which BBC has visited some years ago, and on that video you could see a scene where they showed the dorm room of the detainees, and they were placed 8 to 9 beds in per cell. But according to the former camp victims, most of them have explained that there were 20, 30, or even up to 40 people who lived in each cell, like Gulbahar Jalil Haitwaji have testified on that. She said there were 40 people in each cell, but we did not take that number, and we refer to the minimal estimation, and this refers to 10 to 12. Based on the model camps and also based on the testimonies that said 10. So if we refer to Gulbahar Haitwaji's testimony, then this number will probably go up to 5 million. And it's also important to note that we have sort of generalized this data to each detention facility, which we actually should not do, but it's, and also that we have not considered the inside design of this of these constructions, like how these rooms are placed, and a lot of detainees also talked about torture rooms.
Sorry to interrupt, but I was going to ask you about that. Have you any idea about? You said some were new camps. From your satellite pictures or something, can you see whether are they differently arranged, or are they much the same? Because you don't know much. Or you haven't got you haven't got much information about the inside.
Yes, I can try to explain this from this first picture. So we do rely on the satellite picture that is captured when the camp was being built, so during construction. And if we zoom in a little bit, we can see that there is a corridor on the middle and cell rooms on the side. And this will be 16 cell rooms on each side and 32 in each floor, and this is a full 4-building floor. So we have estimated that there are 128 cells in this building, but of course we did not consider the other facilities that might be in this building, like toilet or torture rooms or administrative rooms and so on. Yes, and what
okay, that's fine, thank you. Could I just go on? You mentioned about possible hospitals and possible camps where they might be using the camps for organ harvesting. Have you any more information on that?
We are suspecting that this might be involved in organ harvesting because we have found that this is only one case. This camp were built next to an anatomic laboratory, and we don't have some other evidential evidence on that. But this is only our suspicion for now. But this is an ongoing project. We will try to gather more evidence and additional evidence and support this view, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just have one last question, looking at the time? I'm getting confused because quite a lot of our witnesses get the terminology differently. So we've got the re-education camps and the detention camps. And then what do they call the prison?
Could you please?
Some of the testimonies have said prisons. Which would they be referring to? Sorry, I beg your pardon. So you said there are 4 types of camps.
Yes.
There was a re-education camp. There was the prison or detention camp. Is that right?
No, it's prison.
Yeah.
Prison is a different facility, and pre-detention and pre-detention trial center is another type of facility. So these are different, but we could see from the satellite images that they sort of look the same from the outside. They are equipped with, they have the same security features, and how the buildings are constructed, like the cell rooms and the other features are the same, but this does not mean that they refers to the same terminology, though.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you know what proportion of the facilities that have been identified by at least 2 different sources? You know, say satellite plus photos or plus witness testimony?
Yes, let me just go back to one more slide. No. Yes, so we have, as I said, we are highly confident on 191 camps, relocation camps of the 234 which we have identified, and for 31 of them we could see visible detainees from the satellite images, and also for 16 of them have been appeared on media. It has been journalists who have been visiting these places in person and carried out reportage on the existence of these facilities by visiting them in person, and we are therefore confident on that. And there are 13 camps which are supported by ground truth pictures and videos. Some videos are again from media outlets, and also videos that we found on sort of social media as well. And 4 of the camps are confirmed via witness testimonies, the former camp victims, like Kalbin Umar Bakri, Turisnay Ziauddin, and Gulbahar Haitwaji. They have all confirmed and identified the location based on the documents that we have provided, and we have therefore gone through a cross-check process by that. And 18 of these facilities are cross-checked by the Chinese government's official documents, like the Karakash list, because on that list you could see that some prisons or detention camps are mentioned on the beginning, and yes, I think that was it. And the last one is 112 camps that could be that is supported by camp development changes. So when we find out that the security features are removed after 2009, and we believe this is due to the international pressure, and then we suspect based on that this, not suspect, but we sort of confirm based on that this is a camp that we can be confident on.
Thank you. So that's a very high proportion.
I'm going to interrupt, I'm afraid.
Confident
Mr. Sabi, we are out of time. We seem to have a very full day. So once you start breaking the timetable, things get difficult. I know at least 2 of my colleagues have questions to ask. It may be that in any event we were going to ask this witness if she could deal with one of the questions, the time taken for a repurpose or a rebuild. I wonder if you would prefer us to put our remaining questions in writing, if the witness is able to answer them today, rather than to break into the timetable.
I appreciate if the questions are put to Ms. Liquid in writing, then she can answer them.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Rowe, but thank you very much for all you've done so far. I think you'll probably be here for the rest of the day.
Yes.
If so, and if some questions come to you in writing, you wouldn't mind giving us the answers in writing, that would be extremely helpful. And on the question of the time taken for a rebuild or a build, that's something from your colleague, of course. If at some stage you could ask him and he could put that in writing, but all the answers will go on the website.
Okay.
And thank you very much for your evidence today. So, thank you. Next witness, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the help you have given us over the last year. Thank you. Our next witness is Connor Healy, who will join us remotely from the United States.
So, the next witness is an expert witness, is a government director at IPVM, an independent US-based research and media organization focused on surveillance technologies and businesses. And this organization has dedicated significant resources to covering China as the world's largest market for surveillance and the home of the industry's most prominent companies. In his report to the tribunal entitled Uyghur Surveillance and Ethnicity Detection, Analytics in China, the witness covers the technical capabilities of surveillance networks in Xinjiang, including Uyghur face detection and its application, as well as which corporate and government entities are involved in developing these technologies. Mr. Healy, the tribunal has received and read your report. They have done so in detail, so I'll invite you now to make a short presentation, but in the interest of time, please do not let it go over 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do my best to keep the time, and thank you for having me. I want to offer some context for my testimony just at the outset. Since our founding as an organization, IPVM's mission has been to hold surveillance manufacturers, sellers, and users accountable, and we publish stories on unethical activities in everywhere from Colombia to California. But the People's Republic of China's use of unethical surveillance against Uyghurs has been utterly unequaled and deeply troubling to us as analysts of this technology. Since 2018, we've published dozens of reports on these issues that, taken together, show China and its companies have designed, implemented, and even patented advanced surveillance designed specifically to target Uyghur Muslims. And in my testimony today, I'll speak about two issues also addressed in my expert report. Certain government mass surveillance projects within Xinjiang executed by two of China's most prominent technology companies.
Slip,
oh,
perhaps.
sorry. I'm trying to keep to the 10 minutes.
I know it's a bit unfair, isn't it? We ask you to be short and then we tell you to slow down, but if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I'll try to slow down. And then second, the surveillance analytics behind these mass surveillance systems that have been designed to identify ethnic Uyghurs on the basis of their facial features. Is this how I... Okay, so this is Hikvision. It's the world's largest video surveillance manufacturer, roughly 40,000 employees, 2020 revenue of $10 billion. It operates globally, just in the UK. It has about a 40% market share. It originated from the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation, a PRC state-owned entity, created to supply electronics to the People's Liberation Army, and Hikvision continues to be state-owned, according to their own financial filings. They've established a significant presence in Xinjiang since being awarded multiple public security projects in 2017 for surveillance installations. Many of these include both the installation and operation of mosque surveillance and supplying surveillance cameras to Xinjiang's re-education camps. So I'll briefly explore two of these in greater detail. In Pishan County, Xinjiang, Hikvision received a contract for a security protection and prevention control system. It included camera installations at mosques and education through transformation centers, a term I understand refers to the infamous Uyghur re-education camps. Another contract was in Xinjiang's Moyu County for a social defense system. It included surveillance cameras for both re-education centers and mosques. Specifically, it specified that facial recognition cameras would be placed at the entrance of each of the 967 mosques in Moyu County. So face recognition systems such as those installed in Moyu and Pishan County would allow authorities to catalog the identities of those attending mosques and could proactively monitor attendance and the identities of the people attending in real time. Hikvision has falsely claimed it has no knowledge or control over how its technology is used in the region. It's important to note that these projects go beyond simply selling the government cameras. They're private-public partnerships, meaning Hikvision not only constructs but also operates the installations for several years, as shown in both tenders and Hikvision's own financial filings. The Pishan County project, for example, it includes direct operation through 2040, while the Moyu County project runs through 2035. Turning now to Dawa, which is the world's second largest surveillance manufacturer. I think I just need some water. My mouth is getting dry. Sorry.
And a little bit fast still, so...
Okay, I'll try to slow down.
Although we've read it, the people watching and the people here in the hall have not.
So, Dawa's operations span more than 180 countries. They're comparable to Hikvision, but the company's origins and ownerships are private. However, their contracts in Xinjiang total almost $1 billion US. Again, I'll briefly explore two of these. Among these is a $686 million US surveillance project in Yarkent County. Dawa was contracted to build and operate for a period of 9 years, a mass surveillance network, and construct convenience police stations. It's notable for its massive size. If you do the math, that's nearly a $807 US expense for each of the county's 850,000 residents. And I should say a contract of this size is virtually unheard of in the surveillance industry globally. There are no countries that have contracts or public projects of this size. A second one in Kiemo County, worth $61 million, included a system that, quote, captures the feature of wireless MAC addresses, also known as Wi-Fi sniffers. According to reports by Human Rights Watch, these devices form part of the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or IJOP, and are used in combination with surveillance to identify users of network devices. So, China's mass surveillance systems, such as those that have been installed in Xinjiang, but across the country, have made significant use of advanced analytic technologies to automate the collection and processing of data on citizens' whereabouts, activities, associations, characteristics, and more. And most notably, their ethnic characteristics. Here you see an ethnic minority detection feature that was inadvertently demonstrated by Hikvision at a 2018 conference. The company was later discovered marketing a video surveillance product specifically described as being able to detect Uyghurs, and such systems are trained to assess if a person in an image or video is Uyghur on the basis of their facial features alone. And that requires a significant amount of machine learning training and effort. They're known to have been applied in many ways. Here you see a technical document from Heart of City, a smart city software designed by Dawa that offers smart police operations management. This means if a Dawa surveillance camera sees what it believes to be a Uyghur, Heart of City's functionality allows a report to be automatically sent to the police, a real-time Uyghur warning. The document also mentions various subcategories of individuals, including, quote, Uyghurs with hidden terrorist inclinations, unquote, as well as beard detection. I should note this was not a single or incidental mention of real-time Uyghur warnings. The term appeared 14 separate times in this document, as well as in other Dawa documents describing Heart of City's functionality. It's not exclusively used in surveillance. Uyghur face detection was deployed by Alibaba in their Cloud Shield online content moderation solution. Here you see a screenshot from their own documentation showing the solution's capability to detect whether or not a person detected in an image or video posted online is a Uyghur. And that could then automatically flag the content for removal. Another iteration was discovered in a confidential Huawei report regarding an interoperability test with MEGV, one of China's largest face recognition developers. It showed the two companies worked together to test and validate a, quote, Uyghur alarm, unquote, featuring a face recognition-based Uyghur detection product. Huawei also patented this technology. In a July 2018 patent application, Huawei described a face recognition system capable of using surveillance to identify the race of pedestrians and returning two possible results, Han or Uyghur. The patent application was submitted jointly with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the PRC's government's top research arm. Numerous other prominent Chinese technology companies have filed for similar Uyghur detection patents, including Megvii, SenseTime, IntelliFusion, and Sensing Tech, while Baidu and Alibaba have filed for patents for ethnicity detection, without mentioning the specific ethnicity. Others are known to have developed but not patented Uyghur detection, including Uniview, which you see up there, China's third largest surveillance manufacturer, and Tiandi, another large surveillance manufacturer, and also Kingsoft. The logo's not up there. They're a cloud services company. Many of these companies have deflected these findings. Huawei, for example, said their Uyghur alarms were just a test with no intended real-world application. Irrespective of the validity of that statement, it should be noted that building ethnicity detection would require significant effort and investment. For a Uyghur face detection system, manually curated data sets containing thousands of Uyghur faces would be necessary, and this would likely involve thousands of hours of work. The proliferation of these technologies can be said to be an outcome of state policy. In China, detailed standards are issued across all sectors of government, including in surveillance, which specify how bidders would win government tenders. In December 2017, we uncovered this draft document, which was a standard for face recognition systems. And it specifically included ethnicity detection, and in brackets it said Uyghur/non-Uyghur. That standard was never officially published. However, several similar national and provincial standards published since have requested face recognition system to detect individuals' ethnicity or skin color, as you can see in the example here, but do not specify which ethnicity should be detected. Some also mandate beard detection, as you can see there. This is from a national standard that was published. In these standards, ethnicity is thought to be shorthand for Uyghur. This is reinforced by the fact that Chinese authorities have explicitly requested Uyghur face detection capabilities in tenders for numerous public security camera networks. Here you see a map of regions that have issued tenders explicitly requesting Uyghur face detection from an analysis we did in November 2019. Since then, we've discovered several other examples requesting Uyghur face detection that are more recent. This next slide is taken from a recent BBC Panorama documentary, and it shows the testing of a face recognition product by an unnamed private Chinese company on what are, by all appearances, Uyghur detainees. I've included it to demonstrate two final points. First, it should be noted that for developers to validate the performance of face recognition products, Uyghurs are likely required to be used as test subjects. Second, that camera-based analytics are being used to conduct continually more advanced analyses for public security officials. This system shown here is, in fact, an emotional detection system rather than a Uyghur face detection system, and it's intended to analyze a subject's emotional state. Zooming in on this pie chart, for example, red demonstrates negative emotional states measured by the camera. We do doubt that such a product actually performs very well. We can nonetheless continue to expect face recognition-based systems to play a key role in China's policies towards Uyghurs. And with that, hopefully I haven't gone over my 10 minutes, and I would love to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Indeed, you've kept well to time, and I thank you for that. And I do have a few questions, and then I'll pass you on to the panel, please. But to begin with, my first question relates, in fact, to this Uyghur face detection technology that you have spoken about. You did mention that to develop such a technology, you need specific processes, distinct processes, and also quite significant investment. This is not just a natural extension of general detection technology.
Yeah.
So, two questions. You did mention some standards or official documentation specifically requiring a focus on Uyghur detection. If you could speak a little about that. And then related, given that this, therefore, technology had to be purpose-built, what, in your view, is the purpose of this?
Yeah. Video analytics technologies are often sort of grouped in with face recognition when we talk about them, and that's also the case in China's national specifications for these technologies. They are in fact distinct from face recognition in terms of the technology and the development process. You can't just build a face recognition system and then, as an add-on, you develop the ability to detect an ethnicity, or for that matter, gender, age, etc., which are other things that these systems have been trained to detect. So it is a process that will require a significant amount of development work. Unfortunately, we don't know all that much about exactly what the development process behind any of these examples in China is. We can only sort of speak generally to what we would expect from such a development process. Having said that, you know, there is, I did mention this in my expert report, I believe, there is some evidence that individuals are being hired in Urumqi to process images manually. You know, we don't know exactly of what, but that's exactly the kind of work you would expect in building this technology. You would have people sort of manually going through images, you know, maybe drawing boxes around faces, setting up a database so that a machine learning process can then learn from that database so that it's accurate. As for what the purpose of this technology is, you know, I can again only really speculate here, because China, the state has not explained what the purpose of this technology is. But if you look at real-time Uyghur warnings by Dawa, for example, so that's a smart policing solution, and it would appear that what they're specifically trying to detect are Uyghurs that are not supposed to be in the particular locale that they're in. In other words, a sort of unexpected Uyghur. In other cases, the technology seems to be a sort of preventative measure, if you will. I can only describe it as a bigoted preventative measure, but to give a simple example, there are various surveillance analytics that you can use to detect intruders as they enter a building, and you know, that's relatively common, or detect people who are engaging in suspicious activity. So these things tend to sort of be grouped in with the technologies you get when as a state, you buy a surveillance system now. And so Uyghur detection, I think, was considered a useful functionality in the same context that, you know, intruder detection might be.
Thanks for that. And yeah, just to take a step back, though, in terms of which governmental departments or parts of the state would have, for instance, issued standards requesting specifically Uyghur detection or minority ethnicity detection. Do we have any information about that?
Yeah, it's a variety of different entities within China. The Ministry of Public Security nationally issues the standards for surveillance projects, and they have issued a national standard which asks for ethnicity detection. There are also various provincial standards. There's one in Xinjiang, for example. Those are generally where those standards are issued from. It's also a variety of sort of more local public security bureaus that are requesting the technology, specifically Uyghur detection, not just ethnicity detection, in tenders for projects in their regions.
Thank you for that. And just to understand how the technology works, so especially the Uyghur face recognition and including the real-time Uyghur warnings that you mentioned that send reports to police when the system detects an Uyghur of concern, for instance. So the system is able to discriminate between, for example, Han Chinese and Uyghurs, and is able to hone in and single out Uyghurs just because, you know, they are essentially Uyghurs, they belong to the Uyghur group. And it further has the ability to then send real-time Uyghur warnings to police if there is anything of concern. And as you mentioned, it could be a matter of simply an Uyghur being in an area that they are not expected by the system to be in, right?
Yeah, and you know, Heart of City, the technology with real-time Uyghur warnings, like I said, it's a smart city management solution. So what it implies is that the police in a given area where this software is used, you know, they would have an operations center where they're managing all sorts of different incident reports that come to them through their surveillance software. And it implies that one of the sort of incident reports that they would then be processing and have people sort of looking through and addressing would be when a Uyghur is detected on a street, and they would then sort of evaluate whether or not that's something they need to do something about. So yeah, if you're Uyghur and walking down the street and you get captured by a camera, it's not unreasonable to expect that seconds later there is a police official evaluating whether or not you're doing anything that requires intervention.
Thank you. I just have two brief questions and I'll pass it to the panel. But the first is, yesterday the term, for example, an open-air prison was used to describe an area in Xinjiang because of this high-tech surveillance and so. What do you make of that description?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the description?
So in view of this intrusive surveillance and this focused singling out Uyghurs, the term an open-air prison was used.
To describe the province?
To describe the province. What would you make of that description?
You know, IPBM has evaluated a lot of surveillance products in many regions, you know, many of which are sold to governments and to prison systems. There is no system available to most of the world except China that is as advanced and intrusive as what is being deployed in Xinjiang. And for that reason, I would agree. I don't think there are any prisons in the UK or in the US, for example, that have surveillance systems that are as extensive and advanced.
My final, thanks for that. Final question is, and where do we go from here? And how likely is it that this technology is not just for surveillance or monitoring or control, but will be taken even further? In your report, you refer, for instance, to the Tiandi Law Enforcement and Case Handling Management Center, which includes a smart interrogation tiger chair, essentially.
Yeah.
Could you speak a little to us about what that could be, and where is this technology, where could this technology go with respect to, you know, focusing on an ethnic minority?
Yeah. Well, I didn't include that in my initial testimony simply for the reason that there was no evidence that product was developed specifically to evaluate Uyghurs. Having said that, you know, these advanced technologies, I mean, I think you can expect them to be used in the context of detention, which, as I understand it, is happening en masse in Xinjiang. And so I would imagine that such technologies will be used. It's hard to say exactly what we'll expect over the next several years. The thing about these increasingly advanced data analysis technologies is that they have capabilities, or could have capabilities, that are kind of hard for us to even conceptualize. They're advancing very quickly. But you know, this is even now an unprecedented ability to analyze the population and identify people's characteristics in this way. I think it will continue to surprise us.
Thank you. I'll pass you over to the panel. Thank you.
Mr. Zami-Borda, the witnesses referred to the tiger chair. We've heard a lot of reference to it, and those of us reading the papers have seen drawings of it. But I don't know if Mr. Heed is in a position to throw up on the screen an image of one, because there's a photograph of an actual tiger chair.
Yeah.
Is it available on your screen show? Probably not.
It's not in my presentation. It is in my report. So if there's someone sort of busy in the background working who's able to grab it.
I just think it would be interesting for it to be explained to the people generally. Professor Kaur.
Thank you for your statement. Can you give us a sense of when this ethnicity detection intensified in Xinjiang?
Well, I've personally seen patent applications, for example, that go back as far as 2012. The vast majority of them have been at least patented in 2019 and 2020. Tenders requesting this technology go back as far as 2017 and continue essentially to the present day.
Okay. And you mentioned a draft of the Ministry of Public Security, which you had access to. Are you able to tell us how you had access and how did you then verify that it was the authentic article?
Yeah, so I put up on the screen what you're referring to. It was available online. Most of what I've presented to you is available online, in fact. One of the surprising things about our research is that a lot of this isn't hidden very well. And speaking about methodology, which I didn't address, our methodology is to rely on their own documents, the documents of the Ministry of Public Security or of Chinese companies or of various local public security bureaus. You know, I don't think that this is very interpretive. We are relying rather strictly on what the government itself in China has said it wants and what companies have said they've built.
Okay. Have you got any comment with regards to how accurate this technology is deemed to be? For instance, in the West, we're aware of facial recognition, and there are reports that are coming out from the US and Europe saying that that technology cannot detect the difference between white and black faces, for instance. So in China, have you come across anything to say that, you know, that people believe this is 100% accurate or, you know, perhaps 50% accurate? Is there anything that you've come across in your research?
Yeah, a few things come to mind. So there are government standards that have specified a level of accuracy that they want for this technology. I may have included that in my expert report. If I didn't, I'm happy to follow up with the information. I don't remember the exact number that they specified. It was certainly over 50%. They did, you know, they put this on a 0 to 100 scale, basically. You know, we haven't tested these products, so we don't know how accurate they really are. You know, China has the world's leading face recognition and AI companies, and just about all of them have been involved in developing Uyghur detection. When I say all of them, I mean all of the prominent ones in general.
So
you know,
in your research, are you able to make any connections between detection and something that's actionable afterwards? So you talked about the Uyghur alarms. Can you make any further links between the data, the detection, and anything that happens afterwards? For instance, incrimination or...
in terms of how the alarms are then, so what they then signify when they sort of...
What happens afterwards?
Unfortunately not. Our focus is on the technology, and you know, I think that is an area for future research, if it's possible to determine exactly how this is being used.
You write in your report, ethnicity is thought to be shorthand for Uyghur. How did you come to that conclusion?
A few different ways. So if you look again at the standard up on the screen, what the standard refers to as ethnicity recognition is Uyghur/non-Uyghur. And I think that has more significance than it initially appears to, because there are dozens of ethnicities in China. So that's a pretty specific statement about what the standard interprets ethnicity recognition to be. In addition to that, in terms of the actual implementation, or at the very least the tenders which precede the implementation, it is explicitly stated that what the government wants is Uyghur detection, not ethnicity detection. So that adds that additional context that helps us sort of make a pretty certain claim that ethnicity recognition or detection means Uyghur detection. And then beyond that, there's a company called Breezy, B-R-E-E-S-E, I believe. They are, I believe, a subsidiary of Uniview, which I mentioned is the third largest surveillance company in China. And they've said in their own guidance explicitly ethnicity detection refers to Uyghur detection. They're people who deal with government projects fairly frequently. So.
And the next claim you make is of automated racism. So that follows on from the argument you just made and the evidence you come across. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll come on to the tiger chair in a minute. I want to talk about Huawei first. Everyone knows about Huawei. There's been high-profile cases around the world. They've been accused of this, that, and the other. Huawei always come back and deny those allegations. I'm not aware of them being called racist or racial profiling, but that probably comes in with the fact that they've been accused of colluding with the PRC. So if they are denying those allegations, what have you in your research come across to actually counter that?
Well, when we first reported on Huawei's Uyghur detection, it was the Uyghur alarms functionality you referred to. Huawei said it's just a test. It wasn't meant for real-world applications. It's suspicious on its own. As I've mentioned, it requires a lot of work to build these technologies, so it's at the minimum sort of unusual that they would then just kind of ditch it after a test. And after that denial, that the company, does not do this, we then found that they patented it. I mean, they had a patent for the technology, and were at the same time sort of downplaying this as some kind of fringe activity by the company. A patent, and you talked about collusion with the Chinese government. I don't think that really even has to be a matter of making allegations. It was co-authored with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, so it did occur that they developed this with the Chinese government. Then we can make allegations about what that means and how it was used, but that is factual.
Okay, thank you. So this technology, these various different kinds of technologies, they're not just distributed in Xinjiang nor in China, but also elsewhere where the PRC are engaged in trade. So we've heard about the digital Silk Route, we've heard about such technology being sold very cheaply and even gifted to other countries. Could this be a way of PRC extending not only influence but also control? And the second question related to that, is it something that those governments could also be party to and actually enjoy in terms of having such technology in order to control and perhaps even oppress their own populations? Yeah,
it's entirely possible. And when we're talking about that issue, I think we need to speak more broadly than just ethnicity detection. These are systems that provide all sorts of different insights, even without being able to detect race. There have been various reports that China's been exporting these technologies to other countries. I mean, China is already the world's largest exporter of sort of conventional surveillance technology. When I think about these technologies, the term techno-authoritarianism, I think, comes up. That is what they conceptually could be used for. I didn't include in my presentation or expert report, but there is a tender for a mass surveillance system in the city of Nankau that our team has analyzed, dating from March 2020. And that tender describes the ability, it does, by the way, request Uyghur detection, but separately from that, it describes the ability to conduct predictive analytics on the population that could then be used to prevent incidents of social unrest. So in other words, if realized, we're talking about a system that could anticipate protests before they occur. Now, you know, dissidence is always innovative and often comes up with a way to operate, but I don't know how dissidents could operate under those conditions if their own actions are understood by these technologies sort of better than any human could do, to the extent of predicting whether or not they're engaging behavior that the government disagrees with. It's very scary.
So in your report, you also talk about Alibaba, and that's in terms of video surveillance, which we've heard about. We haven't heard about the internet content moderation. Could you elaborate on this?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, it's well known that China censors its internet extensively. And a big part of how they do that, and for that matter, a big part of how companies like Facebook, deal with content that they just, don't want on their site, is it's automated. They use machine learning trained systems to flag content that should be reviewed and potentially removed. And that's what Alibaba's Cloud Shield solution does. And they thought it was useful to build the detection of Uyghur faces and videos into that solution. From what I understand, or not from what I understand, there have been reports of Uyghurs having difficulty posting images and videos online. It's the kind of technology that could be behind that.
So in their patents, they actually use the word race and ethnicity, and that the patent is awarded to them afterwards.
Alibaba?
Yeah, with Alibaba.
Yes.
Yeah, and so some of these obviously companies operate globally. In the Euro football tournament, for instance, Alibaba was everywhere. So basically, these companies are quite. You've already used the word unethical. Quite unethical globally as well. Is this the suggestion, or is this the? Am I taking this too far, or?
I think it's very reasonable to say that they've acted in unethical ways globally. Yeah, this gets off the subject of the treatment of Uyghurs somewhat, but if you take the example of Dawa, the South Korean equivalent of the FCC. Recently revoked all of their authorizations for their equipment because they had falsified their test results. Hikvision and Dawa have both made hundreds of millions of dollars selling fever detection equipment that doesn't work across the world. We actually published a peer-reviewed study in the Journal of Biomedical Optics to prove this, that they applied an algorithm that essentially adjusted the results so they appeared normal. They were basically faking it. Governments have spent millions of dollars on this stuff. In terms of unethical use of surveillance, I think most of that ends up being the end user. So it might be too far to say that these companies are, going to the UK or the United States and making decisions that then result in unethical use of surveillance. I think government authorities here or in the US or wherever else are the ones making those decisions. But in terms of unethical activities more generally, yeah, there are many examples.
So there's many ways we are deeply implicated in terms of, we're not just talking about Xinjiang, we're talking about the entire globe and our position in it. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the tiger chair, but you haven't really elaborated on it, so could you perhaps talk about this before I ask you any questions?
Sure. Yeah, so Tiandi, as I mentioned, it's one of China's largest surveillance manufacturers. They too have developed Uyghur detection. And this is one of their other products. It's a smart interrogation solution. There isn't much that I can say in terms of what analytics might be used in combination with this solution, but there have been reports that, you know, if you sort of go back and look at, oh, sorry, I think I unintentionally took that off the screen. I forgot I didn't have my slides. But if you look at the emotion detection solution I showed you, you know, I would consider it likely that in general technologies, perhaps not specifically emotion detection, but other technologies like that might be integrated into these so-called smart interrogation solutions. And yes, that is a tiger chair, which you know, Human Rights Watch has reported that those are used for torture of detainees, that they're left there for hours and hours on end. And that is what comes with this one-stop shop police management system.
Did you get this photo from the internet as well?
Yes.
And, available in China?
Yes.
Even though officially they deny the existence of such a chair?
I don't specifically recall if TND denied the existence.
The PRC are denying it?
We didn't get any comment from the PRC. I believe the PRC has denied that they torture detainees in general.
But they accept the fact that they have the chair?
I'm not sure.
And is it only in China that you find this chair? Is it also being distributed globally?
Well, I think it's only in China that TND is selling it, if that's what you're asking. But I think tiger chairs have a longer history, so it would probably be in many places.
Okay. And my final question relates to the reference to the People's Liberation Army and that Hikvision earlier were supplying technology to the PLA. And then this was transferred to the IJOP, the Integrated Joint Operations Platform. Have you come across use of this technology by the PLA in any other way? What I'm trying to understand is how the civil and the military are blurred, how these areas come together.
Right, yeah. I think Hikvision's relationship with the People's Liberation Army is interesting to discuss. We did a collaboration with the Wall Street Journal a few months back in which we published extensive evidence of their, I thought my mic went out for, okay. Extensive evidence of their work with the People's Liberation Army. There was a study that one of their employees collaborated with the PLA on with their rocket force to improve the, quote, lethality of their surface-to-air missiles, RPGs, artillery, etc., using Hikvision's technology. They were listed as a Tier 1 supplier of the PLA, which has since been sort of scrubbed. They say they are no longer a Tier 1 supplier, but at one point they were at the highest possible level of suppliers to the People's Liberation Army. Oh, and by the way, about the study, the one improving the lethality of missiles, that was on Hikvision's own China website. That's where we found that study. And the researcher in the study was listed as, you know, a Hikvision researcher. Their response to that was, we had nothing to do with this, and this employee was acting only in his personal capacity. And so the counterpoint, I suppose, is according to Hikvision, their employees are working in their personal capacity when they collaborate with the PLA on missile technology.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before I pass to Professor Lynch, and because people may not be familiar with it, the tiger chair has loops in the bottom for the feet, which we can see, so that the feet are immobilized. What is not quite visible is that there are also restraints, loops or something on the top, so that your wrists are immobilized, your ankles are immobilized, and the torture, if it is torture, is that you're left there for as long as it suits them. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
And we have had some evidence in the materials we've got of tiger chairs where the loops can be tightened electrically. Are you aware of that?
I actually am not specifically aware of that.
Right. Yeah. Professor Lynch, please.
Could you tell us how advanced actual mass facial recognition systems are within Xinjiang as opposed to ethnicity detection?
Well, facial recognition systems in general are a technology that works sort of in most places. There have been some issues in some, in the US, for example, with them not working for every demographic equally. I think that the face recognition systems in Xinjiang work just fine for their explicit purpose, which is to identify people.
So, so what I'm really coming to is they only work if you have a data bank to identify from. And what I was wondering is what proportion of Uyghurs are on those databases compared to Han people living in that region?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think almost everyone in the region would be in those databases. There have been reports that Uyghurs have had their faces profiled, DNA tests taken, have had sort of fingerprints done, that kind of thing, and that's been done sort of for the whole population. I think that in most of China, face recognition would probably be able to recognize most people. I would note, it actually is not the case that you need the database for face recognition to work. You can still capture a face profile. You just wouldn't necessarily have an identity or a name. And you can still get a lot of data on people's movements and that kind of thing. And you could sort of track an unknown suspect or person, for example.
When you say the whole population, do you mean the whole Uyghur population or the whole population of Xinjiang? What were you suggesting?
Certainly the whole population of Uyghurs and Xinjiang. Yeah, I think that the whole population of the province would be correct. I want to clarify that I haven't seen any specific data on exactly how well developed that database is. The data we do have is that China, as a practice, collects the relevant information from citizens that could be used in a face recognition database. So that implies that most people can be identified using face recognition. But I admit some uncertainty as to exactly how extensive their data is.
And one other very quick question. Who are the major funders of IPVM?
So, subscribers. Basically, like we're sort of like any other media organization. 90% of our revenue comes from subscriptions, and the other 10% comes from courses. Basically, we teach people courses on how to, install surveillance, that kind of thing. We have no big government funders or any dubious financial ties. We certainly are not being funded by the US government, except to the extent that an individual, in the US government might buy a subscription. But
nor Apple nor Microsoft, I take it.
Certainly not.
Thank you.
There may be, whoever buys Apple's surveillance for their sites, maybe they have a subscription, but other than that,
okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's rather horrifying, but also very interesting. Just going back to the tiger chair, how do you think this could help torture somebody? I mean, what are the parameters that you might be taking from that big machine that we can see there?
The chair itself or the...
Well, the two are linked, aren't they? So I was just wondering what what might the machine be doing to the chair?
I'm just thinking back to the report. I think we do go into some detail on exactly what the solution offers. And to the best of my recollection, you know, it, to an extent, is case management and, you know, would keep track of perhaps something like how long someone's being interrogated. And if they're using analytics to evaluate something to do with the, say, emotional state of the detainee, you know, that might be a part of it. But I actually wasn't totally expecting to talk about it, so I have to refresh my memory on all the details. There was,
I mean, obviously, these techniques are going to go on and develop. Do you think they'd ever be able to detect your actual DNA?
Using a camera?
Yeah. Can't see how at this stage.
Yeah, I don't see how.
Yeah, because you need the blood. And one last question. How, I mean, this is a bit of facetious, but maybe not. How can one use this technology in a good way?
How come, sorry?
How can you use this technology in a good way? Here at the moment is more trying to pick up the Uyghurs. Is there something that maybe we could use the same technology for in hopefully better circumstances?
I think when it comes to Uyghur face detection, I've spent some time thinking about this, and I cannot come up with a single application of this technology that has a positive outcome for anyone. If someone can, you know, I'm happy to hear it, but there realistically, I think, are no use cases for this technology other than one that targets a particular race. And, you know, surveillance is used to monitor people, so it implies that it's for monitoring a race in particular. Yeah, I see nothing positive about that. There are no positive use cases. And to be honest, I think this is a technology that never should have been developed, and it's a shame that it exists.
Thank you. In terms of these companies that you've discussed, to what extent would you describe them as independent companies or actually government-owned or controlled in the sense of the level of requisitioning, tendering that's going on? Are they within China?
So these companies, many of them co-wrote the standards that we're talking about, the ones that request ethnicity detection. Hikvision and Dawa, for example, I'm certain that they were co-authors on at least 2 examples. And there are other Chinese companies that have been co-authors. So, I mean, that partially answered the question. Also, just by their own statements, they're not independent from the government. Hikvision says it's a state-owned company. They don't hide that. So I think that's a pretty clear-cut case. Their chairman, Chen Zhongnian, also holds the role of being the director of the 52nd Research Institute of the CETC simultaneously. Dawa, they're only about 13% government-owned. They claim to be independent, while at the same time holding study groups for their employees on party ideology, and making clear statements that you always follow the party, and, you know, of course, working on all of these projects in Xinjiang, which implies a certain amount of dedication to the state's goals.
And in terms of the emotion detection systems that you've referred to, and I think you suggested or implied that they are underdeveloped or inaccurate, but do you foresee that they could be developed to a higher degree of accuracy? And following on from Professor Kumar's question, how might you envisage they might be used other than this example of monitoring people who are being tortured, for example?
So most people that analyze surveillance technology are doubtful that emotion recognition will ever be as accurate as sort of you and I talking right now, right? But even this interaction is a bit subjective, and that's part of the problem. You know, it's hard for me to sort of pin down the specific emotion of any particular face with, you know, greater than a certain amount of accuracy. And then to communicate that to computer and development processes adds a layer of complexity. That being said, I would caution people that the fact that they don't necessarily work to an extent actually makes this worse, because it's not whether or not they work that matters, it's whether or not they're being used. And the context of their use you know, seems to be evaluating the emotional states of, and when I say emotional states, I'm also referring to tendencies, you know, aggressiveness, violence, things that could factor into a decision about how someone's treated. And whether it's accurate or not is, well, if it's inaccurate, it's probably worse.
Thank you. Can I just ask a bit about government participation? Does the Chinese government fund research into ethnic recognition technology, or is it funded through the contracts that it gives out to companies of the kind you mentioned?
I honestly am not sure. I can tell you that they fund mass surveillance projects in Xinjiang, and that they purchase the technology, in other words, and elsewhere in China, so they're buying it. As for who's funding the research, I'm not sure. You could argue, you know, Hikvision, for example, being a state-controlled company, they developed Uyghur face detection, and so at a minimum, the government has funded this indirectly through their state-owned companies. And do you know which government entities are actually the contracting parties, so to speak, with the companies? And that? It varies very widely, but it's generally public security bureaus, you know, or police entities.
National and provincial, I mean, sorry, regional.
It's typically provincial and local authorities. Yeah.
And is it part of the specification for the system, sorry, this is going to reveal my technological lack of education, that they link into the iJob system?
Not specifically. Well, it is part of the specifications that they link into the government's surveillance networks, and that they do so at all levels of government, you know, national, provincial, and local. That's very common to see. They want these systems to be a sort of unified thing that many different public security levels can access. But the tenders don't specifically mention the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, so I can't actually definitively say if that's what they're referring to.
And last question quickly, which I win the prize for naivety. Is there any recourse under Chinese law regulation that the citizen has in relation to the use of stored information about them?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, discrimination is illegal in China on the basis of race, or you know, officially speaking, I believe that the government actually does have a position on that. I could be wrong.
But no right of access to your information, the information that's stored?
Not as far as I know. Certainly in practice, there is no right of access.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions if I've got time. How should we imagine this technology being used? Standard on film, massive screens and people sitting in front of them? Or is it much more sophisticated than that, and the machinery, the technology allows somebody sitting in a local police station to be alerted to a particular matter of interest to her or him? How does it work?
I think it would be both. Yeah, but I think it would be a bit of both. Again, this gets a bit into speculation because, you know, we haven't seen inside the centers or operation centers that would use these technologies. But I believe you would definitely see both.
But with this number of cameras, you'd need an army of people to be looking at a huge set of screens, wouldn't you? Or not?
Not necessarily. So I think a sort of mundane analogy, let's take traffic cameras. Traffic cameras, up until recently, would have required, if you wanted to sort of proactively and constantly monitor traffic flow or look for a particular car, you would need people watching those screens, manually analyzing them. And this, I think, demonstrates how the software these days is almost, I think, more important than the hardware in terms of defining what the system can really do and what it's for. Because if you then add in license plate recognition, which is widely available technology now, you have then transformed that system into something that tells you where everyone is going, the direction of travel, the amount of traffic. You can use it to track people down. Alerts can be sent to the police. You have all sorts of potential analytics on what's going on in the city. And all you've done is you've added a piece of software to something that was, dumb technology beforehand.
And you don't always need somebody sitting there looking at it. It alerts different systems automatically.
Well, the system would create an alert based on whatever parameters they've set. So, I mean, eventually it does go to someone, but, at that point you potentially filtered through, sorry, I'm sort of too passionate in my gestures. You filtered through a lot of different instances that would, in the past, have to be manually looked at by a person.
And then just to conclude, if I was there, I could buy a tiger chair from Tandy and nobody would object.
Yeah, if you were a public security official, I assume so.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council? No more. Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Connor, for coming to help us today.
Of course.
And for making yourself available from wherever you've actually come. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Is it now time for a break, Mr. Sabi?
We are running 15 minutes late. If we can have a short break, please.
I thought we were on time for both witnesses.
The time used, we started a bit late, sir.
Okay. 15 minutes late. Very well, thank you. 15 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is Mr. Nathan Rooser.
Thank you. Chair, Nathan Rooser is a researcher within the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. He works in the International Cyber Policy Centre at ASPI. His research on the nature, scale and growth of the camps, as determined through satellite imagery, have been featured in many international media and research outlets. He has also published on the destruction of Uyghur culture and religious heritage in Xinjiang. Mr. Rooser we have recalled Mr. Rooser. He has given testimony in June and will now be providing further testimony at these hearings. In his report, he provides details of the different strands of his research, including analyzing situation in Xinjiang around tracking the floor space of detention facilities, analyzing the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage, examining and mapping the location of over 380 different suspected detention facilities that have been constructed since 2017. And finally, tracking the changes and declining birth rates in Xinjiang. Mr. Rooser, my understanding is that you haven't got a presentation, but could you let me know if you do?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me again. I don't have a specific presentation, but there might be a few times where I can share slides and that might be illustrative to some of your questions. If
right.
That
First
makes
of all,
sense
the sound quality, not your fault, Mr. Rooser, the sound quality is poor. I can't hear it very
Is it
well.
any better if I hold the microphone closer to me?
I think that's going to make quite a lot of difference, but...
Okay, I'll do this.
Try again. Put it...
Good morning. Is this any better?
That's a lot better, so good morning to you too. Off you go.
Good morning. Yeah, so I'm not specifically presenting a sort of slide deck, but I do have a few slides that might help with some of the questions that come.
Thank you. So I'll start with a couple of questions, and then members also would have some questions for you. And your research, as I mentioned earlier, relates to looking at the physical environment in Xinjiang, in the province. You have looked at, for example, the increased physical securitization of society in Xinjiang. You have studied physical changes in the urban-rural landscapes in Xinjiang, such as widespread demolitions of Uyghur neighborhoods and removal of public and/or Islamic spaces of worship. Now, Chinese government sources have repeatedly asserted that developments in Xinjiang have been made for the benefit and the well-being of the people there. And my first question to you is, from your understanding of and your analysis of the imagery that you have processed, is this the case? And if so, is it for all the people there?
Yes, so China often specifically cites, I guess, the 2008 Sichuan earthquake as a reason to sort of pursue a lot of these urban development policies and these demolition policies, especially in Xinjiang. But what we really see there is this very deliberate attempt to, I guess, quite severely demolish and remove areas of Uyghur public space, housing and public sacred sites. So you see this under the guise, I guess, of this urban renewal, but there is also no consent from the people that used to live in these houses and no real recourse for them to sort of say that they've chosen their houses. So in many cities, you'll sort of see that about 30 to 40% even more of the traditional Uyghur housing, which is generally sort of high density, but like low, only 1 or 2 stories tall, quite basic, but very much suitable and very much has been in the landscape for hundreds or thousands of years without much issue. You're seeing that being demolished at quite a wholesale rate. It's something that you don't see in the rest of China when it sort of comes to their urban development. I think one issue that might be illustrative is the demolition of mosques. So when we looked at mosques, we looked at about 900 sacred sites, including about 600 mosques across Xinjiang. And we found that about a third of them had been demolished entirely, mostly since 2017. And although this has sort of been in the purview of this urban renewal, urban development policies according to the Chinese government and their media sources, what we found is actually a very high proportion of the mosques that were demolished stay barren to this day. So they sort of haven't rebuilt anything on them. They're just either an empty lot, sometimes a parking lot, sometimes a park. But there is no there hasn't really been this, there hasn't really been anything to back up this idea of this urban renewal and the urban development. Again, with Uyghur housing, you're seeing that sort of when you go through Hotan or when you go through Kashgar now, you'll see signs on a lot of the buildings saying this is what the building used to look like. This is how we've sort of revitalized it. And you've sort of seen, in a way, that Disneyfication that I think a few people have spoken about in Xinjiang, of sort of stripping away the genuine aspects of culture in these landscapes and making them sort of a tourist Disneyland. And then for the neighborhoods outside of this tourist old city, there is just the blanket demolition, and you see this sort of wholesale removal of what we can traditionally sort of call indigenous housing to Xinjiang, and the forced relocation to generally sort of high-rise tower buildings and housing communities that are very easily and much more that are very highly and much more easily securitized in this sort of grid fashion.
Would it be correct, therefore, to say, if I understood your analysis correctly, that while these developments could benefit some portions of society, they seem to be to the detriment of Uyghur communities and Uyghur culture? Is that correct?
Yes, and they also seem to specifically target areas that sort of are Uyghur housing, and not the society more generally. Another thing that I would note is that the scale of this appears to be much greater than the scale of urban demolitions that you see in much of the rest of China. And in fact, quite recently, I think it was the last week or two, there was policy put in place in China that sort of started to stem these demolitions, these urban demolitions, without the sort of without consulting appropriately with the people that live there. And I mean, hopefully that will apply to Xinjiang as well. But when we've seen these policies, these national policies beforehand, there's generally how they're applicable in Xinjiang and how they're applicable in the rest of China. And so I suspect you'll see this disparity grow even larger.
Thank you for that. And could you give us your views on, and I do realize that you're basing your opinion on satellite imagery and sort of imagery from the top rather than from within. Nevertheless, you have written on, for example, the increased securitization of the area. You've mentioned the blanket demolition of indigenous housing, and you have tall buildings coming up. So could you give us your analysis of what the quality of life, or indeed the conditions of living in Xinjiang for Uyghurs look like today?
So it's quite hard to make that judgment specifically from the satellite perspective. What we can say is, especially during 2017, 2018, 2019, and to an extent 2020, the level of securitization that would have been faced by ordinary Uyghurs that were not detained would be very invasive and very quite annoying, to say the least. So you sort of see the demolition of neighborhoods in a way that allows them to create very gridded roads that sort of separates the city into these very neat and easily policed blocks. And then for each of those, you sort of have convenience police stations that have appeared on most of the corners within those blocks and outside those blocks. So what that results in is basically checkpoints every couple of 100 meters where Uyghur people sort of have to go get their biometrics scanned, and also sort of provide, in many cases, their phone to be scanned for hazardous material, I think is the euphemism that's used. But yeah, so there is this sort of level of securitization, and there is this level of displacement. And I don't think there's so much to indicate that sort of the quality of life is necessarily lower in the places that Uyghurs have been relocated to. It's not like they're living without sinks or they're living without toilets or something. But it is sort of a severing of the cultural connection to the land that sort of has, in many of these older neighbourhoods, been there for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and represent this intense cultural connection to the land and the cultural connection to the town that has been severed and sort of placed in these high-rise buildings.
Thank you for that. And my final question, in your view, do these significant changes appear to you to be temporary or at least for a limited period, or are these intended to be permanent changes?
So some of the more blanket securitization of society seems to have been limited somewhat since 2020 or the end of 2019. And you'll notice a lot of qualifying language there because it's no means a blanket thing, but you've seen sort of some of the convenience police stations at least scale back a little bit. Some of the camps become less securitized. So there does certainly seem to be this period where there was the intense securitization and the intense criminalization of Uyghur society and Uyghur culture. To some extent that may be lifting, but a lot of these changes seem sort of quite permanent. A lot of these changes to the urban fabric seem permanent and not something that can sort of be wound back. And sort of when you look at the cities of Kashgar and Urumqi, these are cities where where there have been sort of limited demolitions since about 2009, 2010, even before in some cases. And there is no reversing of these demolitions. They're sort of not building new Uyghur neighborhoods using this traditional style housing. All the new neighborhoods are becoming this very unified, gridified housing communities and housing towers. And that's also what we're seeing elsewhere. Beyond the urban fabric also, I think a lot of the changes are quite permanent when it comes to sort of the relocation of people for labor programs or the sort of the forced collectivization of a lot of farms, which is occurring. A lot of these are things that are quite hard to turn back. And you'll sort of, in many cases, we've heard that in the bureaucratic mess that's happened in Xinjiang, even if there was the will to reverse them, a lot of these changes are quite irreversible because sort of who owns what has been lost, and even in some cases sort of where I've heard reports, and I can't vouch for them myself because, again, satellite perspective is different, but I've heard a lot of reports of sort of children being sent to sort of state-run schools and boarding schools, and then sort of the lineage, I guess, back to their parents being lost. And I think that sort of is emblematic of a lot of the permanence of these changes. I would also add that the changes aren't so much they don't seem to be so much a loosening of the firmness that the party officials are pursuing these policies in Xinjiang, but more the confidence that these harsh measures have in some way sort of affected the security situation there according to their own metrics. So it's not like, in my opinion, it's not as though the government officials have become softer and become sort of more humane in their policies. It's more that what was being presented as this urgent threat that Uyghur culture and Uyghur culture and sort of ordinary acts of faith and culture were as in 2017, that sort of urgent threat, I think, has been addressed in the eyes of many policymakers in Xinjiang now, which is why we're seeing some of these positions loosen.
Thank you very much for that. I'll pass you on to the members. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us again, Mr. Rusa. I've just got a couple of questions which I know were put to you. They were asked by the panel last time. I gather they're not your area of expertise, but you may have had a chance to speak to colleagues. So I'll just ask you, but do feel free not to respond if that's not reasonable. One was asking you which government authorities might have overseen the commission of the sorts of activities we discussed with you last time, such as the demolition of mosques or the construction of detention facilities.
Yes, so when I was here last time, I sort of mentioned a forthcoming report by some of my colleagues at ASPI looking at sort of the organisational structure. That is still forthcoming. and hopefully it should be released soon, which will contain a lot of details. And I haven't worked on that personally myself, so I can't pretend to summarize its findings. But what I will say is that it's a very whole-of-government approach to a lot of these things. And it's a very party-driven approach. So sort of the party committees have a lot more influence than the government bodies specifically, though there is a lot of enmeshing between them. When it comes to the specific policies in an area, often what we'll see is it is quite locally run. Generally at the county level, there is a county small group or a county working group that sort of that has been given the responsibility to implement a lot of these region-wide directives. And then so there is that working group that is generally headed by the party secretary of the county or the region, the county or the township, and then also incorporates a lot of sort of lower level civil servants that sort of work in agricultural, even like that work in sort of the judiciary of that county or the education board of that county. And then that sort of is how the region-wide directives go down to the local level.
Okay, thank you. We also asked about details of the citation of the institute's reports in Australian parliamentary or committee hearings.
Yes, so generally what our report that's been the most cited is on the issues of forced labour, rather than sort of the detention centres and stuff. I think generally research from ASPI is held in high regard in the Australian government circle, though it is completely independent and non-partisan, I should say. But yeah, generally when we've sort of looked at what we generally see is sort of statistics pulled from it and then citing our reports back. When it comes to sort of being the substantive base for policy to be driven on, that's largely been the forced labour issue, because the Australian government has been, I guess, taken less action when it comes to the camps and the cultural destruction, whereas there is a lot of sort of gears in motion at the moment on that forced labour stuff. So our research there has been a bit more instrumentive in the government discussions on forced labour, and the rest of our research is largely sort of the statistics are pulled from it, and their findings are referenced in many cases the preamble of sort of discussions.
Thank you. Just on the question you mentioned about independence, I believe that the Xinjiang Data Project is predominantly funded by US State Department grant and by the UK Foreign Office. Could you tell us what how the Institute manages independence around those kind of grants?
Yeah, so the cyber policy, which is the side of ASPI that I'm in, generally sort of runs on specific project grants or general funding from generally tech companies. So the Xinjiang Data Project is largely funded by the US State Department. And so how that sort of worked is that we have sort of proposed the research that we want to do, and have then got funding and sought grants for those specific proposals. And then I think we're quite confident in establishing sort of our independence there, in that we come to them with our findings and sort of say, this is what we're publishing, this is what we have published, rather than sort of having them involved at any step in the editorial and in the sort of research or the editorial process.
Thank you. Just to go back to what you were saying around the destruction of culture, we heard a witness yesterday who estimated that there were about 24,000 mosques, and that 10 to 15,000 have been demolished or substantially altered. I think that's in keeping with your view also. Is that right?
Yes, and I think that figure might come from our findings that we published on last year. So the 24,000 mosque figure, that comes directly from the 2004 or 2005 economic census. And so nationwide, that sort of listed every religious site. And the upshot is there are about 24,500 mosques in Xinjiang in 2004, 2005. That figure is the one that's often presented by government sources to say that there is no persecution of Islam or Uyghurs in Xinjiang. But what we did quite extensive research, especially on mosques. And so I can go into the methodology if that's helpful.
Please.
Okay, so basically what we did was we collected point of interest databases from a lot of Chinese commercial sources. So basically like Google Maps of China, and we queried those for mosques. And we found, I think the combined point of interest databases was about 16 million points. And then once we sort of culled that to mosques in Xinjiang, there were a few hundred that we looked at. We then wanted to sort of go outside these points of interest databases. And what we did is for every county, we picked the county centre, a random township centre and a random village. And we visually searched using pre-2017 imagery for mosques. And using those two methods, we found about 600, 700 different mosques across Xinjiang, spread across every different prefecture. And then that is when we started looking at post-2017 imagery to determine what their current status is. And then we extrapolated that using the local figures in the 2005 economic census. The upshot of that was about 1/3 of the mosques had been demolished entirely. So we estimate that to be about 8,000 mosques across Xinjiang that have been entirely demolished. And then there are additional about 7,500 mosques across Xinjiang that had been damaged and that had been seriously sort of damaged and generally de-Islamified. So what this generally was the removal of minarets, the removal of domes, and the removal of any Islamic architecture. Sometimes this was removal of sections of the mosque. So, for example, one of the quite high heritage mosques in southern Xinjiang, what we saw was that the main gatehouse and the main much of the main prayer hall had been demolished, but there was still part of the mosque still standing. So that was sort of an example of that significantly damaged category. And yeah, so the upshot of that was that we found about 1/3 of the mosques had been demolished, and about 1/3 of the mosques had been damaged, or I think rectified is the term that's often used. We also coupled that with, well, this wasn't part of the sort of estimation, but what we've heard from recent visitors is that about 75% of the mosques that do remain sort of physically standing in Xinjiang, which we're not sort of able to assess from space their current status beyond whether they're physically there or not. Multiple recent visitors to Xinjiang have sort of estimated that about 3/4 of the mosques that remain physically standing, so that remaining 1/3, are sort of locked or shut or unopened in some way. So that's a huge number of the mosques. We've also found similar sort of percentages of demolition when it comes to public sacred sites, such as shrines and, mostly shrines, but also cemeteries in some regions. And yeah.
And with the 1/3 of the mosques that haven't been demolished or de-Islamified, what can you tell us about where those tend to be located?
Yeah, so actually one thing that we found when we were doing the research for that project was in sort of an article in a state-run journal by a party school lecturer in northern Xinjiang that sort of referenced recommendations that said each administrative unit should only have one mosque that should stand by these sort of rectification standards, so the de-Islamified architecture, and only be open one day of the week and on holidays. And that article is cited in our report if you want to check the source, if you want to see the context for all of those quotes. One thing I would add is that most of those sort of 1/3 that remained were quite low-key mosques to start with. They weren't ones with Islamic architecture to start with. So we don't have complete figures on this, but by far the majority of mosques that originally had minarets and domes, they've been removed, and the 1/3 that remained sort of still standing and largely undamaged were ones that were sort of just square buildings before that fit with the rectification standards. Geographically, what we found is that there's a very uniform policy where this rate is pretty much consistent throughout Xinjiang, whether you're looking at the individual prefectures or whether you're looking at urban areas or rural areas. There's still that same rate of 1/3 demolished, the rest have been rectified and de-Islamified. The few exceptions for that was one, Urumqi city, where a much higher proportion of the mosques stayed standing. And I do believe from some reports that we've had that a number of them are actually still open. Now, that's not saying that there haven't been mosques demolished in Urumqi, because there have, but the rate of demolition appears a lot lower in Urumqi. And that's potentially because it's sort of considered this cosmopolitan urban population, also potentially because it's a lot more in the eyes of the rest of the world compared to sort of a county in South Khotan. And to some extent, Kashgar city itself, a lot of the traditional large-scale Islamic sites and sort of shrines and mosques in Kashgar city have not been demolished. A lot of them have sort of been Disneyfied and sort of theme parkified, but they still remain standing. So those are the two exceptions, but other than that, it's sort of remarkably a blanket rate of demolition that we found. Another exception to that is cemeteries. The demolition of cemeteries seems to be done at a local level. So, for example, Aksu Prefecture has seen almost all of its cemeteries, traditional cemeteries, I should say, demolished since 2017 as part of a project they sort of called the Ecologically Sustainable Cemetery Project, where they demolished a lot of traditional cemeteries. And then individual counties in sort of Khotan and Kashgar have demolished cemeteries at some rates, but other counties are they haven't demolished a cemetery. So there is this disparity between cemetery demolition and mosque demolition. Yeah.
Thank you. And just turning to another of your areas, the detention centres. I think we know from the report that we looked at in June that you'd identified about 380 new or expanded centres since 2017. And we've also been listening to evidence about that this morning. Do you have a sense of how many of your 380 are re-education camps as opposed to prisons or other kinds of facility?
Yeah, I can check that number for you. While I'm doing that, I should also mention that the sort of differentiation that we've made are based on the physical architecture and the securitization of it. So, for example, a lot of the highly secured prisons, or the tier 3, we call them camps, seem to be pre-trial detention centres. But, sorry, I'm just getting the figures up right now. So of the the tiers that we generally considered re-education camps, that we thought were likely to be re-education camps, were tiers 1 and 2, which had 111 facilities and 96 facilities, respectively, in our database. Then there's the tier 3, which appear to be the sort of... it's hard to describe what the tier 3 sites are, but they appear to mostly be pre-trial detention centres and detention centres. There are 70 of those, and then the tier 4, which are the traditional prisons, there are about 110 of those. So it's that's the breakdown that our data shows. But then, and then it's also, there are different ways to sort of break up these facilities, and that could change those numbers. So, for example, the BuzzFeed investigation has sort of looked at the same facilities and sort of split them into 2 or merged them into 1. So those figures are a bit rough. But in our database, it's 111 plus 96 of what we believe are re-education facilities, and then 180 with what we believe are pre-trial detention centres or prisons.
We've also heard some estimates about the capacity. Have you had any attempt at estimating that?
So we've been really careful in that, because I think there are in many ways too many unknowns to really accurately estimate a number. So, for example, we don't know how many detainees are kept in a cell, and that we know that varies between different prisons and sometimes even within the same centre. There will be different levels of security where people have different numbers in each cell. I think the BuzzFeed investigation probably has the most reliable figures there when it comes to a total capacity. What we generally say, and what I generally say when we look at the figures and look at the data, is that the figure of 1 million does not seem at all absurd based on the size and the scale of these facilities as far as the capacity goes. Another way that I sort of like to sort of look at it rather than the total number detained, which is I think quite complicated to estimate, is in terms of how many people there are in Xinjiang per detention site, if that makes sense. So when we look at Xinjiang, there's about 14-15 million people who are Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities, indigenous nationalities throughout Xinjiang. And so that equates to about one facility per every 35,000 indigenous residents of Xinjiang. And so that's a figure that I sort of like to go back to. And that's really quite astounding. So it's sort of like Turkey constructing 435 detention facilities for its Kurdish population in the last 3 or 4 years. Or, for example, it would be New York City constructing 55 different detention facilities for Black Americans just in New York City just since 2017, when you look at that sort of rate of how many people per detention site.
And that rate includes children, so does it?
Yes.
So presumably the rate is actually higher than that.
Yes, potentially. And there's sort of no sort of scientific index of this rate. It's just a sort of comparative tool that I like to use.
Yeah.
In lieu of, I guess, the detainee estimates that I don't think can be firmly put down at the moment. But I think, yeah, BuzzFeed's figure is what appears to be the most reliable.
So you would say 1 million is not unreasonable. Would you be prepared to say what range you would see between a minimum and a maximum?
It's complicated because this is looking at capacity rather than how many people are detained at any one point. And so, for example, I would guess that currently they are not at full capacity because a number of sites have desecuritized or have closed. But the capacity, I would say, I would be quite comfortable in putting it between a sort of 600,000 and 1,500, 1,500,000 sort of figure. I don't think it's going to be far from that. But again, it's really hard to get a firm estimate.
Thanks very much.
My question relates to neighbourhood demolition. I note that in a city like Shanghai, there's what to me appears to be massive clearance of low-level housing, displacement of populations and creation of high-rise buildings. You've told us that the scale of demolition is much greater in Xinjiang, which I don't doubt, but I wonder, do you have any numerical data to substantiate that statement?
Hopefully soon. Not currently. I can show you, there's a few examples that I think are probably most illustrative to look at when it comes to sort of comparing that scale, especially when you have this baseline of other Chinese cities. And so I would specifically point to Manas County in Chengji Autonomous Prefecture. That is an example that sort of, I think, very clearly shows the rate of demolition, how sort of abnormal this is, and also Karakash County in southern Xinjiang. Those are two counties that I think very well illustrate that idea. And if you want, I can share my screen and show you some of those, but that might be more trouble than it's worth. But yeah, hopefully soon we will be able to sort of have a more firm figure on this. But right now I would say that within most cities it's over a quarter, and often more than a third to a half have been demolished, which is sort of quite different to what you see in the rates of. I guess the the best way to compare them is that generally in the rest of China, when neighborhoods get demolished, it happens for the sort of pursuing of a project, sort of a road being built or something needing to occupy that space. That doesn't appear to be the situation in Xinjiang, where a lot of these Uyghur neighborhoods that have been demolished stay sort of raised and barren at the moment.
Thank you very much.
In the calculation of the possible number of detainees in the wide range of penal institutions, clearly there are two estimates that need to be made. One is the capacity, as you've identified, and then B, loosely, the occupancy. Is it reasonable to assume that the occupancy is pretty close to the capacity, given that the ongoing construction of new facilities, in your view?
I would say that it's probably safe to say that the peak occupancy was close to the capacity, because pretty much all of these sites were sort of built in response to these policies. They weren't sort of filling buildings that were already there. So I think you can pretty safely assume that at the peak of this project, the occupancy was close to the capacity, at least. That becomes a bit trickier now because the construction that we're seeing currently appears to be mostly in higher security areas, whereas the desecuritization and the decommissioning of facilities appears to be in the lower security re-education camps. And so that fits in with what we've heard from survivors and victims, and also what we've sort of seen from the figures, that increasing numbers of people that were previously detained in these re-education camps are being sentenced to formal detention facilities and prisons, and that explains a lot of the growth. So I don't think you can sort of draw that bow between, because there is still construction ongoing, the capacity is increasing. Because I believe that I believe that a fair number of people that were detained in re-education camps have now been released into generally some form of sort of residential, neighborhood, village, county surveillance or into labor programs, but are out of the detention system, and the ones that sort of did not show satisfactory progress are now being sentenced to formal prison, if that makes sense.
And in a sense, it's going to ask you to speculate, but nonetheless, I'll ask the question. Do you have any, in your experience or in your opinion, the release from the detention centres into the community, the gradient of freedom is much shallower than it would be in Australia or the US or anywhere? Do you think that might be a motive? In other words, there's not that much difference between being in an education centre and in the wider community, given the surveillance levels and the inability to cross borders, etc.?
So I think there is a difference when it comes to the strain put on local police officers, because you sort of see in leaked police reports, you've sort of seen that police officers are regularly required to regularly visit former detainees, and I think they call them like the three classes of people, the relatives of detainees, former detainees, and one other that I can't remember off the top of my head. So I think there is a difference when it comes to, the strain on local police bodies, but there is certainly higher levels of surveillance and sort of not just physical surveillance, but also mental surveillance of former detainees, where they do appear to sort of be regularly assessed on their positions towards things and their acquiescence to government policies.
Are you able to say if the doors on high-rise, new build, domestic accommodation are all subject to entry and exit cameras?
No. No, that's not something that we can tell. Generally, you sort of do see relatively high levels of security there. So you generally sort of do have people responsible for the security, the dedicated security of those communities and of those buildings or housing compounds. But that is that appears to be quite, that's sort of across the board in Xinjiang. So a lot of the Han communities have these similar levels of sort of neighborhood watch security, and it's hard to sort of ascertain how that differs.
In my remaining 50 seconds, if there were surveillance cameras at every door of new build properties, then whether anybody was in, at home or out, would be something that it would be easy always to check. Is it possible that there are cameras in each of these places?
So I would be shocked if there wasn't some level of security cameras at the entrance of all of these buildings. We can't ascertain that for sure, but that seems highly likely. The question remains, does that feed into the public security database and public security monitoring of these cameras? So can they sort of say, this Chinese ID number, where are they right now? Are they at home right now? I suspect they can, but I'm not the best person to speak on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rusa, thank you very much for making yourself available on a second occasion at a time I hope is not too inconvenient for you. Your evidence is now finished, but thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now have 3 Kazakh fact witnesses. 2 of them will give evidence before lunch and 1 after lunch. The first one is Mr. Bakitali Nur. The witness of Kazakh heritage was involved in vegetable trade. In November 2017, the witness was preparing to travel to Kazakhstan to visit a sick relative. He was arrested and brutally interrogated. He was detained in a detention camp where he was subjected to various forms of ill treatment, including bodily and mental harm and food deprivation. The detention camp had 7 buildings, and the witness estimates that it housed around 10,000 inmates. The witness also witnessed the ill treatment being inflicted on other detainees, and he stated that he himself saw 2 detainees die from the beatings they received. After 8 months of detention, the witness had to be brought to a hospital as his health deteriorated. He was ultimately released on October 2018. While in detention, his family was fined for 17,400 yuan for having a illegal 3rd child, and his 6-month pregnant wife was made to abort her unborn child. Mr. Noor, thank you for joining the hearing in London. I have 2 short questions for you. The first one is that in your statement, you say that in the detention camp, they beat you every day, and they beat you with a plastic rod by asking, reveal your crimes, you're hiding it. Could you explain to the tribunal how you were beaten on a daily basis?
Сәлеметсіз бе, Бақталы Нұр мырза. Сіздің осы сот тыңдалымына келіп отырғаныңыз үшін көп алғыс білдіремін. Менің қысқа ғана 2 сұрағым бар. Бірінші сұрақ, сіз өзіңіз жазбаңызда айтыпсыз, лагерде болған кезде бізді күнделікті ұратын, яғни пластикалық таяқпен ұрып, өз қылмысыңды жасырып отырсың, соны мойында деп осылай қинайтын деген екенсіз. Сол жайында айтып өтсеңіз. I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
It's on. Please.
Қайта сөйлесіз.
Алғашқы лагерге ұстап кірген кезде солай болған. Сол 26 терроршы мемлекетке шыққандығым үшін сол қылмысыңды мойында деп бізді қатты жолбарыс орындық дейді.
соған отырғызып 24 сағат қинады мені. Сол болған нелер. Және өйерде көп айтатын әңгімелер. Дайым сөйтіп бізді қатты сұрақтарды қылады.
It happened in the very beginning that I detained. They accused me of visiting one of the 26 terrorist countries. That's why they questioned me and asked me to reveal my crime. I was seated on a tiger chair for 24 hours. And there were many other things happened all the time that when they questioned, it was like a severe interrogation.
You say that you were bitten every day by a plastic rod. Can you explain that a bit further?
Sizді күнде пластик таяқпен ұрғандығын айтыпсыз. Сол туралы толығырақ тоқталсаңыз.
Жақсы естілмей тұр. Тұрыс.
I can't hear you.
Can you repeat the question for the witness, please?
Sorry, can the witness sit a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Микрофонға кішкене жақынырақ отырасыз ба?
Ау.
Микрофонға жақынырақ отырсаңыз. Естіліп тұрмыз сізге?
Енді естілді.
Сіз лагерде болған кезде сізді күнде пластик таяқпен ұрғандығын айтыпсыз. Сол жайында толығырақ тоқталсаңыз.
Ол 2 күн алдында мені ұстап түрмеге 2 күн қамады. Сол көздегі не ғой, мен сұрақ қылған сұрақтарын айтқам ғой, сол кезде. Сен не үшін Қазақстанға барасың, не үшін қандай адамдармен араластың Қазақстанға барып, терроршы адамдармен араластың ба, соны айт дейді. Мен не үшін кіммен араласып, сендер айтып бер десем, айтып бере алмайды өздері. Сен айт дейді. Сол құр қинайды, сол жерде ұрады, ұрып қатты қинап, қолдарымызды апарып, бас бармақтарымыз зорлық түрде бір қағаздарға қол қойғыздырады. Біз не қағаз екен білмейміз, апарып зорлық түрде басқызды айтыр, не қағаздар айтыр білмеймін енді.
I was locked up in a prison during the first 2 days. It happened when they questioned me. So they asked why I went to Kazakhstan, what kind of people I met or communicated with while I was in Kazakhstan. So they asked these questions and they tortured me, beat me, and coercively coerced me to sign papers that I did not understand what was written on it.
Mr. Noor, you also refer in your statement to a young man by the name of Ablemit that was in your cell and was beaten and tortured by the guards. Can you explain the situation of Ablemit for the tribunal?
Nur Mirza, мен естіліп тұр ма?
Иә.
Why am I hearing my own voice?
Айта бер.
Nur Mirza, сіз өзіңіздің жазбаша куәлік сөзіңізде тағы жас Абlemit деген жігіт жайында айтыпсыз. Яғни ол жігітті ұрып соғып қинағанын айтқан екенсіз. Осы туралы толығырақ түсіндірсеңіз.
Жарайды. Ол жігіт менімен бірге жатқан, түн ішінде бірге жатамыз, соны камерде. Сағат 12:30-дарда ол жігітті бір күн алып шығып кеткен. Содан көрмедік, 4 күннен кейін қайтып алып келді ол жігітті, 2 қолын салғып, 4 күннен кейін алып кеп кеште әкеп тастады. Ертең ана бізді басқарушы со Қытай бастық маған тапсырма берді. Бақталы, мына баланың 2 қолы істемейді. Сол үшін сен мынаны дәретке отырғызасың, өнен кейін тамақ жегізесің деп маған тапсырма берді. Мен соны 10 неше күндей тамақ жегізіп дәретке отырғыздым. Ол ана бүтін біз отырған жердің бәрі камера, ол жерде сөйлей алмайсың, артық әңгіме айта алмайсың. Біз ана әжет дәретханаға кіргенде ғана әңгімелестік. Сол кезде ана баланы мен жетектеп әкіріп, сол жерде киімін шешіп, Деретке отырғызғанда, сонда айттым, қайда кеттің, қайда апарды сені? Десем, осындай мені апарып, Гобау дүйдікі 4 күн асып қойып, жерге түсірмеді дейді. Баста аяғым жерге тимеген дейді. Кейін 4 күннен кейін қолтығы сіңірлері созылып, жерге тиіп, сол 2 қол істемей салғып алып кепті. Сонда маған көрсеткені, бақталаға жейдемді түрші деді. Ұйғырша айтқанда көйнегім дейді. Көрші деді, көрсем, төк таяқпен күйдірмеген жері қабапты. Сонда айтқан, баланың айтқан, акам үйткенше өліп қасам болмамды, мен немеш қылдым дейді. Сонда о баланың қылмысы тек қана достарымен бір мәшреп дейді, ұйғырлар бас қосу. Соған барған, сол тек қана қылмыс. Сонда сен қылмысыңды мойында, бүтін терроршылар не деді саған, анау жанындағы балалар не деді деп, соны айт деп. Қинады, бүйтіп қалғанша ака өліп қасам болмай ма дейді. Жас бала.
Mr. Noor, can you make your statement shorter so that the interpreter can translate for the tribunal?
Сіз айтқан кезде кішкене қысқаша сөйлесеңіз, аудармашы аудара алу үшін.
Иә, сол. Қысқаша сөйлегенде сол көрдім.
Мен осыны аударып алайын.
Ау.
Osını аударып алайын.
Yeah.
We were with him, like I was with him in the same cell. And one day it was like around 12:30 midnight, and he was taken away. And he was only taken back after 4 days, and he was paralyzed when he was taken back to the cell. And the head warden, who was a Han Chinese there, he asked me to help Ablimit to eat food, and whenever he wanted to go to the toilet, I needed to accompany him. Since the cameras were installed everywhere and we were not allowed to speak in the camp, the only place that we could speak was in the toilet. So once when I took him to the toilet, I asked him what happened. And he said that those guys were from the State Security Bureau, and they took me to a place and hung me from the ceiling, and my feet did not touch the floor. So after 4 days, my body stretched to a degree that my feet reached the floor. So because of this torture, I thought what had I done? Instead, I should have died instead of experiencing such torture. And he was beaten up by electric baton as well. So he was tortured and ended up in the detention center because he attended a mashrab, which is kind of gathering for Uyghur people.
Mr. Noor, do you want to add anything else to your statement?
Нұр мырза, сіз өзіңіздің тағы да айтқыңыз келетін нәрсе бар ма?
Ау.
Тағы да қоса кететін нәрсе, айтқыңыз келген нәрсе бар ма?
Бар. Мен енді 2015 менің әйелімді апарып баламды зорлықпен түсіріп, парша-парша қылып баламды өлтірген. Міне қағаздары бар, қатысты қағаздар бар, нелерді мен жіберіп қойдым ғой деймін нелерді. Сол кездегі менің әйелімді зорлық түрлі 2 рет талдырып, 6 айдан өткен баламды паршалап алып тастаған. 2015 12 айдың 9-ы.
Yes, I do. So in 2015, my wife was forcefully made an abortion. And by that moment, she had been already pregnant for over 6 months. And I have all the relevant documentation, like the fetus inside her body was ripped off. And during that time, she passed out twice. It happened on December the 9th, 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Noor. The tribunal may has got some questions for you now.
Рахмет сізге Нұрмырза. Өзге алқа мүшелерінде сұрақтар болуы мүмкін.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming. You've given a very detailed statement of the treatment that you and others experienced while in detention, and also about the experiences of your wife, which you just mentioned. So we're very grateful for you for coming to talk about this. Sure.
Okay. Shall I translate now? Қайырлы таң Нұрмырза, сізге көп рахмет, себебі сіз өте толыққанды жазбаша куәлік беріпсіз, және қазірде өзіңіздің әйеліңізге болған жағдай туралы барлығын анықтап айтып отырсыз. Сол үшін біздің алғысымыз сізге өте көп.
Рахмет сіздерге.
Thank you too.
If we can go back to the beginnings of your detention, and at the time you were arrested, can I just ask, were you a Kazakh citizen at that stage?
Біз сіздің қолға алынған уақытыңызға қайтсақ, сізді тұтқындаған кезде сіз Қазақстан азаматы болдыңыз ба?
Жоқ, мен Қытай азаматы, бірақ бұрын сол дайым мен сол Қазақстанға сәй саудасы дейміз ғой, сәй саудасын өткізіп жүргем. Сол ұстаудың алдында 2 ай бұрын біздің паспортымды алғам, заңды өздері берген. Ал енді 2017-11 айдың бір күні мені сол Қорғастан алып кетті.
No, I was a Chinese citizen, and I used to have like business. I was selling vegetables to Kazakhstan. And at that moment, like 2 months prior to that day, I got back the passport from the local authorities. And on November the 1st, 2017, I was detained at the Horgoz border.
And can you tell us what travels you'd had in Kazakhstan before you were detained in November 2017?
2017 жылы қарашаның 1-іне дейін Қазақстанда сізде қандай да проблемалар болды ма?
2019 ба?
2017 жылы қарашаның 1-інде ұсталғанға дейінгі.
Жоқ, ол кезде ұқпайды екем мен, білмейді екем. Ондай проблема болған жоқ.
No, I don't know about it. There were no any problems before that. I'm sorry, was your question about Kazakhstan or Xinjiang?
No, about Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
What travels Mr. Nur had done in Kazakhstan before his arrest?
Travels?
Travels, yes.
Okay.
Was he a regular visitor to Kazakhstan before?
Одан бұрын сіз Қазақстанға жиі барып келіп тұрдыңыз ба?
Иә, мен 2007-ден бастап Қазақстанға өткем. Сауда мен өткем, сауда келемін, барамын, қайтам, туыстарым да бар енді. Сөйтіп жүргем.
Yes, started from 2007. I had visited Kazakhstan back and China back and forth because I had some business to do and I had relatives there.
And can I ask, therefore, what the passport was? Were these travels done without a passport, or was this a new passport replacing an existing one?
Сол кезде сапарларыңызда паспортыңыз болды ғой, әрбір өткен кезде. Ол паспорт кейін жаңартылған паспорт бе, жоқ сол паспорт па?
Иә, солай. Екінші паспортым ғой жаңарған.
Yes, it was my second passport that was newly issued.
Because when you were first detained by the police and spent 2 to 3 days in a police station, the questioning all seemed to be about the people that you had met in Kazakhstan, following the grant of this new passport.
Себебі, сіз осы жолы ұсталғанда, сізді 2-3 күн бойы полиция мекемесінде сұраққа тартқан, және сұрақтарының дені сіздің Қазақстанда қандай адамдармен жолыққаныңыз жайлы, яғни жаңа паспортыңызды алғаннан кейін.
Жақсы естімей жатым, дұрыс.
Бұл сұрақты қою себебім, сіз жаңа паспортты алғаннан кейін Қазақстанға барып келгендіңіз туралы сұраған ғой сізді ұстаған кезде.
Иә, солай.
Yes, it was like this.
But apart from saying that you had, or suggesting that you had met terrorists or bad people, I think they were called, did they give you any idea who it was that they were concerned that you had met while you were in Kazakhstan?
Олар сізге Қазақстанда болған кезіңізде қандай да жаман адамдармен немесе мәселен террорист адамдармен кездескеніңіз деген кезде нақты қай адамдарды меңзегенін айтты ма?
Жоқ, жоқ. Олар айтпайды. Мен айттым, сұрадым. Мен кіммен араласып, қандай терроршылармен араласып, сендер айтып бер десем үндей алмайды. Сен айтасың дейді. Сен қылмысыңды мойында дейді. Жаман адамдармен араластым деп қол қой дейді. Мен не деп қол қоямын? Қайсы адам мені сендер тауып беріңдер, мен өзім көрмеген адамды қайтып, мен жаман адам, кімді ұстап беремін мен дедім.
No, they did not. And they would not tell you. And I asked them back what kind of people I have contacted with that, or what kind of people you mean that who were related to terrorism. But they did not say anything. Instead, they asked me to confess my guilt, and that was it.
And they asked you, while you were detained in the police station, to sign a confession, which I think you said to counsel was written, I think, in Mandarin, which you didn't understand.
Және сіз сол жерде қол қойғандағы бағанағы өзіңізді мойындау қағазы бәрі Қытай тілінде болған, және сіз Қытай тілін түсінбейтіндігіңізді айтқансыз, дұрыс па?
Иә.
Yes.
During your time at the police station, you say that you were tortured, and torture including being confined to a tiger chair. Could you give us a bit more detail about the torture treatment you received in the police station?
Полиция мекемесінде болған кезде сізді қинағанда, сізді жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызғаны туралы айтқансыз, осы туралы айтсаңыз.
Сол аудандық Гобауды дейді, сүйерге апарды мені. Ана екі сақшы сұрады, біреу Мұрат, біреу Еркін деген жігіт. Сонда ана кейін Мұрат шығып кеткенде, ана Еркін мені байлап қойып, чапалақпен ұрып, мойында дейді. Мен нені мойындайын? Десем, ұрады да, сен мойында. Сонда нені мойындаймын дедім. Айтып, қағаздарда келді, сонда қолымды тартып апарып, бүйтіп басқызды айтып. Немен екен? Бассаң да басасың, баспасаң да басасың дедім. Қытайша жазған. Мұндай бір тамға басқан бір қағаздарда келді, 5 тамғалы. Апарып басқызды. Немене тамға екен мен түсінбеймін. Кейін мен сөйерде 24 сағат сол жолбарыс орындықта отырдым. Сол кеште ертеңерте отырғызған адам, ертеңге дейін сол сөйерде отырдым. Мен түсірмеді, сол жолбарыс орындыққа байлап қойды. Аяғымнан, қолымнан осылай. Ертесі Шинжың тайсыр дейді, сөйерге апарып сұрады, өйерге де апарып байлап қойды, мені көзірмен. Сонымен оның ертесі 3-ші күні мен ана конус лагерге кеште қараңғыда кіріп тастады. Әзірге үйрену орталығы дейді, негізі сол, о да бір лагер ғой, негізі. О да түрмеден де арғы жаман ғой ол.
So they were from the state security team, and there were 2 guys named Yerkin and Murat. When Murat was out of the room, Yerkin tied me up and beat me and ordered me to confess. And I asked what should I confess, what crime I had committed. But instead of replying to me, he gave me some papers which were pre-written in Chinese and with stamps, and he just ordered me to sign those papers. Then I was seated on a tiger chair for 24 hours. It started from the early morning the previous day and continued to the early morning of the second day. And my both legs and hands were tied to the tiger chair.
Thank you. After 3 days, you were taken to a detention center. And you said that the detention center that you were in was primarily for men but not old men, and that women and older men were kept separately. Could you say a bit more about your daily routine? You describe in your statement 10 to 15 hours of sitting without movement and daily beatings.
Осы 3 күннен кейін сізді лагерге алып барған. Сіздің жазбаңыз бойынша ол лагерде тек жас ер кісілерге арналған дедіңіз. Өйткені әйелдер мен жас үлкен ер адамдар басқа бөлек лагерде болған. Және сіз сол жерде 10-15 сағат бойына еш қозғалыссыз орындықта отыратындарыңызды айтыпсыз. Осы туралы баяндасаңыз.
Иә, біз мені әкірді иқаулу дейді екен, иқаулу деген неге кірді, мен 6-шы қабатта тұрдым, иқаулу бір не дейміз, бина дейміз ғой, бина болды, соның 6-шы қабатында тұрдым, оның бәрінде бүтін қолмен ашылатын есіктер, бір бинада бірден есік осындай сақшылардың қолын таниды, олар бас ашылады, кіргізеді, әрбір 6 қабатта 6 есік болады, бәрінде бір есікте 2-ден сақшы тұрады сол жерде. Өнен кейін біздің есігімізде 2 есік болады, осындай шынжырмен байлайды, ашпайды, бірақ ашпайды, сол еңкейіп төмен қарап кіргізеді 2 есік, 2 шынжыр. Ішіне кіргізіп жүреді, сыртымыздан құлпыны басады. Сол үйдің ішінде камера. Біздің кей кезде біздің жатаққа 12 адам, кей кезде 8 адам енді ауысып тұрады ол жерде. Бүгін бар адам, ертең жоқ. Ауысып тұрады, қаяққа кетіп жатқанын білмейміз. Кешті алып кетеді. Үлкендер бөлек жатады, әйелдер бөлек жатады. Кейін біздің ана жерге сыймады. 9,000-нан астам адам болды, кейін сыймай, әйелдерді, үлкен адамдарды жоғары жаққа жөткіп кетті.
I was taken to the number 1 building number 1, and I was placed on the 6th floor. Before going to that particular room, we went through several gates, and every gate was opened only with the fingerprints of the policeman. And every gate was flanked by 2 policemen. The door of the cell room was chained to the wall, so you cannot open it wide. So you have to bend a bit to be able to enter the cell room. And the amount of people varied. In the beginning, there were 8 people, and there were times that there were 12 people in one room, and that they were changing the people all the time. And once the number there reached kind of more than 9,000 people, it was too crowded. Then they transferred the old men and the women to another camp.
You describe in your statement the very poor quality of the food that you were given in prison. Could you just say what was the quantity of the food like? Did you get sufficient quantity to eat?
Siz айтыпсыз, түрмедегі тамақтың сапасы өте нашар деп. Жалпы осы тамақтың мөлшері туралы айтып өтсеңіз, жеткілікті болды ма, қарындарыңыз тойды ма?
Иә, ертең-ерте бір суық күрішті қайнатып әкеледі, бір тал мол береді, осындай ғана бір тал мол. Осындай ғана. Оны енді қарнымыз тоймайды. Түсте де оны алып келеді, кеште әйтеуір бір чыңсайды қорған, күрішпен бірдеме береді, оны кішкентай ғана бір не береді, осындай ғана. Одан артық бермейді, қарнымыз тоймайды енді. Шынында тамақтың өте нашар. Ол енді оны кесір болмасын, оны итті ішпейді о тамақты.
For the breakfast, we would be given congee, very cold congee, and with a steamed bun, which is only this big. In the evenings, we would have some fried celery and a little amount of food. So the food was really bad there. Even the dogs wouldn't have eaten it.
In your statement, you said, in addition to the example which counsel referred to of the man who was severely beaten, that you witnessed many other people being paralyzed and killed, particularly young people, who were taken away at night and not returned. Can you give any idea of the numbers of people that you saw or were aware of who were paralyzed or killed in prison? Sorry, in detention center.
Siz жаңа bir жас жігіттің бағанағындай салданып қалғанын айттыңыз. Осы туралы сіз басқа да жас балалардың осындай жағдайға ұшырағанын айтыпсыз. Жалпы сізде қанша осындай адамдардың саны қанша болды білесіз бе шамамен?
Бағанаға қандай өліп кеткен ба?
Салданған.
Жетеді. Ол бізде бағанаға оқыту үйі бар, бағана 15 сағат отыратын. Осылай отырасың, 15 сағат отырасың. Сонда енді теңнен 80% адамды көресің енді. Бүтін аяқтар ісіп кеткен, бүтін мүгедек, салданып кеткен адамдар жетеді. Соны оқысаң да оқисың дейді. Зәңбілге салып, әкеп анеге тастақ қояды мүгедек балаларды әкеп. Тұрамайды орнынан. Соқыр адамдар. О, соқыр адамдар қайтып оқиды. Оқиды дейді, отырғызып қояды анеге. Екі көзі жоқ, екі көзі. Иштем Мәулен деген біз Чапчалаудандық бір ұйғыр жігіт әкеп қойды. Екі көзі су қараңғы. Он екі адам жетектеп отырғызып қояды. Оқыса да оқиды дейді, оның бәрі өтірік қарасаң, соқыр адам қайтып оқиды, нені көреді? Бәрін әкеп тастап қояды, бағана мүгедектерді әкеп зәңбілмен тастап қояды. Оқысаң да, оқыса да, ол оқу емес о жердегі негізгі. Тек қана қызыл әндерді айтады, оқу емес. Не микроқан балалар бар о жерде, дашы үшін. Солар оқуын қажеті жоқ қой. Шетелде оқыған балалар бар. Ол оқу емес.
Yes, there were enough people who suffered like this because we would have to sit for 15 hours, and I could say like around 80% of the internees were like their legs were swollen off because of the long time of sitting on the chairs, and eventually some of them became like disabled. And they did not care if we learned something or not, because they would bring those disabled people, including the completely blind guys, to sit on the stool and just study. Because I remember there was a Uyghur guy named Maulin who was completely blind, and the two like guards would accompany him and just take him to the seat, and he would be sitting there too. And their purpose was not to teach us anything, because among us there were people who finished school in Mandarin Chinese language, and there were people who had studied abroad, so they did not need any education. And so in most cases we learned how to sing songs.
Thank you. One last question from me. After 8 months of detention in the center, you collapsed and were taken to hospital. Could you tell us what the nature of the illnesses you were suffering from, and what was the quality of the facilities in the hospital you were taken to?
8 айдан кейін сіз ауру себебінен сізді докторханаға алып барғанын айтыпсыз. Жалпы қандай ауруға байланысты алып барды? Және ол орталықтың, яғни докторханадағы жағдай қандай болды, сол туралы айтып өтсеңіз.
Мен сол 2018 6 айдың 26-сы түстен бірі менің алдымда бір және әбілімет деп және бір Чапчалаудандық жігіт құлады. Жығылды, оны ананда жерге тастап қойды, өлмейсің дейді. Өлсе өлсін деп ана жерге тастап қойды. Басына қан құйылып болып жатты. Түстен кейін, сағат 4-тен кейін мен жығылдым. Мен жығылып, қан құсып, менде есімді ұқпаймын. Мен 15 күн сол Чапчалаудандық докторханада құтқызу үйінде жаттым. 15 күннен кейін мынаяғында 3 қабат бұрын Паңизан дейді. Паңизан докторханасы болатын, соны лагердің докторханасы қып жасаған, бүтін биік, бүтін сыммен қоршаған, бүтін әскерлер қоршап тұрады сыртында. Сол бәрі ұқсас, лагердің докторханасы, бір докторхана кіріп шығады, қалған кезде сол ұқсас негізі. О да бір, о жерде әйелдер де бар, негізі көп адам, лагерден шыққан адамда күніне пәлен 100 адам ауырып тұрады. Четінен дауаланған, четінен кіргізіп тұрады сол жерде. Негізі бәрі кесел болып шықты ол жерде. Сау адам шыққан жоқ, мен ойымды. Мен көргенде бір сау адам шыққан жоқ ол жерде.
On June 26, 2018, in the morning, first the guy named Limit from Chapchal County passed out. Nobody cared about him. He just he was lying on the floor. In the afternoon, I fainted and I vomited blood. So my case was serious, and I was taken to the hospital. And I spent 15 days in the emergency room. Actually, the hospital I was taken to had been or used to be a disease prevention center, and it was repurposed to a hospital for the camp detainees. But it was almost like the prison, because we were being monitored. We would be being monitored all the time, and there were like more than 100 people taken to that hospital almost every day. And to be honest, everyone in those camps ended up being somehow sick. I did not see anyone who did not develop any disease after spending time in the detention camp.
During your 24 hours in the tiger chair, were you released to go to the toilet?
Sizді жолбарыс орындыққа 24 сағат отырғызған кезде дәретке баруға рұқсат берді ме?
Ау.
Сіз жолбарыс орындыққа отырған кезіңізде 24 сағат бойы сізді дәретке баруға рұқсат берді ме?
Берді, бір рет берді. Бір рет қана тересіндірғанға берді. Бір рет берді.
Yes, I was given permission to go to the toilet only once.
When detained, were blood samples taken from you?
Siz ұсталған кезде сізді қан анализіңізді қалай неден алды? Қай бөліктеріңіз денеңізден алды?
Oh.
Could you just repeat your question, please?
Yes. Were blood samples taken from you?
Сізден қан анализ алды, солай ма?
Қан?
Қан тапсырдыңыз ба?
Ау.
Қан тапсырдыңыз ба?
Тапсырдым. Біз доғдырханада тұрғанда әйтеуір қанап тұрды. Білмеймін, бір аптада 3 рет ап тұрды. Мен 3 ай доғдырханада жаттым сол жерде, 3 ай 20 күн. 3 ай 20 күнде енді білмеймін, 10 рет алды ма екен?
Yes, blood was drawn from me, and I spent 3 months and 20 days in the hospital, and in total maybe it was a dozen times that they drew blood.
Did you see the container into which the blood went, and if so, can you say roughly how large or small it was?
Сізден қан алған кезде қаныңызды құйған сол ыдысты көре алдыңыз ба, қаншалықты үлкен немесе кіші?
3 тал алады бір рет алғанда. 30 граммен мөлшерме екен, біреу 30 грамм ба, 20 грамм ба, сондай. Бір 3 тал әкеп ал кетеді, 3 тал.
They would bring 3 such containers, small containers, and I think about 30. Okay, he used gram, yeah, so it's 30 grams.
Was any reason given to you for why blood samples were being taken?
Сізден не үшін қан алғанын жалпы өзіңіз білесіз бе? Қалай ойлайсыз, не үшін қан алды деп ойлайсыз?
Білмейміз енді. Біз онда сұрау құқығымыз жоқ. О жерде Қытайда біз сөйлеу құқығымыз жоқ. О жерде Қытайның мемлекетінде біз сұрай алмаймыз. Біз бір ауыз пікір еркіндігіміз жоқ қой, әңгіме айтуымызға болмайды. Бер десе береміз, ұрса ұрады, тұрып береміз, сол амалымыз жоқ ол жерде. Аз ұлттардың несі сол ғой.
I haven't got a clue we didn't have the right to ask or speak. So we needed to do what we were asked to do. So it is the general situation for all the ethnic minorities.
Mr. Vetch.
Bizde бүйтіп мазақтайды да, мазақтау мен білмеймін. Сендер аз ұлттар айвансыңдар дейді. Сол милициялар бізді көзімізді бақырып, сыңку дейді да. Сендер көретін күндерің осы, бұдан кейінде, бұдан мәңгі көретін күндерің осы деп мазақтайды бізді. Күліп тұрып сөйтеді да.
And the policemen there would taunt us, saying, "You are the beasts." And this will be your life in the future. That you will spend the rest of your life like this.
In your statement, you described the number of people in your cell, initially 8, rising to 12 people. Could you tell us how big the cell was?
Siz sol yerdeki bölmede basında 8 adam, keyin adam sаны 12'ge дейін жетті dediniz. Осы бөлменің үлкендігі қаншалықты?
Біздің бөлменің үлкендігі 3 метрде 3 метр ме екен?
I think it was around 3 by 3 meters.
And you also described that in other cells there were a greater number of people, up to 40. How big were those cells? Were they different in size from your cell?
Siz тағы басқа бөлмелерде 40-қа дейін адам тұрғанын айтыпсыз. Ол бөлмелердің үлкендігі қаншалықты?
Ненің?
Бөлме ма? Камералар.
Кейбір бөлмелер үлкен, ода 40 адам, 35 адам, 30 адам, 20 адам жататын бөлмелер бар, ұқсамайды. Оны мен кешкі сұраққа алып жүрген кезде, кешкі сұрақ дейді, біздің лагерде кешкі сұрақ қылады. Сол кезде алып жүргенде, сол кезде байқағам, сол кезде 30-40 адамның жатқанын көріп қалғам. Санхаулу дейді, санхаулудан көргем. Санхаулудікі сондай үлкен екен, бірақ 40 адам, 30 адам, 20 адам жатады екен үйлерінде.
There were different cell rooms, like there were rooms for 40 people, 35 people, or 20. And I was able to see them when I was being taken to the evening question. They would call it evening interrogation. And while I was being taken to that, on my way to that interrogation room, I saw them. And it's mainly located on number 3 building.
And very last question, because we have run out of time. So those cells in which there were 40 people in a cell of 3 meters by 3 meters, then not everybody could have lain down to sleep, by way of example.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
So those cells, 3 meters by 3 meters, containing 40 people, there was not enough room to sleep. Is that correct?
жаңа сіз айтқан 3 метрде 3 метр үлкендіктегі бөлмеде 40 адам тұрғанда оларға орын жетпейді ғой, дұрыс па?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Көп рахмет.
Mr. Sabi, any questions from Council?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Before I thank Mr. Noor, and for the benefit of those who are watching, the tribunal which responded to a request from the World Uyghur Congress is described as looking into alleged offences committed in respect of both Uyghurs and Kazakhs. And has the tribunal from the beginning been seeking and willing to call Kazakh witnesses as this witness and the next 2 demonstrate?
Yes, sir, they're all from Kazakh heritage.
Mr. Noor, thank you very much for coming to give evidence. Your evidence is now concluded.
Нұр мырза, сіздің келіп куәліктен өткеніңізге көп рахмет. Сіздің куәлігіңіз аяқталды.
Аяқталды. Рахмет сіздерге.
Thank you very much.
Do we get a credit mark for finishing at 1 o'clock?
We have another witness.
Oh, we do? Right.
Yes. Our next witness is Erbakit Otorbay. also of Kazakh heritage.
Thank you. When the witness returned to China in May 2017 to visit his sick father, his passport was confiscated by Chinese authorities. In July 2017, he was then arrested, interrogated, and taken to a detention center. He was accused of watching illegal videos about Islam and installing on his phone an illegal application, WhatsApp. In detention, the witness was deprived of food and beaten. He was transferred several times between prisons and detention camps, and he was later subjected to forced labor in a clothing factory. He was eventually released, although he remained under close monitor. I have a few questions for the witness. I'll ask the first one and I'll pause for the translation. So in your statement, you say that while in detention you were beaten several times, including, for example, with an electric baton. And indeed, one time you ended up unconscious in hospital following a beating. Could you tell us a little more about these beatings and the details of how you were beaten?
Siz kuvalik sözünüzde бірнеше рет сізді ұрғандығын айтыпсыз. Соның ішінде сізді электр таяқпен ұрған, және солардың бірінде сіз осы ұрғаннан кейін есіңізден танып, докторханаға алып барған екен. Осы жайлы айтып өтсеңіз.
Алдымен бұл ішіндегі кісілерге үлкен бір сәлем. Ассаламу алейкум. Мен бір сәлем беріп қояйын. Енді жаңағы түрмеде жаңағы өзі сұрап жатқан, ұрып талдырып жүрген жағдай, өздеріне қарсы шықтық. Енді өйткені мен өз жерде істеп отқан әрқандай бір қылмысым жоқ. Не үшін мен әкеп қамайсыңдар деген сияқты көптеген талас сөз болғаннан кейін, бұл жерде ұрып талдырды. Сол кезде Тарбағатай аймақтық халық докторханасына апарып, сол жерде аспекүлде жатқанда есім жиған кезде бірақ білдім.
First of all, I would like to greet all the panel members. It happened because I resisted, as I did not commit any crime and ended up there. So vice versa, I asked them back why I was detained. That's why they beat me up. After I passed out, they took me to the Tachung Regional People's Hospital. And when I came to myself, I was receiving infusion in the hospital room.
If I may delve a little deeper, however, and please do ask the witness if he is ready to speak about it or not. Could you describe some of the details of these beatings? You do mention in your statement the use of, for example, an electric baton. Did it involve kicking? Could you describe these beatings in a little more detail? Please do ask the witness if he's prepared to speak about that.
Егер сіз психологиялық жақтан дайын, осы туралы айтуға дайын болған жағдайда ғана бұл сұрақты сұрап отырмыз. Сонда сіз мысалы бағандағы электр таяқпен ұрғанын, басқа да қинаулар көрсеткен мәселен тебу сияқты. Егер қиын көрмесеңіз, осыны айта аласыз ба? Егер ол қиын болса, айтпауыңызға да болады.
Жақсы естілмеді дауысың. Қайтадан дұрыстап айтып берші.
Сізде жаңа қинаулар болды ғой, электр таяқпен ұрған, сосын тепкен деген жағдайлар. Егер сіз осыны айтуға қиналмасаңыз, осы туралы айтсаңыз, егер жоқ, мен бұны айтпаймын десеңіз де болады.
Айтуға болады.
I can talk about it.
Енді сол кезде өздеріне қарсы тұрдық. Қарсы тұрғаннан кейін, бұдар сол бізді анау хаузы деп айтамыз ғой енді, сол жерде түрменің ішіндегі. Содан бөлек алып шығып, жаңағы суға түсетін үй бар, ода камера жақ, сол жерге әкеп ұратын. Жаңағы таяқпен, өздерінің төк таяқпен, сөйтіп сол жерге әкеп, камера жоқ жерге әкеп бізді ұратын.
Because we resisted, that's why since there were cameras in other places, they would take us to the separate washroom where there wasn't a camera installed. So they would beat us using electric batons.
Thank you for that. And could I ask you, were such beatings something exceptional, or were they dispensed quite regularly at the camps?
Осындай ұрып соғулар ол жерде жиі бәріне кездесіп тұратын жағдай ма еді, жоқ әлде бірлі екілі болып қалған жағдай ма?
Қалай дейсің?
Осы жағдай сізге ол лагерьде жиі болып тұратын жағдай ма, мәселен ұрып соғулар жаңағы айтқаныңыз, әлде бір-екі рет болып қана қалған жағдай ма?
Бұндай жағдай жиі болып тұрады. Өздеріне қарсылық қылған кезде бұл жағдай үнемі жиі қолданып тұрады. Оған көніп кеткенбіз ғой.
Such situation would happen a lot. Whenever you resist them, they would do this.
Thank you. Could you give us examples of how you would resist the guards? What do you mean by resist them?
Сіз қалай қарсы тұрдыңыз? Қарсы тұру дегенде не айтасыз? Оларға не айтасыз? Немесе соны түсіндіріп өтсеңіз.
Енді бұл жерде жаңағы тамағы өте нашар. Енді оны шынымен айтқан кезде даладағы итке берсе де жемейтін тамақ. Ал енді қарнымыз тоймайды, бірақ енді өзің жан сақтау үшін о тамақты жеуге тура келеді. Сол кезде біз айтамыз, дұрыстап тамақ бер, болмаса қарнымыз тоғызып бер деп, тойғызып бер деп. Сол кезде жесең же, жемесең қой. Сол кезде қарсылық қыламыз, сол кезде бізді сол алып барып, сол жаңағы суханаға алып кеп, камера жоқ жерге кеп сабайтын. Енді бұдан кейін айтпайсың деп.
The food there was really of bad quality, and to be honest, the dogs wouldn't eat that kind of food. So we would ask them for good food and enough food. Whenever we asked this, they would get angry and they would say, "Oh, it's your choice to eat or not eat it," and they would afterwards take us to that room and beat us up.
Thank you for that. Could you give us a sense of the command structure in the camp? Was, for example, in respect of these beatings, would there be a commander who orders police to beat prisoners? Or, for example, was this each individual guard being free to beat prisoners according to their own will? Could you give us a sense of the command structure?
Сіз сол жердегі бұйрық берілу жағдай туралы айтып өтсеңіз, мәселен, сіздерді ұру үшін ұрып соғатын бұйрықты біреу бере ма, сол жерде арнайы командирлер бола ма, сол бұйрықты беріп отыратын, жоқ әлде бүкіл күзетші немесе сол жердегі сақшылар өз еркінде ма, кімді ұрып соғады, қашан?
Қайсар, дауысың жақсы ұғылмай тұр.
Сол жердегі естіліп тұр ма?
Иә, енді.
Сол жерде бұйрықтың орындалу жағдай туралы айтып өтсеңіз, мысалы, ол жерде арнайы командир бар ма, сол жерде айтып отыратын, пәленді ұру керек, соғу керек деп бұйрық түсе ма, жоқ әлде сол жердегі сақшылар немесе күзетшілер өз еркі бойынша адамдарды ұрып соға бере ме?
Ол жердегі ішіндегі әдеттегі сақшылар өздері қолынан келген бәрін істей береді.
The ordinary policemen inside the camp could do whatever they wanted.
So they could, but the fact that they would take you, for example, to a room with no cameras suggests, therefore, that they didn't want these beatings to be recorded and that they were therefore acting not according to camp regulations. Would that be a correct understanding of what was happening?
Бірақ та олар сіздерді ұрып соққан кезде камера орнатылмаған бөлмеге апарып ұрып соғады. Демек, ол лагердің ережелеріне қайшы болғандығы себепті олар бұның камераға түсіп қалғанын қаламайтын шығар. Қалай ойлайсыз?
Қайталаш?
Сіздерді ұрған кезде камера жоқ, бөлек бөлмеге апарып ұрып соғады, иә?
Иә.
Демек, осы лагерде өзінің ережелеріне қайшы болған себепті солай істейтін шығар, себебі камераға түсіп қалса мүмкін бұл лагердің ережелерінде жоқ шығар осындай ұрып соғу деген. Қалай ойлайсыз, осы туралы не ойлайсыз?
Енді өздері қолынан келгенше қарсы шыққан кезде жаңағы сол камера жақ суханаға апарып, жаңағы су шашып, сол төк таяқпен, я болмаса жаңағы қолындағы таяқтармен ұратын. Енді ол кезде біздің қол аяғымызда мен түрмеде 98 күн жаттым. Қол аяғымда кісен 7 килограммдық. Сол кезде де түрмеде де солай болатын. Ода да сол суханаға апарып сабайтын бізді. Қарнымыз тоймады деп қарсылық қылған кезде бізге жаңа сол ойына келгенін істейтін.
They would beat us, with whatever they had in their hands, like sticks or electric batons, and they would do it only in that room. And the same thing happened while I spent 98 days in the prison. So in the prison and in detention center, they would do the same thing. That whenever they would beat us, they would take us to that room.
Thank you. My final question. So from your experience, either in the prison or in the detention camp, have you ever seen or heard of a prison officer or a guard being disciplined or reprimanded for beating prisoners?
Жалпы сіз түрмеде болған кезіңізде және осы лагерде болған кезіңізде осы сол жердегі қызметкерлердің ондағы адамдарды ұрғаны үшін қалайда жаза алғанын көрдіңіз ба?
Иә, көрдім. Өз көзіме кеп бір рет мына тамаққа тоймай қап, екі ұйғыр жігіт бар, Әбдірашид, бірісінің аты Ділчат деп. Екеуі бір моманы таласып қалды. Артық бір мома кеп қалған екен, соған таласып, сол жерде екеуінде жаңағы төсекке жатқызып қойып, ағашпен сол жамбасынан ұрған, көз алдымызға қойып ұрған көргем.
Жалпы сұрақ сол жердегі қызметкерлер жайында. Қызмет мысалы біреу сол жерде істейтін адам сізді ұрғаннан кейін оларға жаза қолданылды ма?
Қайтайшы?
Okay, let me first translate what he said, but I think he misunderstood the question. Once there was an incident that two guys, since they were not given enough food, they had a quarrel over one steamed bun. And then for that they were punished. But your question was about the guards, not in...
That's right. If very briefly, if you could try to get him to answer that question, then I can move to the panel. Yes.
Сол жердегі сақшылар жайында. Сақшылар мысалы сізді ұрды, ұрғаннан кейін оларға қандай да жаза қолданылған кез болды ма?
Бізді ма?
Жоқ, сіз сақшылар, күзетшілер, сол жерде істейтін адамдар, мысалы сіздер сияқты ұсталған адамдарды ұрып соғады, содан кейін олар қандай да бір жаза алды ма жоғарыдан деген сияқты, мысалы осы басқа бастықтардан өстіп, неге мына адамдарды ұрасыңдар деген сияқты.
Мен түк естіп, дұрысын естілмей тұрмын, жаңғырып шы дауыс. Одан кейін мен құлағымда сол түрмеде болғаннен көп таяқ жеп, екі құлағымның пердесі де кеткен ғой. Осында айтып қойшы дұрыстап.
I'm having difficulties hearing your voice translation because of the feedback and because I was beaten up while I was in the camp onto my ears and I'm having hearing problems as well. That's why it's being difficult for me to hear you.
All right. I think I'll pass it to the members. They will have some questions. Thank you.
Before Dame Parveen asks questions, is it possible that headphones would assist him with his hearing? If so, are any available?
That's a question for our technical team. We can certainly explore that possibility.
As soon as possible, please, because he gives an account of reduced hearing. Dame Parveen.
Сізге қазір естімей жатсаңыз мүмкін құлақ қап береді қазір. Сол бойынша солай сынап көріңіз. Жақсырақ естілетін шығар.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. When you were working in the iron ore mine, you were phoned by the police to say you hadn't cancelled your household registration, or is it called huku? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. Why hadn't you cancelled it as you'd left the country 3 years previously?
Siz жазбаңызда жазу бойынша, сіз темір кен несінде заводында істеп жатқан кезде сізге хабарласып, сіздің хукауда жұмыс қылмағаныңызды айтыпты. Яғни сіз неге ол нені жұмыс қылмадыңыз?
Қалай дейсің?
Хукауыңызды неге жұмыс қылмадыңыз? Мысалы, сізге хабарласып айтыпты, сіз осы нопысыңызды өшірмепсіз депті. Сонда сіз неге өшірмегесіз одан бұрын нопысыңызды?
Темір кенде неге жұмыс істедің деп жатсың ба?
Темір кенде жұмыс істеген кезде сізге сақшылар хабарласқан. Хабарласқандағы себебі сізді бағанағы нопысыңызды өшірмепсіз депті. Сонда сіз неге нопысыңызды өшірмегесіз?
Бұл жерде мен де білмеймін ғой, Қазақстанға біз көшіп кетіп, сол жердегі үйіміздің барлығын сатып, Қазақстан көшіп кеткеннен кейін, ол жерде нопыс, біз осы жақта Қазақстанның азаматын алғаннан кейін барып өшіріледі. Енді ол біз кетерде оны өшіріп кете алмаймыз. Тек сол жақтың азаматтығын алғаннан кейін өшіруге тура келеді.
I don't really know about it, but what I thought was like since we moved to Kazakhstan, but I thought after obtaining the Kazakhstan citizenship, only after that we would be able to cancel the household registration back in China. That's why, and it's impossible to cancel it first and go to another country.
Before your next question, Dave Pavin, it is possible for the witness to have headphones, but only if he goes up into the gallery. We are all content for him to go to the gallery, but he may prefer to stay where he is, and his question and answers recently have been... Oh, he's gone. Well, there we are. Fait accompli.
Thank you. I'm getting a signal that I can start again. The police phoned you and then drove you 600 or 700 kilometers to your home to help you cancel the registration. Were you surprised that they would be driving you 600 kilometers, sorry?
Сіздің айтуыңыз бойынша, сізді осы сақшылар 600-700 километр қашықтықтағы жерге апарып, сіздің нопысыңызды өшіруге көмектесетіндігін айтты. Және сізді машинамен сол жаққа алып барды. Осы барыста сіз таңғалдыңыз ба осыған? Неге мен осы жаққа алып бара жатыр деп?
Иә, сол кезде мен қатты таңғалдым. Өйткені өзімде бір түрлі үрей қорқыныш болды. Не үшін мен алып бара жатыр деген?
Yes, I was surprised a lot because at that moment I had a fearful feeling because thinking that why they were taking me to this place.
Thank you. The council mentioned WhatsApp being illegal. Why is WhatsApp illegal and WeChat wasn't?
Және WhatsApp-тың заңсыз болғандығы айтылды. Не үшін WeChat қолдану заңды да WhatsApp заңсыз болады?
Сол кезде маған айтты, сен қытайша айтады ғой, фәнчан жуанжан деп. WhatsApp-ты не үшін қолданасың? Сенің телефоныңда жаңағы уағыз бар, 5 уақыт намаздың оқуға дәріптеген осындай уағыз бар екен. Сен бұларды не үшін тыңдайсың? Бұның бары осы Қытайда тиымға салынған деп маған ескертті.
Okay, because they told me like you could use WeChat, and why were you using WhatsApp instead? And they also told me that I had some religious preachings on my phone, and they asked why I was listening to these sermons.
Thank you. You then were sent to a detention center for 98 days. You were handcuffed and shackled. You were put in a room for 42 people, and you were sleeping in shifts of 10 people. Could you tell me, when the 10 people were sleeping, were you able to sit down? Were the other people able to sit down, or did they have to stand up in the cell because there was no room?
Және сіз 98 күн түрмеде өткізген кезде сіздің қол аяғыңызда кісенделген, және сіз 42 адаммен бірге бір бөлмеде тұрғансыз. Және әр 10 адам ұйықтағанда қалғандары өстіп кезекпен күзетіп тұратын айтқан екенсіз. Сол кезде басқа адамдар жалпы тік тұра ма, жоқ отыруына бола ма, не істейді?
Жоқ. Ол жерде жататын жамбас орын 7 кісілік қана. Соған сыйғанша жатады, сыймаған жаңа сол бірге күзетіп тұрамыз. Ол тікемізден тік ешқандай қозғалыс жоқ, 2 сағат тұрамыз.
No, actually that cell room was only for 7 people, so that's why it wasn't possible for the others to lie down or sit down. That's why while the rest were sleeping, all the other guys would just stand up and without any movement.
Thank you. During your 98 days, did you have any contact with your family?
Сол 98 күннің ішінде отбасы мүшелеріңізбен байланысқа шыға алдыңыз ба?
Жоқ.
No, I haven't.
Thank you. You were then transferred all over the place, but the first time was to a camp. They removed your handcuffs and your shackles, and you were allowed your own clothes. Was this camp different from before?
Сізді бірнеше лагерлерге жеткізген, соның біріне барған кезде сіздің қол аяғыңыздағы кісендерді алып тастап, және өзіңіздің киімді киюге рұқсат етілген айтасыз. Осы лагер басқа лагерлерден қандай айырмашылығы болды? Жоқ әлде олар жалпы жақтан бірдей ме?
Жалпы жақтан басқару тәсілі бірдей, бірақ тазалық жағы, жаңағы тамақ жағы ұқсамасыз болды.
In general, all of them were the same, but the only difference was the food and the general condition there were much better.
Thank you. Then a few weeks later, you were transferred back to prison. By the prison, do you mean to the detention center where you were handcuffed, or was it to the camp?
Сосын кейін сіз қайтадан түрмеге алып барды депсіз, сол жерде түрме деп отырғаныңыз түрме ма, жоқ әлде ол да ұстап тұру орталығы ма, лагер ма?
Ол Тарбағатай аймақтың сол жерде жеңіл жаза істегендердің жаңадан салған түрмесі екен.
That was the prison in Tachung region for the minor criminals. That was a real prison.
Right. Thank you. And then you said that this prison was newly built. Were the facilities any better?
Сіз ол түрменің жаңадан салынғанын айтыпсыз, яғни ол жердегі құрылыс жақсырақ болды ма? Ол жердегі ішкі жағдай қабаттар жақсы болды ма?
Ол жерде қабат емес, бір этажи, бірақ үлкен сондай әдемі қылып салған. Бірақ тазалықтың барлығын осы өзіміз жасаймыз. Ішін түгел жаңағы орамал береді, сонымен сүртеміз. Ол жерде бір жатақта 42, 39 әртүрлі санда жатады. Қабат төсек 3 қабат.
It was a one-story building, and we would clean the rooms because we were given cloths to clean them. And there were from 39 to 42 people in each room. I forgot the last one. ең соңында не айттыңыз?
3 қабат төсек қой?
Oh, yeah. There were like three-level bunk beds.
And what were the toilet facilities? Were they in the same room or outside?
Туалет ішінде болды ма, жоқ сыртта болды ма?
Туалет бар ішінде, ашық.
The toilet was inside, but it was open.
So was it a flushing toilet or just a bucket?
Ол кәдімгі заманауи туалет па, суын жіберуге болады, әлде шелек па?
Ол жаңа түрмеде заманауи туалет, бірақ беті ашық, бір жақ сол жатақтың бұрышында орналасқан.
It was just like modern toilet, but it was located in the corner of the room, and it was open.
Thank you. You then had some classes, and you say there was an ordinary class, a strongly managed class, and a strictly managed class. How do they divide you up into these three?
Сосын сіздерге класстар жайында айтыпсыз. Қарапайым деңгейдегі қатты тәртіп астындағы және күшті тәртіп астындағы деп осындай бөліпсіз. Қалай бөлінген?
Енді ол үшке бөлінген. Ол қытайша яңгуан, чаңгуан, пугуан деп бөледі.
It was divided into three classes. In Chinese, Yangguan, like strict, in the Puguan, the normal one, ordinary regulation one, in the Changguan, the strong one.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite understand. Was this in terms of your educational level, or was it related to something else, like being, more abusive?
Ол сіздердің білім деңгейлеріңізге қарай бөлді ма, жоқ әлде басқаша мақсаттар болды ма?
Жоқ, ол сол жерге келген адамдардың басына кигізген әртүрлі қылмыс бойынша бөлінді.
According to the so-called crimes of the people, they were divided into different groups.
Okay, thank you. Then barely a month later, there was a notice from a superior leadership to take you back to the camp. Who was the superior leadership?
Сосын бір айдан кейін сізді жоғары деңгейдегі бағанағы басшы сізді қайтадан түрмеге баруға жіберуді айтыпты. Осы айтып отырғаныңыз кім, оның лауазымы қандай?
Оның аты түрменің бастығы Пән деген, Қытай. Енді ол жерде біздің үйрену несімізде көбінде қарсы шықтық. Одан кейін енді мен сол жерде мектеп бітіргенім қытайша жарымы қазақша. Қытай тілінде несі барлығы жеткілікті білем. Өзіне біраз қарсы тұрғандықтан, кейін мен жақсы үйренбепсің, қайтадан сол түрмеге бар, сол жерде үйреніп, сен қателігін танығаннан кейін, содан кейін осы жерге келесің деп мені түрмеге апарған сол болады.
His surname was Pan, and he was the head of the prison. And the reason why he did so, because I resisted, and the reason for me to resist is because I went to both Kazakh and the Chinese language school, so my Chinese was really good. That's why I thought like I did not to learn this. And in the end, he said to me that I did not receive enough education. That's why I needed to send back.
You said again you were sent back to a camp, but this time you had shackles and a hood on, whereas when you were in the camp before, they took all that off.
Осы жолы сізді қайтадан лагерге алып барған кезде сізді қол аяғыңызды кісендеп және басыңызға қалта кигізіпті, бірақ оның алдында лагерге апарған кезде ондай болмаған. Солай ма?
Жоқ, әр жолы сыртқа шығарып, лагер түрменің арасына жөткөгенде қарақалпақ аяқ қолыңа көз жасап апарады.
No, every time you are transferred between the prison and detention, like the camp, you would be shackled and handcuffed and hooded.
Okay, thank you. So it seems to me you went from the police station, the detention camp, detention center, then camp, then prison, then camp, and then back to prison. Why were they keeping on moving you?
Сізді осылайша түрмеден лагерден ұстап тұрып ортаған, одан қайта лагерге, түрмеге осылай ары бері жөткеуінің себебі не деп ойлайсыз?
Енді ол өте оңай, өзіне қарсы тұрдым. Сондықтан мен ары бері жөткедім. Одан бірінші рет мен анау тағы бір жөткеген кезде менің үйімдегі бала шағама, әйеліме телефон соғып, олардың Қазақстаннан Қытайға қайтып келуін ұйғарды. Мен оны атқармадым. Бірінші рет мені 3-ші айдың 17-сінен сол кезде мені қайтадан түрмеге апарды. Кейін Қазақстандағы саясат өзгеріп, неметкен кезде мені қайтадан 4-ші айдың 17-сі күні қайтадан жаңағы лагерге келген.
The answer is very easy because I was against them all the time, against the rules all the time. And once the reason that they sent me to the prison is like because they asked me to call my wife and children in Kazakhstan, so they and tell them to go back to China. I didn't do so, and then on March the 17th they sent me to prison, but after a month then they sent me back to the camp.
Okay, so the last camp had factories, and these factories for making cars, garments, food and drinks. You wanted to do the garment factory. What were the conditions like in the factory?
Ең соңғы лагерде зауыт бар екенін айтыпсыз. Ол жерде мәселен сіздерге талдауға рұқсат берген, тамақ жасау, тағы киім-кешек тігу деген сияқты. Сіз сол киім-кешек тігуге талдапсыз. Жалпы сол зауыттың жағдайы туралы айтсаңыз, жағдайы қалай еді?
Ол зауыттың жағдайы сол мектептің бір бұрышында орналасқан, ішіндегі барлық киім тігу машинаның бәрі Жапондан кіргізген. Көбі ескі, жарымы жаңалау. Енді өз жерде киім тігеміз, кейін бұл киім тіккен завод істегендердің тұрмыш тамақ жеуі, одан кейін үстімізге берген киімі біршама жақсы болды.
The factory was located on one corner of the same compound, and the sewing machines were mostly old, made in Japan machines, and some of them were new ones. And compared to the other facilities, the clothes the clothes we were given to wear were much better, and the quality of the food was better.
Thank you. Just one last question. You're now at home. Have you any illnesses that were produced while you were under detention? Psychological or physical?
Жалпы осы жағдайлардан кейін, тұтқындалғаннан кейін сізде қандай да психологиялық әлде дене жағынан, физикалық жағынан болсын ауру болды ма? Қандай да ауру?
Өте үлкен маған бір құлағым тыңдау қабілетінен айырылды. Одан кейін денсаулық өте нашар болды. Мен кірген кезде 90 килограмм, 98 килограмм болды. Кейін шыққанда 71 килограммен шықтым. Сол кезде мен денсаулығым өте төмендеп, кішкене бір жұмыс істесем, қара терге түсетін жағдайға түскен.
Yes, I've lost my health because I lost my hearing ability. And in the before being taken into the camp, I weighed 98 kilograms, and when I was released, I weighed only 71 kilos. And now I've become so weak that even doing some really simple things makes me get sweat a lot.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. You've been very helpful, and thank you for coming.
Көп рахмет келгеніңіз үшін.
Рахмет.
You describe a Kazakh man named Kosun who was beaten to death. And then your own experience on the 14th or 15th of October 2017, where you were also beaten and then subsequently taken to hospital. Why do you think they wanted to save your life but expend somebody else's life?
Siz айтыпсыз, Qo'sin degan kishini barcha o'lganga дейін urganын, және қазан айының 15-і 2017 жылы сізді де қатты ұрғаны сонша сіз емханадан бірақ шығып, сіз жалпы осы кезде не ойладыңыз, сізде де қандай барын ұрып сол осылай, жалпы ойыңыз қандай?
Енді Qo'sin деген жігітті жаңа түрмеде оны ұрып өлтірген. Ол өлгенде сол күні дежурный, сол күні қырғыздікі Умақай деген. Ал енді мен өзім тағы да соның ұруына түсіп, мен сол больницадан бірақ шығып, жаңағы менің басымда сол көзімді ашқан кезде сол жерде түрменің екінші бастығы Тайыр деген қасымда отырғанын көрген. Мен сол түрмеде жатқан, сол жерге больницадан шыққан кезде де мен креветте талып қалып, сол есін жиғанша менің қолымдағы аяғымда көздер алынбаған екен.
Yes, the guy named Qo'sin was beaten up to death, and it was done by the Kyrgyz guy named Umaqay. And I was beaten up by the same guy, and I ended up in the hospital. And when I was in the hospital, the deputy head of the prison, Tayir, was there too. And when I came to myself, I realized that I had been shackled and handcuffed, even being laid down on the hospital bed.
So when you were working in the factory, were you given a salary? And if so, was it enough to live on?
Siz zavodda istеген кезде sizga ақша төледі ма, және ол сіздің күнделікті тұрмысыңызға жеткілікті ақша болды ма?
No, жоқ.
And where was this factory? In which city or village or town?
Бұл завод қай жерде, қалада ма, ауылда ма, қай жерде орналасқан?
Қаланың сыртына орналасқан.
It was outside the city.
Which city?
Қайсы қала?
Тарбағатай.
And you say that all the items that you sewed had no label on them except on one occasion, and then you were told to take it off. Since you left that factory, have you seen any of those clothes being sold online or in shops, anything similar to the things that you were making?
Сіздер заводта киім тіккен кезде, негізінен ол киімнің маркаларын сізге көрсетпегенін айттыңыз, бірақ тек бір жағдайда сіздер көргенсіздер, одан басқа көрсетпеген. Жалпы сіз сол жерден шыққаннан кейін осы сіздер тіккен киімдердің қандайда сатылымда екенін көрдіңіз бе?
Сатылымда екенін көргем жоқ, бірақ мен шыққаннан кейін 2018-12 айдың 23-і мен соны шыққаннан кейін мен үйғамақта болдым. Ешқандай еркіндік болмады. 2019 5 айдың 23-і Қазақстанға өздері шекарадан әкеліп өткізіп тастады.
No, I haven't seen any of them being sold because I was released on December the 23rd, 2018, but I was still under house arrest until May the 23rd, the day that they accompanied me to the border with Kazakhstan.
Okay, thank you.
And the last question, as we're running out of time. So you were released, as you say, and you were able to leave the country. Do you know why they allowed you to leave the country?
Соңғы сұрақ уақытқа байланысты. Жалпы сізді Қазақстанға шығармады, бірақ ең соңында жалпы Қазақстанға не үшін шығуға рұқсат берді?
Менің бала-шағам, әйелім Қазақстанда болды. Сол кезде отбасыларын қауышу үшін бұларды алдында сондай бір саясат өзгерді ме білмеймін. Сол кезде бізді бір қанша адамдарды Қазақстанға өткізді.
Because my wife and children were in Kazakhstan, and I'm not sure, but sometime I think there was a policy, or the changes in policy, and that they allowed people like family members to be reunited.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council? Mr. Otabay, thank you very much for coming to the tribunal to give your evidence. I'm sorry that you had to disappear halfway through to give it from upstairs, but we have seen you, and we'll probably see you in the hall afterwards. And so your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Sabi, how long are you going to allow us for lunch?
Отарбай мырза, сізге көп рахмет. Дегенмен орта жолда сіз жоғарыға шығып кетуге мәжбүр болдыңыз. Осындай келеңсіздіктер болғанына да қарамастан, жалпы сізді аздан соң осы залда көреміз деп ойлаймыз.
Мен бір ең соңғы сөйлес бола ма?
Can I speak something?
Yes, but it's better if it's short.
Болады, бірақ өте қысқа айтсаңыз.
Мен енді біз осы дүние ұйғыр құрылтайына кеп қатынасып отырмыз. Жалпы сол жақтағы түркі тілдестердің үнін жеткізу үшін. Енді менің тек артқа қайту жол жоқ. Тек осы алға. Енді осы жердегі Англияның осы маған осы жердің саяси бостандық беруін тілеймін.
Yes, I came to give evidence on the tribunal which was organized by World Uyghur Congress. And I came here to be the voice of the Turkic Muslims who are suffering there. And another thing I would like to say or ask is that I asked the asylum status here, if it's possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Otabay.
We were supposed to have a shortened lunch break of 40 minutes, but we are now 40 minutes over the time. So I suggest 40 minutes lunch break.
Until when?
That will bring us to 2:20.
2:20, everybody. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyghur bölümünün naq meydan taqtışı. Biz bugün yeni davamlıq sizlərinin huzurunlağa Angliyanın paytaxtı Londonda elib berivatqan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlük taqtışını huzurunlağa berişlavatımız. Mən Alim, Buyaq Məhmədcan.
Mühterem qarindaşlar, mühterem görürmənlər, ekranımızga qaytı xoş gəldinglar. Görüvatqanlar Angliyanın London şəhərində işləvatqan İkinci növetlik Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının naq meydan tarqıtışı. Bugün yeni sizlərə sotda bo'lib o'tgan guvohliklardagi muhim nuqtalarni xulosalab diqqatingizga sunamiz. Qana diqqatinglar ekranimizda bo'lsin. Undaqda Alim efendim, bugün tushdan burun xeli ko'p qism mutaxassis va shohidlardan bir nechalar, qozoq qarindoshlardan bir nechalar o'zining guvohliklarini berib o'tdi. Siz mushlardagi boshda bu guvohlik belgishlarini bir tanishtirib o'tgandan keyin mutaxassislarning orasidagi özünüzge təsir göstərən mütəxəssislərin nöqtələrini bir xülaslab anlaşdırmamızğa, görürmənlərimizə sunğan bolsunuz.
Boluda. Bugün etdigini, yəni ispat bəgən asasən iki qəriblik mütəxəssis, birincisi Connor Haley. Bu Amerikadakı IPVM şirkətinin hökumət işləri direktoru. Bu adam asasən şu Xitay hökumətinin Uyğurların nişanlanan halda Uyğurların yüz tonuş, həm Uyğurlarını hər qanday şəkildə tepiş Xitay şirketlərinin oynayan rol üstüdə sözləyən oldu. Onun için Avstraliya Strategilik Siyasət İnstitutunun tədqiqatçısı Nathan Ruther bu əmdi şuların elib bağın tədqiqatı olub mu? Sünni əmri arqılı Xitay hökumətinin yazğan kampları, lagerləri 300-ə yaxın. Onun çox kiçikligi qandaq əmdi solanğan adamlar. Ondan sonra Uyğurların mazarları, meçitlərin çeqişək faal doğrusuna ait təfsili doklad bəgən oldu. Onun için iki qazaq qeyrinişimiz guvohlik berib, birisi Baqtali Nur, yəni birisi Erbakit Otarbay. Bularning bəgən guvohlarına aid güclük hem təsirlik oldu. Unda biz Məhmədcan əpəndi, siz aldı bilən bu şu Amerikanın IPVM şirkətinin hökumət işləri müdiri Connor Haley əpəndinin sizə təsir qılan bəzi nöqtələri düşəndirib ösünüz.
Menimcə, yəni Muaddar İlqut xanımı bəgən şu çıp qaldı boyldum. Muaddar İlqut xanım ən beşide sözləyən expert witnesslardan birisi.
Azərbaycanın bilen Muaddar İlqut
Azərbaycan menimcə çıxamadı oğay, qarsam Muaddar İlqut xanım sözledi. Başta menimcə Muaddar İlqut xanımı bir tanıştırıb ötken bolsaq yaxşıraq gedib oldum. Ondan IPVM-ga gəlsək. Qanaq deysiz?
Boludu.
Tamam, ondaqda mən Muaddar xanım haqqında azraq bir şey bir bitək.
Əlbəttə.
Muaddar İlqut xanım əmələn görüb ötkənimizdək Avropada fəaliyyət qılıbatqan Uyghur Ədliyyə Arxiv Ambırının yaş tədqiqatçısı. Bugün görüb ötkənimizdək bu guvohlik beriş yığınında özünün şu arxiv ambırğa uçur toplaş və uçurlarını yığış və uçurlarga asasən doklad tayarlaş jarayonidagi metodologiyası. Uçurlarını toplaş usulü qatarlıqlarını güçlük bir şekilde, roşan bir şekilde, callıq, ravan İngiliz tili bilen şərəlib ötken boldu. Bunun yana məcburi əmgək tuğut çəkləş, lagerlarının ornu, bu tutulğan adamların yığış jarayonidagi isimlar degəndək şu tərtiblərini bir düşəndirib ötdü. Mən şu şahit, yani Uyghur Ədliyyə Arxivininki torbetdəki çıxıb qarab baxdım da. Qarsam bu torbet adamını təsirləndirgidək dərəcədə şundaq addi həm bək ünümlük laylanğan torbet ikən. Hazır qarsaq bu torbetdə yığılğan guvohçılarınki rəsmləri məxələ obdan məsələmişlər. Rəsmləri bilən bada bu ekranda torbetdə. Hazır kəyəcə buladın şu guvohlik belgelerinin bəzilərini tordan alımız deydi. İnternetin ağa vaxtımızda bularını biz uçurlarlıq, uçuq mənbənin ağa uçurlarını biz texə dəlillənməyən də kategoriyaya kirgizimiz. Uçuq mənbədən kirgən şu uçurlarını biz şular münasibətlik guvohçılarını tapqandan keyin dəlillənən də kirgizimiz də nim qıptı. Qalsaq 500-dən artıq guvohçınınki şu Ədliyyə Arxivi kirgizilgənlikini etib ötdü. Qısqası bu kızınınki bəgən guvohligimi şunchalik önümlük neticelik bo'lgan bir guvohlik oldu deb qardim, chunki yig'ish metodologiyasi hatto bu bir parcha rasmni ko'rsatdi lager haqidagi. Qarasangiz lagerninki shu har birininki o'xshamaydigan tuzilishi, ularga ishlatgan qurilish materiallari, hatto sim to'saq simlarininki loyihalashdagi farqlarni bu xonim o'zining dokladida Shunda chiroyli inchiklik bilan ko'rsatib, ranglikkan rasmlar bilan, ko'rsatmalar bilan, ko'rsatkichlar bilan shunchaki yaxshi tushuntirib o'tdi. So'ralgan savollarni asosan başta shu 2019-yılı 24-sentabr 24-sentabr Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı işleyen kişilik hukuk Ali Kengişi'de China Tribunal yani Xitay sotini məsləhətçi olan Hamid Sabil degan efendim kişilik hukuk advokatı bu adamı. Bu adam asaslık sordu. Menimce bu Muatar xanımninki bu qitim bergen guvahlığı aldın qitimliqidimi yaxşı olan bir guvahlık oldu deb qardım ben.
Yaxşı.
Ondaqda biz vaxtımızdan sizin to'liqlagan yollarınız yaxşı.
Ben bir yığız nəsini qetib qoya. Yəni ötken qitim 6-cı aydakı sotda bu Muatar xanımni təklif qıldı bir qitim sözlər. Bu qitimmi qayta təklif qilishki səbəbmi? Əmdə bularning Uyghur ədliyyə arxivining nəhayət mühim rol oynaganlığı.
Doğru deysiz.
Həm bu sotmu əlbəttə bularning qo'lga erishgan materiallar, həm bu guvahçılarning ayfalını texim yaxşı bilish üçün qayta təklif qildi. Həm də bu qızımın aid yaş talantlıq, ingilis tili şunda yaxşı, özümün aid obdan ispat bergan bir qız ekan, bu qitim so'zligini nəhayət yaxşı bo'ldi. Unda bo'lsa bu qizninkin Connor Healy əpənim doğrusu sizin təsir qalğan bəzi noktalarını
bu IPVM şirketi yani Amerika'daki şu yani tor dünyasındaki köçüş aparatları münasebetlik tədqiqatlarını elib barılan bir teşkilatken bu. Bu teşkilat yakından beri Uygurlar hakkında bir neçe videolarını çıkardı. Mesela Huawei'ninki torbetideki Uygur küzdüş, Uygurlarga agahlandırı beriş qatarlıq cihetlerde olanın netice kazanğanlıqdan ibaret olanı özünün şu neticelerden pəxirlenip torlarga elan qilgan görünüşlerini çıkarıp durup, ben Huawei degan dünyadaki şu internet yoki aloqali sahadagi yanfon sohasidagi cho'ng shirkatlarning birisi, Amerikaning olmi shirkatlari bilan baslashadigan bir shirkatda bu. Müştaq bir çoğun şirketlerninki Uygurlarni agalandırış yani Uygurlarning chiroyini tunish palinimisiga qurilishga qatnashgan shirkat ekanligini necha qatim bir necha videolarla oshkorildi. Bu birisi yana bu Hikvision shuni qatorida Dahua degandek Xitoyning yana shu kuzatish apparatlarini ishlash shirkatlarininki Uygurlarning chiroyini tunish qurilishlarga qatnashgan ve shirkatlar ekanligini bana çıkıp videolarını işleyen. Bu efendimden bugün şu sotda körsetken yani sotda təminlegen, sotda özü sözlegen dokulatıdaki mühim məzmunlarımı Xitay'daki çoğun şirketlerini bunu qarsak adamın diqqətini bek adamını çöçütüdüğün bir nokta neredesiniz? Bu Xitay'daki barlıq çoğun şu high-tech yani yukarı texnik şirketlerinin hemmisi Uygurlarını kontrol qilish, Uygurlarning chiroyini tonish ve Uygurlarni farqlantirish, Uygurlar haqqında saqchilarga agahlandirish signali öğretiş qatarlıq qurilishlarning hammasi qatnashganligini bu dokladdan ko'rib olamiz. Masalan, Beidu buning ichida. Beidu degan Amerikadagi New York aksiya bozoriga tizimlatgan necha milliard dollarlik, multi milliard dollarlik shirkatda bu.
Beidu degan shu Xitoyning Google'sida.
Xitoyning Google deb qaraldi ekan. Beidu buning ichida bayam dedik, nimani deb o'tdik, Huawei'ni. Bundan boshqa Dahua deymiz. Hikvision degan Alibaba mı var deb Alibaba Amerikada hatta şirket tarmaq şirketleri var. Bunun setiş süpüsü Amazon bilan bəslişidigan milyarder şirketlerinin birisi bu mu? Hikvision 60 milyard dollarlık soda qildigan şirketken. Hatta Angliyədəki şu közüş aparatları bazarının 40%'ni Hikvision egallagan. Demek bu Angliyədə işləyotgan sotda bu mutaxassis qopub Angliyədə bu şirketninki setiş bazarınınki egallash miqdori 40% deb. Angliyədəki zastavlarının aldığı dətədə bu gəpni. Şuna küçlük bir boldu. Bu dokladakı yəni diqqət qıldığan yəni bir nöqtədəsiniz. Şu Amerikada bunda iş bolğanlığını biz bilməyimiz, amma Xitayninki Cemaat Xavfsizligi Ministerligi Uygurlarninki chiroyini tonishda bir nimani e'lon qilganligini deydi shu bir o'lcham. Uygurlar müştaq noktalarda sizler dikkat kılısılar. Her kandak şirket şunu Uygurlarınki çırayını tonuş, Uygurlarını agahlandırış, Uygurlarga agahlandırış signal öğretilen şu kuruluşlara katlaşan şirketlerge ularınki ölçümünü bekitip egenge. Demek Xitay Cemaat Xavfsizlik İdarəsininki, ministerlikininki bunun körsetmesi var. Müş körsetme boyunca meyli Hikvision olsun, meyli Dahua olsun, meyli o Haykang olsun, Haykang diye Hackvision degan şu. Meyli Huawei, meyli Baidu, meyli Alibaba. Siz qanchalik multimilliard dollarlik şirket olib ketin, öz aldığınızı qılanmayız. Yanılan bu işinde Xitayninki Cixi ministerligi bunun qilish usullarini belgilab berdi. Bu adam mandaq bir sözünü işletib berdi. Bu nima deydi desiniz? Bu zamanimizdagi avtomatlaştırılgan ırkı ayrımçılık, ırkı kemsitiş deb aldı bana. Irqçılık.
Şundaq.
Avtomatlaştırılgan ırqçılık.
O süni aql bilan, yuqori texnik bilan avtomatlaşgan ırqçılık. Uyg'urlarga yurgizib atılmış.
Uyg'urlarga qarshi yurgizib atgan. Ba'zi shirkatlar etnik, ya'ni asonliq millat deb ayirib qo'yganning ostiga asonliq millat kimni ko'rsatdi ekansiz?
Yana Uyg'ur.
Yana Uyg'urni ko'rsatdi. Uni qo'shtirnoqning ichida Uyg'ur. Asonliq millat deganimiz Uyg'urni ko'rsatdi deb manda.
Shundaq.
Ya'ni sizning qo'shimcha qilgan taraflaringiz bo'lsa, texmi yaxshi.
Meniki endi qo'shimcha qilganim bu hamma shirkatlar o'sha yerga hozir siz deb o'tib ketgan Huawei bo'lsin, Hikvision, Dahua, Alibaba va yoki yangi chiqayotgan ushaq yuqori texnik shirkatlar bo'lsin, Xitoyning hammasining asosan o'sha Uyg'urlarni tonish, bilish, Uyg'urlarning kendidan iz qo'g'lash, o'sha tor, internetda. O'sha bularning asosiy vazifasi ekan. O'sha orqali buni qila olgan shirkatlar buningdan faxrlangan, buni o'zining setish yoki e'lon qilish nuqtasiga qilgan. Biz hatto Uyg'urlarning yuzini tona olamiz, Uyg'urlarni real time, naq vaqt ularning keyinda jonli holda ularning keyinda iz qo'g'la olamiz. Hatto naq vaqtda saqchiga bildira olamiz. Uyghur alert, degan Uyg'ur ogoh desak, Uyg'urning yuzini to'nagan zaman yoki bir bankada bir tisirtda ATMda bir pul olib qolsa, chiroyi taltisi bu yerda Uyg'ur. Bu faqatla Uyg'ur rayoni emas, hatto ishqirki o'lkalarni misol olgan. Masalan, ishqirki o'lkalar, masalan, Jiangsu'dagi bir ish. U yerda Uyg'ur bormi, yo'qmi, qilib bo'lmaydi. Shu yerdami bular alohida Uyg'urlarning yuzini taniydigan, avtomatik mo'shundaq sistemalarni o'rinlashtirgan. Yana birisi mening hayron qolganim hamda Uyg'urlarning yuzini tanish bir xil yuqori texnika bo'lsa, yana birisi o'sha Xitoyning abada o'tib ketdingiz Baidu nurg'un torbatlar bor. Applar bor masalan. Hozirgi eng moda app hamda nurg'un Uyg'ur yoshlarga o'ynash mumkin, masalan TikTok. Mo'shunda hamda bu Uyg'urlarning yuzini tanishlam emas, Uyg'urlarningki chiqargan mazmunini kontrol qilish, o'chirish. Mo'shna aslan. Mo'shunda darajada qila oladi ekanda, masalan. Shuningga masalan bizning vatandagi Uyg'urlar ilmi shunchalik jasorati bilan o'zining oilasining, urug' tuqqanlarining ahvolini tuniganda o'tib ketgandek emojilar bilan isbotlagan bo'ldi gaqan. Hatto Uyg'urning yozgan narsalar, yozimlarini, so'zlarini avtomatik bilan content manage, mazmunni kontrol qilish, mazmunni o'chirish vaqti-vaqtida qila oladi ekan bular.
Shuningga bugun guvohlardan mutaxassislar guvohlar hali ko'p vaqtimiz qis, shunlashqa biz vaqtni sal kontrol qilgach bizningki
shundaq
bu qetimdagi ikkinchi qetimdagi guvohlik berishlarga o'tib ketsak deb o'yladim.
Shunday qilaylik.
Bularning orasida boyama deb o'tdik, Avstraliya strategik tadqiqot institutininki yosh tadqiqotchisi Nathan Ruser efendi bor. Siz mushu efendimninki so'zlardagi muhim nuqtalar bo'lsa bir xulosalab o'tgan bo'lsangiz, men qo'shimcha qilayman, qo'shib bersa.
Nathan Ruser efendi albatta hammamizga oid tanishlik, mushu 2017dan beri bo'lib bularning tadqiqot mushu instituti, Avstraliya strategik siyosiy tadqiqot institutining o'ynagan rolini oid cho'ng bo'ldi. Bular xuddi Dr. Adrian Zeniz o'xshash keynidan mushu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga ham yerlik millatlarga qaratgan siyosatlari ham ilib borgan usullari bo'lib mushu lagerlarni qurish, lagerlarning qishki zavodlarni qurish, Uyg'urlarni solash, lagerlarning soni, cho'ng kichikligi, qanchalik odam patidi, atrofda qanday shaklda bu lagerlarni topgan to'g'risida naiti inchkilik bilan ko'p dokladlarni chiqadi. Bular yaqinda bir dokladni chiqarmoqchi ekan. Endi bugun Nathan Ruser efendi alohida bir doklad tayyorlamagan bo'lsa-mu, ammo mushu o'zining tadqiqot institutining mush bir qancha yildan yaxshi elib borgan mushu e'lon qilgan dokladlar ustida to'xtaldi. Ya'ni bularning dalillagan hamda sun'iy amra orqali izlab tepib dalillagan lagerning sonining 300 ga yaqin ekanligi. Ya'ni bu lagerlarning ichiga 1 million odamni solashni aytdi. Oson ekanligi, mumkinchilikdan yuqori ekanligi. Uyg'urlarni, qolgan millatlarni bu lagerlarga silish. Ammo u lagerlarning ichida bo'lgan ba'zi narsalarni tushuntirib o'tib ketdi. Uningdan sirt yana o'sha Uyg'urlarning mechitlarini, mozorlarini cheqish, uning soni jihatdan oid yaxshi misollarni berdi. Cheqish sabablarini, yana Xitoy hukumati nimani qilgandan keyin Şu Uygurlarning mechitlarini, mazarlarını chaqqandan keyin ustiga nima qurdi deganda, masalan, ya quruq ya mashina to'xtatgan o'rin, ya xitoycha bir bog'cha degandek narsalarni qurganligi. Hatto masalan bizmi bilamiz, BBC'da ayni vaqtida berib tekshirganda, masalan, mushukning bog'chalarini qilib, haykallarni qilib.
Hatto anglasaqmi shu Uyg'urlarningki Dağlıq şairi Lütfullah Mütəllibning.
Lütfullah Mütəllibning qabrisini tuzib
chiqilib o'tganligi haqida xabarlar bor.
Shunda qilganlik. Hamda buning maqsadining nima ekanligini nihoyat yaxshi tushunadi. Hamda bularni Xitoyning bir taraqqiyot ehtiyoji sababidan emas. Garchi Xitoy hukumati shunda deb tushundigan taqdirdami, amaliyotda u narsalarni o'rvitib, vayron qilib bo'lib, u yerga bir alohida bir yuqori sur'atli tosh yo'l yasag'an yo'q, yo bir aerodrom sog'in yo'q, faqatla yo bir mashina to'xtatgan yerga aylantirgan, yo bir Suni bir kichikini bağdan bizden paydo qilgan.
Yo'qotib o'tgan demakchi-da endi.
Uyg'urlarning hamda tarixiy izlarini
yo'qotgan.
Yo'qtish, Uyg'urlarning kimligini hamda bir jihatdan.
Yaxshi. Bo'ldi, men qo'shimcha qilgan tarafim yo'q, chunki siz buni tafsilli tushuntirib o'tdingiz. Ya'ni bu mahallaning cheqilishi haqida to'xtaldi. O cheqilishi, ularning cheqilishidagi sabablar, bayqi biz ko'rsatib o'tgan sabablarni ko'rsatib o'tdi. Yaxshi bir guvohlik oldi deb o'ylayman.
Haydi yaxshi, sistemalik.
Shu uningdan boshqa bugun guvohlik bergan alohida ikki qarindishimiz bor. Bularning birisi Baqtnur Ali, yana birisi O'tarbek.
Shundaq, O'tarbay,
O'tarbay.
O'tarbay.
Siz shularning orasidagi
Bo'ladi.
Baqtnur Alini azroq bir tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Baqtnur Alini apanda bugun hamda o'zimi boshdan oxiri shu Xitoyning lageri sababsiz tutilganligi uchun bu Baqt Ali Nur apanda asli u Xitoy bilan Qozog'iston orasida bir sayko'ktat sodisi qiladigan bir normal hamda bir normal savdo bilan shug'ullangan bir inson. Bu yerda bu o'zining normal savdosi bilan shug'ullangandan keyin bu Xitoy hukumati buni tutgan, hamda bu 2017dan keyin tutib andan keyin buni tutishning sababi albatta nurg'un Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz, ya'ni yerlik millatlarga o'xshash, faqat Uyg'ur, Qozoq yoki yerlik millat bo'lib qolganligi uchun tutilgan insonning biri. Tutilgandan keyin andan keyin sen Qozog'istonda kim bilan ko'rishding, qanday terrorist tashkilotlarga qatnashding, nima qilding, uni qildingmi, buni qildingmi deb nurg'un mushundaq qiliqi. Bu o'zi qo'pib, men kim bilan ko'rishibman, qanday terrorist tashkilot yoki qanday insonlar bilan aloqam qilib tursa, bu Xitoy soqchi taraf demaydi uni. Anikin sen ixro qil, sen degin, sen qo'l qo'ygin deb, hamda buni lagerga olib buni albatta nihoyatda qattiq qiynagan. Qiynagandan keyin uningdan sirt yana bu o'zining lagerdimi, buni yerim kechda olib buni nima qilganligi, aslan so'roq tatqan. Buning dastlabki u 3 metrgacha turgan nimada lager faqat 8-10 odamni bo'lgan keyin u sonning oshganligi. Andan keyin uning atrofidagi kameralarda bo'lsa 30-40 odamning borligini. Bularni har kuni kechda bularni so'roq tatish bo'lar ekan, chiqqan chog'da o'zining ko'rganligini. Andan keyin bu Qozoq qarindishimizni qiynashsin ham o lagerda boshqa qozoqlarni u o'zining ko'ziga yosh kelib dedi, hatto bir Uyg'ur bolani, Ablimit deydigan bir Uyg'ur bolani bular 4 kun esib qo'yib, vahshiylarcha qiynab, eng oxiri buning kameraga olib tashlab berib, sen buningga yegizsa, hojatxonaga olib birsa, buningga sen qaraysa deb majburlaganligini. Ammo bu albatta xo'shallik bilan qilibdi, ammo u Uyg'ur bola bilan kamera bo'lganki, apparat bo'lgandan keyin paranglashamaydiganligini, uning holining shunda xarab, shunda vayron bo'lganligini. Hamda bu bolaning men bir begunoh odamning shunday qilib meni o'lsam o'ltirmasam bo'lmamdi deb jondan to'yib ketganligini. Oxirida bu hojatxonaga kirgan chog'da ancha-muncha bir paranglashib nima bo'ldi desa, shu 4 kech kunduz esib qo'yib, bu yag butun takkizmay so'zilib ketib, butun badanlar uning nurg'un qiyinchilikqa, qiynashlarga uchraganligining nihoyatda fojiali ahvolini so'zlab berganligini. Sizga ta'sir bo'lgan.
Men ta'sir qilgan nuqtalarim asosan o'xshash, ammo bu bola bu yerda o'zi tug'an lagerda 10 ming odam borligini, mahbus borligini, atalmish mahbus borligini deydi.
To'g'ri.
Endin bu yerda 8 oy yotdi. 8 oy jarayonida o'zining lagerida 2 odamning o'lganligiga guvohchi bo'ldi. Bayam degandek Abdumit degan Uyg'ur bola haqida so'zlagan vaqtida bu bolani Goba atalmish davlat xavfsizlik bexatarlik idorasi, xavfsizlik idorasi oldi ekanda. Bexatarlik idorasi ketgandan keyin ular tutib 4 kun esib qo'ydi degandek bu bola 4 kun jarayonida puti boshda yag tegmaydi deydi. Keyin asta-asta yag tegib, sanglab qo'l faqatlam chikitib ishlamagan bo'lib qoldi ekanda. Shu bolaning gapini qilgan vaqtida ko'ziga yosh ilib chidamay qoldi. Bu yerdan biz bu adamның içindeki insanlıkını, mehribanlıkını, bir xil özünün turumdaşları bulayotgan, qarindoshlarga bo'layotgan bir xil iç chag'irtish tuyg'usini ko'rib olaymiz, yig'lab ketdi. Hammadamning buni ko'rgan vaqtida yig'lab ketdi. Endi yana buni ko'ramizki, bu turmada, masalan, bu shimoldagi turmada yetibdi. To'g'ri. Qo'rg'osdan qo'lga ilingan bu odam, G'o'lja tarafidagi bu turmada yotgan bo'lishi kerak balki. Atrofida Uyg'urlar bor. Bu nimani ko'rsatdi desangiz, Xitoylar necha yildan beri bizga qozoq, sen Uyg'ur deb bizni farqlantiribsizlar, o'xshamaydigan odam deb bizni doim yiroqlashtirib keldi-da. Bu yerda biz bu bolaning qozoq tilida so'zlayotganligini biz angladik. Biz bir qozoq tilini o'rganib boqmagan hech zamon bu tarjimonsiz biz birsan tushundik. Ta'sirlanib o'tdik, bu yerdagi yaqinchilikni his qildik. Demak, bu yerda bizningki taqdirdosh, qismatdosh, o'xshash bir millat ekanligimizni bu bolaning bayonlaridan, ko'z yoshlaridan biz vücudumuzdan turib his qildik.
Albatta.
Demak, biz qanchalik farqlansakki, shunchalik yaqin bir millat, bir qarindosh ekanligimizni bilgan ko'rib yetdik. Shunday. Yaxshi bir guvohlik bo'ldi. Endi buning oqidan yana bu Baxtnur Ali dedik. Baxtali Nur, doim Baxtali Nur efendim shunchalik bir ta'sirli so'zildi. Ali Nur efendimning oqidan
Erbaki
Otarbay efendim so'zlab o'tdi. Bu efendimmi 2017-yil o'xshash vaqtda qanunsuz diniy mazmundagi filmlarni ko'rganligi, telefonda qanunsuz applarni qashlaganlik sababidan tutilgan. Lagerda yotgan, keyin turmada yotgan, o'zining tayoq yeganligini so'zlaydi. Bu qarindishimizningki, Otarbay qarindishimizningki beshik kelgan qismatlar, ya'ni bularningki uchirgan xo'rliqlar, zulmlar, xorlashlar, bu yerdagi dumbalashlar, bo'lak lagerlar bilan Uyg'urlar so'zlaganlar bilan asosan o'xshash. Ammo buning yana bir o'xshamaydigan bir nuqta, hozirgacha Uyg'urlarni deb kelib o'tadi. Uyg'ur kamirdoshlarmi, lagerda yetib kelgan guvohchilarmi. Otarbay efendimning yana bir bu yerdagi dumbalash, bu odam quloq o'zininki anglash sezimini yo'qtidi, quloqning pardasi yetilib ketib.
Quloqini ma'baytdan shu sababdan yaxshi anglamay qoldi.
Bu bek yaxshi bir isbot bo'ldi, ya'ni quloqlar sağan yer angıldı. Bu lagerdan chiqqan yeri, yani atalmış emgek lageriga yetib keldik. Mecbur emgek lagerda. Bu şunun guvohi bo'ladi, kiyim tikidi, kiyim tikish mashinalarininki Yaponiyadan keltirilganligini, bu kiyimlarga marka chaplashga bo'lmaydiganligini, qaramagandagi.
Shu bilan bilinsin deb marka chaplash
bo'lmaydiganligini.
Bilib qoladi chunki.
Bu yerda yana odamning diqqatini chekadigan eng bir muhim nuqta nima bo'ldi desangiz, bu Zahtatullohmi qayta so'rab bilishga tirishdi buni. Sizlarga pul beraman dedi. Bu bola yo'q, bizga pul bermaydi. Faqat bizga berdigini yaxshiroq tamoq, ozroq kiyim. Bunu ko'rgan vaqtimizda shu ilqi Schindlerning tizimligidagi Schindler efendim ba'zi bir ozroq ish qildirga yaraydigan bir odamlarni kelib, shuni qo'z qilib beqib bir zavod ishlatib hayotini saqlab qoldi-ku. Shu kinodagi shu ko'rinish odamga bir lap bir ko'z oldimdan o'tgandek bo'ldi. Deydi turmadagi tamoqni ichmaydi deydi-ku. Mabalning degan gaplar bayonlardagida. Shunday ta'sirlik odamning yanlam yuragini ezidi. Chunki bu zot bu sotchilar so'ragan vaqtidami sizning beshingizga haqiqatan qara ig'ir kunlar keldi. Mushun psixikalik jihatda siz qabul qila olsangiz, so'zlang bo'lmasa so'zlashga majburlamaymiz. Chunki bularniki o'zining beshiga kelgan bu qariqiliqi zulmlarni qayta eslashmi odamga bir azob
Albatta, qayta boshdan kechirgan gap shu zo'rliqlarni, zo'ravonliklarni, endi bu bak mushkul bir ish. Ammo mayli Baxtali Nur apandi bo'lsin, Erbaki Otarbay bo'lsin, naiti mazmut o'tirib, shu boshdan o'tgan qor kunlarni, fojialarni bir-birlab tizib yaxshi so'zlab bergan bo'ldi. Bu Otarbay apandining menga ta'sir qilgani naiti o'zi dedi, mening qulog'im hozir yaxshi emas, qattiq urayotganlik uchun anglamadim degani. Albatta u sotning oldidan bir paket, ammo u adam sotdan chiqsalamaymish normallashmaydiganligining bir isbot. Masalan, mayli psixologiya jihatdan bo'lsin, jismoniy jihatdan. Masalan, men tutgan chaqda men 98 kilo otim deydi. Lagerdan chiqqan 71 kilo chiqib qoldim deydi. Buni hisoblasangiz bir 30 kilodek-da. Bu bir odamning badani 30 kilo yengillansa, bu badanga bo'lgan zarbining qanchalik cho'ngligini, büyüklüğünü bilgili bo'ladi. Endi
deydi o salomatligining qattiq nacharlashgan.
Nacharlashgan.
Hozir kichkina bir jismoniy meqisimi talab
ketganligini tushunadi. Yana bir muhim nuqta bu odamning degani hamda lagerda bir qozoq bolaning urib o'ldirilganligini so'zlab o'tib ketdi. U yerda uni urib o'ltirgan Qırğız saqçı dedi. O Qırğız saqçı menimi qiynagan dedi. Hem de əlbəttə ularının işte bəlkə Qırğız saqçıdan sır bəlkə Qazaq, Uyğur qalan millətlərin buluş mümkün. Xitaydan başqa. Amma bu yerdə aniq bilishimiz kerak ki, hamda bular əlbəttə millətdə Qırğız bolsun yoki Qazaq bolsun yoki Uyğur bolsun, hətta Uyğurlar məsələn lagerlarda Uyğur saqçılar Uyğurlarni qiynaydiganlar var. Qazaq saqçılar məsələn Qazaqlarni qiynaydigan. Birinci Baqnur Baqtali Nur əpəndinin işki saqçını degəndə Qazaq saqçının ismini ötəb gəldi şu lagerdə özünün köygəndə. Həm də Xitay hökuməti muşu Uyğur, Qazaq, Qırğız, Özbək saqçılarını özüge seliş arqılıq şu millətlərin özünün səskiniş. Yəni birisi. Gerçi
millətlərin özara öç qilish üçün bolsun.
Öç qilish üçün bu mu bolish kerak əlbəttə. Yəni birisi həm də bularning millati nim bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar, bularning millati gerçi Uyğur, Qazaq, Qırğız, Özbək bolsa-mı xorluq qılayotgan saqçılar. Bular Xitay hökumətinin saqçısı. Ularning millati mühim. Ularning ötəyotgan vəzifəsi, ular şu millətning vəzifəsini ötügün yox, ular şu Xitay dövlətinin vəzifəsini ötəyəvatıdı. Şununla bularni şu millət sübütü qaramasıq kerak, bularni Xitay hakimiyyətinin bir qoralı, bir saqçı sübütüdə görüş kerak.
Bu yerdə bir nöqtəni təklif etək doğru gəldi. Bir kitab var, bu Viktor E. Frankl deb şu Xitayning natsistlarninki jaza lagerda 3 yil yetib hayat qalğan bir dаңlıq bir psixolog var. Bu nimeden tutuldu bu adam? Viyana'dan tutulup getilip Avstriya'dan. Aşağıda 3 yıl yatıdı. Bu dаңlıq psixologiya doktoru bu adam. Bu adamınki insanınki mana izde səbir degen bir kitabı var. Dünyada dаңlıq bir kitap bu. Bu kitapta del muşta bir noktunu yazdı bu adam şu. Əsas qaravulları bu aşu Yahudilarning özünün içidən lagerlar işiltib bunu kapo deydiken, ulan tanlap çıxırdiken, saldiken de sağandiken bu nemi deydi odursunuz, bu kapolar gay çağda bu əsaslardan vəhşi deydi.
Vəhşi boldu.
Bula nemi deydi odursunuz, bunun tallığa vaxtıda aşundaq vəhşilik qoldun kildiği adamı tallaydı deydi şu. Bular əlqədək başlağı vəhşilik qığa vaxtıda ərgiz iş çağırtmaydığa.
Millətəm özəmdən qatı deməydi o.
Fəqət özünün tıxım ispatlaş üçün, onlar özünün tıxım əlqə bir xiləlqə sadaqını göstəriş üçün,
can saxlaş üçün
vəhşilik qıldikən də, bu əlqə fəqət bu bazı bizninki Qolcidiki, yoki Ürümçidiki, yoki Tarbağdaydiki, eldiki lagerlarda olub bir şey emas. Bu sınaq qılınğan. Boppoğan bir işlər. Öz vaxtıda əsasçılar, nasistlarının əsas qaravulları şu Yahudi məhbuslarının içindən tallab, kapo deydiken Yahudilardan düzülgen saqçı. Şu an işletici ula bək vəhşi. Çünki aşdaq vəhşiliklərini xalqlara salalaydıgan vücudqa ega ula.
Samısımı öz mövcud bulamaydıgan, duramaydıgan.
Ularga faqat berdigini yaxşaq tamaq kende.
Şu.
Bulanın içində fərq yox bulanın. Şunu əsdətdim mənə bulanın.
Çünki bulamı həm də şu lagerlarda yatqan şu Uyğur, Qazaq, Qırğız, Özbək qalan milləti bolğan saqçılarmı aş işini qımısa, ulum apırıb lager soliş mümkün. Ulumu Kallısta her zaman var. Ulan o saçlarımı ulan qarab, onu beraber de qaramaydı.
Doğrudaysız. Bayan bek mühim nöqtəni dep etdiniz. Bularning yıl tıqanda bolışını qətdə nəzər. Bular şu Xitay hökumətinin saçları bular.
Vəkili, agentlər.
Vaxtımız az qılıb atıdı. Bu qarindaşlarımızınki bayanlardakı sözləydiğən nöqtələr nəhayət köp. Həm eçinişlik. Yəni bir nöqtəni təklif etək doğru kilib atıdı. Bu sotqa bu Qazaq qarindaşlarımız mı çıxıraq çıxıb sot azı guvahlıq beribdi. Bunu bu adamını bir diqqət qıldırған bir nöqtə. Çünki bu Qazaq qarindaşlarımız mı oxşaşlam Uyğurlarga oxşaş şimal tərəflərdə lagerlarda oxşaş şəkildə. Xitay bunu Qazaq kənsi deyə ayırıb qoyan yeri yox. Burada sən Qazaqsan, Uyğur deyə onlara bir yaxşı müamilə qılğandək bolub alğan bilən. Bu lager kəgə vaxtıda bularını ayırıb qoyan yeri yox. Hatta bularım oxşaş şəkildə zulm selib atıdı. Vəhşiliklər uçurab atıdı. Bu Bəxt Ali Nur qatarlı qarindaşlarımız fəqət Qazaxıstan fuqarası olub qalğanlıq üçünlər.
Çətəldən bir bağlılıq qalğanlıq üçün.
Yəni o yerdəki bizim vətənimizdəki 2 milyondək Qazaq qarindaşlarımızınki oxşaşdan zulm astıda bularını. Oxşaşdan zulm astıda.
Yəni nurğunlar lagerda yetib atıdı.
Demək bularının oturğu çıxqınımı bular əlbəttə Qazaxıstanğa çıxqan yağ tüncü olub xalqara axbaratlar sözləb batırlıq qıyğan cəsarət göstərən qarindaşlarının birisi oldular. Şu nöqtəni degim gəldi. Yanılan biz oxşaşlam meyli qanda bolaylı təqdirdaş, qismətdaş. Uyğurlar bilan oxşaş qismətini beşini keçirib atqan bir xalq qarindaşlarımız bizninki. Bulardan biz bəgən bu bayanlardan təsirləndik, xoş bulduq deyə oyladım mən.
Əlbəttə. Bularning hamda Qazaq qarindaşlarımızdan bu qitim o'tgan qitim sotda məsələn Sayrgül Savutbay xanım, Ömər Bək Ali qatarlıq Қазақ қайрындаşlarımız özünün beşini ötken bu facialarına ait, kögen bilgenlerine ait yaxşı sözlügen boldu. Yani bu qitim keyni-keyinden 4 Қазақ qeyrindaşımızın özünün lagırıldı kögen yoki məcbur əmgək silingan jarayanını düşendigini elbette teximi bu sotdan qayıl bulup Xitay hökumətinin bu yerdə faqat Uyğurlarla emas. Uyğurlar bolsun, Qazaxlar bolsun, Qırğız, Özbəklər bolsun, bu yerlik millət Xitaydan başqa yerlik millətlər bolğan bolsa, Türk millətlər bolğan bolsa, musulmanlar bolsa, bu siyasətinin oxşaş bir xil şəkildə yürgüzüb atqanlığını bular isbatlagan boldu. Bunda bolsa bu düşdən keyin bulardan keyin sözləydigan bəzilərini bir tonuşdurub ötülə, şunun bilan tamamlayın. Vaqtım buraya gəldi.
To'g'ridaysız.
Axırlaşdırdı. Onda bolsa düşdən keyin guva bergan, yəni Qazaq qeyrindaşımız bolsa, birisi Gülzira Avulqan qızı. Bu xanım əmdi Qazaqstanda mı jiq guvahlıqni bergan. Hazır Amerikada, hazır belki şu Amerikada durup guvahlık beriş mümkün. Onun için yani bir Qazaq qeyrindaşımız Orenbek Köksebek. Bu efendim mi düştün ki guvah berdi. Onun için Kanada'daki Uyghur paliyatçı Ruqiya Tudish xanım, hani ki Amerika'daki Georgetown Üniversitesi'nin tarih profesörü James Millward hem yazgıcı Jeffrey Kane efendiler düştün ki ispat vermekçi, guvahlık vermekçi.
Undaqda muhtaram ko'rmanlar, bugungi tarqitishimiz mushagichi bo'ladi. Sal turib yana bizning tarqitishimiz izchil davom qiladi. Diqqatinglar radiomizning tor beti, radiomizning sotsial media kanallaridan Facebook, YouTube va Twitterda davomli bo'lg'ay. Sal turib ko'rgicha xushvaqt bo'lgaysizlar. Xayr xush.
Please, Mr. Zamet Border, I think you're going to be taking the next witness.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our next witness is going to be Orenbeck, Koskubek, and Mr. Abraham will be questioning. Thank you.
There's some background noise. It's me, is it?
The witness, originally a Chinese national and of Kazakh ethnicity, moved to Kazakhstan in 2004, where he obtained Kazakh nationality the following year, renouncing his Chinese nationality. In 2017, he moved back to Xinjiang, where he was detained for 6 months in 2 institutions on grounds of having dual nationality. In the first detention center, a re-education camp, he was medically examined extensively, with bodily samples being taken, and he was injected with an unknown substance. He was tortured through various methods, including through forms of solitary confinement, waterboarding, and sleep deprivation. In the second detention center, also a re-education camp, he saw serious violence being committed. He was chained, he says, all the time, and was constantly beaten. He tried to commit suicide. The witness was told that the second center had held around 5,000 inmates. Upon release, he returned to Kazakhstan in or around mid-2018. Mr. Koskubek, I have just 3 questions for you, and then I'll hand you over to the panel. Just to let you know that both the panel and council have had full sight of your witness statement, and they're very familiar with the account you have given.
Көксебек мырза, мен сізге 3 сұрақ қоямын, одан кейін басқа осы трибунал мүшелері басқа да сұрақтар қою мүмкін. Жалпы біз сіздің жазбаша куәгерлігіңізбен таныспыз. Сондықтан қысқаша жауап беріп өтсеңіз болады сұрақтарға.
Can you confirm that both detention centers in which you were detained were re-education camps?
Сіз болған 2 лагерде қайта тәрбиелеу орталықтары ма? Яғни осыны сіз басқа орталық емес, осы қайта тәрбиелеу орталығы ма екеуі де?
Аттырақ айтшы, дауысың естілмей тұрған.
Сіз болған 2 лагер, екеуі де қайта тәрбиелеу орталықтары ма?
Екеуі де лагер Қытайдың түрмесі деп айтуға болады. Мен 2 лагерде жалпы жиыны 125 күн 4 ай болдым.
Both are Chinese camps. I could call them prisons. And I spent in total 125 days or 4 months. And after that, I was under house arrest for 2 months.
In the second detention center, you stated you were chained all the time, as well as beaten all the time. Are you able to tell us more by way of detail?
Сіз 2-ші лагерде болған кезіңізде сізді ылғида кісендеп қойғанын және ылғида ұрып соққанын айтыпсыз. Осы жайлы толығырақ айтсаңыз.
Мен өзім алғаш рет шекарадан өткен кезінде мені тұтқындап Жеңіс деген азамат 2-ші лагерге апарған, 1-ші лагерге. 1-ші лагерде мен Қытай тілін білмегендіктен Қазақстан азаматы ретінде тұтқындалған болатынмын. Олардың мені қинаған жабасы сөзбен айтып, жүрекпен айтып жеткізе алмаймын.
When I crossed the border first time, I was taken by a guy named Jengis to the very first camp, and the reason I was taken there was I was a Kazakh national and I could not speak any Chinese. Жалғастырасыз ба? Сұрақ 2-ші лагер жайында.
2-ші түрмеге апарған кезінде мені қолыма кісен салып, қол аяғыма, басыма қара қалпақ кигізіп апарған. Енді бірінші түрмедегі жапам менің ерекше болды, ол жерде шұңқырға салып қинаған.
I was taken to the second camp. While I was taken to the second camp, I was shackled and handcuffed and hooded. But I would say that I was tortured mostly in the first prison when I was taken into a hole or this well-like thing.
You've stated that you still receive pressure from the Chinese government. Is this something you are either able or willing to talk about?
Siz және өзіңіздің жазбаңызда айтыпсыз, Қытай үкіметінен сізге көптеген қысымдар түскен жайлы. Осы туралы айтқыңыз келе ме?
Енді Қытай үкіметі Қазақстанда қысым қылды деген, Қытайдың ұзын қолдарының көп екендігін Қазақстанда білемін, талай рет звондап, маған Қазақстан азаматы ретінде ол кезде мен жалғыз куәгер болатынын айтып жүрген. Осы ол кезде менің мына достарым ешқандай шығып келмеген, Ермаққа отырбай өзімен бірге болған сол кезде. Олардың ешқандай біреуі шығып келмеген болатын. Сол кезде мен өзім осыны айтып жүрген болатын. Олар маған звондап түрлі қоқаңлаулар жасаған, бірақ мен оған қарамастан көптеген адамдарға сұхбат бердім.
I would say there are many people who work for the Chinese government in Kazakhstan, and I was one of the first. I was one of the detainees who was released very early. So when I came to Kazakhstan, even the guys like Irbakhat was still in China. So even at that time, I started receiving some threats from those guys, but I did not care, and I started giving interviews to various media.
Thank you, Mr. Koksvek. The panel may have further questions for you. Thank you.
Рахмет сізге. Басқалардың сұрақтары болуы мүмкін.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. Can I just start off, when you were, after you'd been to the police station and you were staying with your cousins, the family were frightened to talk to you. Why was that?
Siz жалпы сақшыдан кейін кіші әкеңіздің баласының үйінде тұрған кезде жалпы олар сөйлеуден қорқатын еді. Қорқады депсіз. Сол туралы айтсаңыз, қалай?
Қайтадан айтшы, ренжімесеңіз.
Сіз осы ұсталғаннан шыққаннан кейін кіші әкеңіздің ұлының үйінде тұрдыңыз ба?
Мені шекарадан өткен кезде Жеңіс деген жігіт тұтқындап Қарағаш деген жерге апарды. Ол кезде әкемнің інісінің баласы күтіп алған болатын. Олар содан шекараға барған кезде маған Қарағаш деген жерге барасың деді. Қарағаш деген жерге барғанда бір қағазға қол қойдырды. Ол қағазды не қағаз деп едім, сенің нүпісіңді өшіру, Қазақстанға кету қағаз деді. Одан мен ол жерде сағат 24 сағат па білмеймін енді. Сондай мөлшерінде мен сұрақтарға жауап бердім. Олардың сұраған сұрағы Қазақстанға неге бар, неге көштің, кім әкетті деген сұрақтар болды. Ол кезде мен өз еркіммен, өз ықтиярыммен Қазақстан азаматын алған болатынмын. Қазақстан азаматын алғаныма 2005 жылы алған болатын. 2017 жылы Қытайға өткем.
When I crossed the border, my cousin met me at the border, and there were other policemen who told me that we needed to go to Qaragash, and after going there, I had to sign these documents. But before that, in 2015, I had obtained Kazakh citizenship. Actually, I think I translated not correctly. Maybe could you please repeat your question? It was about after being released, or just before when he was staying with his cousin?
That's right. He says that his relatives were frightened to talk to him.
Like before his detention?
Yes.
Okay. Сізді лагерге апарудан бұрын жалпы сіздің туысқандарыңыз, сіз жаңағы ініңіздің үйінде тұрған кезде, олар тіпті сөйлеуден қорқатын деп жазыпсыз. Сол туралы айтсаңыз, олар не үшін қорқады?
Мен сол әкемнің інісінің үйінде тұрған кезде, әкемнің әпекесінің ұлының үйінде тұрдым. Сол кезде мен сол үйге тіркеуім тұруым керек екен. Ол кезде мені ешкім тіркетпей, қорқып, саясы үйрену деді. Бұл үйренудің не екенін білмедім. Содан өзімнің туған ауылыма бардым. Туған ауылымда ерекше өзгеріп кеткен, барлығын түгел трактормен қопарып тастаған, үйдің бәрін құлатқан, терезенің бәрі шағылған, оның барлығы шындық. Соның бәрін қорқып мен не болған мұның бәріне десем, саяси үйрену деген бар. соған барасың деп сөйтті. Маған енді кім айтты барасың деп сөйтіп, кеше маған біреу звондады деп сол жерде бір туысқанымыз айтқан болатын. Содан бірақ та маған сол жерде жүргенде не секілді звоноктар келді. Бірақ та Қытайдың нөмірі болмады, мен артынан Қытайдың нөмірін алып берді. Қытайдың нөмірін алып, Қытайдың нөмірін қолданып жүрген кезімде қаншама адамдар маған сол жерде де қоғамлық көрсетіп.
I stayed in my aunt's son's house first, and all the family members there were afraid of talking to me, and especially talking about the people being sent to those education centers. And they were afraid to to register me after I arrived in China. And I did not understand why they were doing this. And then I went to my hometown, which was a village, and I witnessed so many things have changed there. Although I did not have the local phone number, but I started receiving phone calls. It happened before even my relatives bought me a local number. So after getting the new number, I again just received so many threatening phone calls.
And were your family also receiving threatening phone calls?
Сіздің отбасы мүшелеріңізде сондай қоқамлық жасайтын телефон қоңырауларын алды ма? Соларға келді ма сондай?
Түсінбедім.
Оларға да телефон соғып өстіп қорқытты ма?
Оларға да телефон соғыпты, бірақ та оны өздері айтты. Бірақ та мен не үшін қорқытты деп едім. Сені шекарадан шығарып саламыз деп айтты. Кім деп едім? Жеңіс деген жігіт деп айтты.
Yes, they also received phone calls, but they did not give me the details. But what they told me was that there was a guy named Cengiz, and who told them that he would take me back to see me off to the Kazakh-China border.
Okay, thank you. So instead of taking you to the border, they made you have some more tests. Can you describe? You say it's a hospital-like place. Was it like a laboratory, or can you describe it a little bit better?
Жалпы сізді шекараға апарудың орнына сізді басқа бір жерге алып барған. Ол жер докторханаға ұқсайды, немесе ол әлде бір лаборатория ма? Жалпы ол қандай жер болды, сол туралы айтып өтсеңіз.
Мені 2017 жылы 12 айдың 17-сі күні Жеңіс деген жігіт жанымда Қытаймен келіп, мен шекарадан өткізіп тастадым деп туыс-туғанмен қоштасып кеткен болатын. Содан ол мені шекараға емес, басқа жаққа барды. Қайда барамыз дедім, докторханаға барып сені тексерту керек деді. Содан докторханаға барып тексертті, ол докторхананың ішін енді ауызбен айтып жеткізе алмаймын, ерекше күшті, бірақ та оның барлығы түгел доктор киіммен киінген. Олар менің бүкіл денсаулығымды тексеріп, анализімді тапсырдым, түгел қан тапсырдым. Қолымнан да, саусағымнан да бәр жерімнен қан тапсырдым. Біраз көптеген қандарды тапсырып, көптеген денсаулық нәтижелерін тапсырдым. Оның өзіне Жеңіс сөзі, барлық қағаздарын бәрін жинап алып, Жеңіс сөзі алды. Содан алғаннан кейін Жеңіске қайда барамыз, шекараға апарасың ба дегенде, Жеңіс жанында Қытайға нұсқау берді. Мен Қытай тілін білмедім, Қытайша сөйледі. Содан Қытайша сөйлеп, бізді шекараға емес, басқа жаққа қарай апарды. Ол басқа жаққа апарған жер қорқынышты, үсті тікен-тікен, сондай жер еді.
It was December 17th, 2017. The guy named Cengiz first told me that he would bring me to the border, and he was with other 3 Han Chinese guys. And I said goodbye to my relatives, but instead of taking me to the border, they brought me to another place. And when we reached there, they told me that I needed to have a medical checkup first. And that facility was really good. It looked really nice. And they had my blood samples. They drew blood from my fingers and from my veins. And I had some other tests too. And Cengiz got all the papers given by the hospital about my checkup. And I asked him what was going on, but he did not answer. Instead, he talked to those Chinese guys, Han Chinese guys in Chinese, which I did not understand. Then in the end, they took me to a place which was surrounded by barbed wires.
Thank you. You were then, from the place where you had the barbed wires, you were then taken on to a re-education camp, where you say there were 7 people in a cell. But then you say there was no water. Was there no water to drink?
Siz osunu aytыпсыз, sizді осы қайта тәрбиелеу лагеріне алып барды, одан соң ол жерде 7 адаммен бірге тұрдым. Және осы мәліметтермен қоса, сіз ол жерде су жоқ деп айтыпсыз. Бұны қалай түсінуге болады?
Мен сол апарған кезде тікен сол ненің ішіне кіргізді, дарбыздардың ішіне. Есігін ашып, содан кірген кезде мен бүткіл киімімді бәрін шешіп, көйлегіме дейін телефон соғайын деп ойлағам, телефонды жұлып алды Жеңіс деген жігіт. Бүткіл киімімді шешті, тұрсымен тұрдым ол жерде. Содан енді мен сұрап едім, маған киім бермесінен осы тұрсымен жүрем ба дегенде, бір костюм шалбар киген бір сауатты, бір үлкендеу кісі маған бір ішке киетін бір қалың киім әкеп берді. Сол киімді киіп, содан 7 адам жатқан бір бөлмеге кіргізді. Оның ішінде 7 адам бар екен. Ол кезде кірген кезде мен қол аяғыма кісен салды. Ол кісемен мен 7 күн сол жерде жаттым. Мен тамақ ішкен кезде олар бөлек ішеді. Олар өздері қорқады. Олар көбі ұйғырлар ішінде бір Қытай бар екен. Бірақ енді Қытай мана ол дүнген бе білмедім, бірақ қытайша сөйледі. Олар маған сөйлегеннен қорқады. Олар ылғи күндіз кетіп қалады. Қайда кететінін білмеймін. 1 сағат, 2 сағат ішінде қайтып келеді. Кей кезде 3 сағат ішінде қайтып келеді. Оның қайда барып, қайда не істеп жүргенін оны білмедім. Содан мен сол жерде жатқан кезде 7 күннен кейін аударып жібересіз бе?
Okay. After I was being taken to that compound which was surrounded by barbed wires, I want after entering into that building, I wanted to make phone call first, but the guy that Jengis took my phone away. And instead he ordered me to take off my clothes, and I left only with my underwear. And there was another older guy who provided me with some casual clothes to wear. And then I was handcuffed, and I was taken to that room where other 7 people were staying. I'm not quite sure if one of them was Han or Hui, but what I remember is he spoke Chinese, like Chinese, like Mandarin Chinese. The other guys were Uyghurs, but all of them were afraid of talking to me or just even having meals with me. And during the daytime, they were absent from the cell for hours, sometimes for up to 3 hours, and they were taken back.
So when they came back, do you know where they'd been? Were they being interrogated?
Олар сол біраз сағаттар жоғалып кетіп қайта келген кезде жалпы біле алдыңыз ба? Олар сұраққа тартуға алып барған ба, жоқ қайда алып барып келген?
Қайта айтасыз ба ренжімесеңіз?
Олар бірнеше сағат жоғалып кетеді дедіңіз ғой жаңағы адамдар. Солар қайтып келген кезде біле алдыңыз ба? Олар не үшін жоғалып кеткен?
Енді сұраған кезде оларды мен қазақша сұрадым, бірақ олар маған жауап бермеді. Қытайша сөйледі, не сөйлегенін білмеймін. Ұйғырша сөйледі, ұйғырша сөйлеген, ұйғырша не айтып отқанын мен түсінбеймін, шын айтсам. Сондықтан мен қазақ тілін білгендіктен, басқа тіл білмегендіктен маған қазақша аударып беретін ешкім болмады. Содан мені 7 күн сол жерде жатқаннан 7 күннен кейін мені Йоңпамелалы бір Қытаймен бір тақырбас Қытай екеуі алып кетіп, содан тергеу бөлімі дейді. Ол кезде бізде Тянхуа деп қоямыз. Сол Тянхуа бөліміне бар, сол жерге барғанда бір 4 адам болды. 4 адам менен сұрақ жауап алды. Сұрақ жауап алғанда сен мұнда неге келгенді білесің бе деді. Білмеймін дедім. Содан маған олар сен сатқансың деді. Қарызың бар. 2 мемлекет азаматын пайдаланғансың, оның үстіне сен қағазға қол қойдың. Ол қағазға қол қойғанда Қытай азаматына кіру қағазы деп айтты. Мен оны түсінбедім дегенде мен саған түсіндіремін деп содан бір құдыққа апарып мені салып басына су құйып талдырды, талып қалып есімді бір жесем өзімнің жатқан жерімде жатыр. Мен ол шұңқырда қанша күн болдым, қанша сағат болдым, ол менің есімде жоқ. Әзір мен еске сақтауға білетін армын. Олар жүресіз бе?
I wanted to know the reason, and then I asked, but I had to ask in Kazakh, and nobody replied me in Kazakh because they spoke Chinese and Uyghur. I did not understand any of those languages. And there was Han Chinese, like the guard, who whose surname was Yang. And there was another guy, Han guy, who was a bold guy. And they, two of them came to my cell and they took me to to interrogate me. They would call it 谈话 in Chinese, to have conversation or something like that. And after people then they told me then 4 people took me to another place to question me, and they asked if I knew why I came to that place. And they also explained me that I was a traitor, I was using dual citizenship, and I was in debt. And then they also told me that I had signed a paper to renounce my Kazakh citizenship. And I told them I did not understand anything, and they said, okay, we will explain you, and they took me to the hole.
Could you tell me about, or tell us about what happened when they tried to put you down the well?
Олар сізді құдыққа салған кезде не болғанын айтып өтесіз бе?
Айта түсіндірші ренжімесең.
Сізді құдыққа салғанда не болғанын айтып өтесіз бе?
Құдыққа салған кезде құдықтың ішінде темір бар екен. Темір саты 2 жігіт алып шықты. Содан 2 жігіт қосылып 4-еу апарып мені құдыққа салды. Салған кезде ана темір сатымен түсесің деді, түстім. Содан қолыңды жоғары қарай көтер деді, былай көтердім. Көтеріп жоғары қара деді. Жоғары қарағанда су құйды. Қанша су құйғанын мен есімде жоқ. Содан есімде бір жесем өзімнің жатқан жерімде жатыр екен. Өзімнің бұрынғы жатағымда 7 адам жатқан. Содан бір қазақ жігіт тұрып айтты, сенің жаның темір емес шығар, барлық шындықты мойында деді. Мен нені мойындаймын дедім.
Yeah, it was a well, and there was a metal stairs, and the 4 guys ordered me to take the stairs to get into the well. And after that, they ordered me to raise my hands and look upwards. And when I did so, they poured water from the above. And then what I remember is like I fainted, because when I came to myself, I was staying in the cell with these 7 other guys. And when I came to myself, one of the guys told me that I should confess my crime.
Sorry, were the 7 other people in the well with him, or were you alone in the well?
Құдықта сіз жалғыз болдыңыз ба, жоқ 7 адаммен бірге болдыңыз ба?
Түсінбедім.
Құдықта сіз жалғыз болдыңыз ба, жоқ 7 адаммен бірге болдыңыз ба?
Құдықта жалғыз өзім болдым. 7 адам өзімнің жатқан жерімде болды. Ол жерде құдықта жалғыз адам ғана сыяды. Менен басқа ешкім сыймайды. Іші тар құдық, ішінің бәрі симонтталған. Енді ішінде не бар екенін білмеймін, бірақ есімді талып қалыппын. Талдыратын не бар оның ішінде? Бір Құдайдың өзі біледі.
I was alone in the well. The 7 people are the people who were with me in that cell room, not in the well, because the well was so tiny that only 1 person can be there.
You write that you were in the well for 7 days. Did they feed you?
Siz құдықта 7 күн болғаныңызды айтыпсыз. Сол кезде олар сізге тамақ берді ма?
Маған ол кезде ешқандай тамақ бермеді. Талып жатқан есімді ғана білдім. Құдықта мен неше күн болдым, неше сағат болдым, ол менің есімде жоқ. Еске сақтау қабілетінен айырылдым, өтірік айтарым жоқ.
They did not feed me because I fainted, and to be honest, I don't even remember how, if I were there for hours or for days. So I'm suffering from memory loss, so I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you very much. You then later on asked to memorize 3 songs in Chinese, and it took you 1.5 months to sing them. But what I want to know is that if you couldn't do it, was that when they made you sit on a small plastic chair, where if you leant backwards you were beaten and then possibly put in the tiger chair? Did this ever happen to you?
Siz тағы айтыпсыз, siz ол жерде 3 Қытайша ән үйренуге міндетті болыпсыз, және оны үйрену үшін сіз 1,5 ай уақыт жұмсапсыз. Сол кезде үйрене алмаған кезіңізде сізді мысалы кейде орындыққа отырғызып қояды. Ал енді жалпы одан кейін мәселен жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызу немесе басқа да жазалар қолданылды ма сізге, және осылар осыған байланысты ма, яғни ән үйрене алмағаныңыз үшін?
Мен сол құдықтан шығып, өзімнің неме жатқанда есімді жейдім. Маған айтты, содан тағы да сұрақ болды. Содан мен Қытайдың азаматысың деп олар кінәлады, сатқансың деді. Содан маған үш өлең жазып берді. Біреу мейі күңшандаң, біреу тұмбақың деген, біреу шылай деген өлең. Сол бір өлеңнің өзімен 1,5 ай ішінде әрең үйрендім. Ол кезде маған үйреткен өзімнің қасымдағы Ербақыт, Еркін деген жігіт, Сұңқар деген жігіт болды. Мектепқа кірген кезде Анар Мұхтар қызы болды, Айнұр деген қыздар болды. Сол Нұрсұлу деген тәтеміз болды. Әзір Нұрсұлу деген тәтеміз шығып келді үйінде, денсаулығы нашарлау.
After the well incident, they told me that I needed to learn 3 Chinese songs, which included the East is Red. Without the Communist Party, there would be no New China, and the Chinese national anthem. It was very hard for me to recite those songs. But meanwhile, all the other guys there helped me, including Irbaqat, Yerkan, and the Sunkar. Those guys helped me a lot. And there were other women like Ainur, Nursulu, and Nursulu is now in Kazakhstan.
Did they ever put you in the tiger chair?
Олар сізді жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызды ма?
Мен ол жерде соны өлеңді үйренбесең, 5 жылға дейін соттаймыз сені деп 5 жыл деп үкім кесіп тастады. Енді ол 5 жыл деген үкіммен сол жердегі түрмедегі адамдар өлді, басқа ешкім білмеді ғой. Содан маған пластмасс орындық берді, сол пластмасс орындықта былай дүзіп отырамын. Екі көзім дүзіп болады, мына қолым былай тұрады. Дүзіп тұру керек. Егер қолым қисық болса, тағы да ол жерде басқа жақтарға барып ұрып соғып қинайды. Қинаған кезде маған шапалақ ұрса қуанамыз, андай қолымдағы таяқпен бүйірден ұрады.
They told me that if I failed to learn those songs, then I would be given a prison term up to 5 years prison term. But only the detainees were aware of this, so I'm not sure if I was given this prison term in reality. And all the other times that I was forced to sit on a plastic stool without any movement. If I moved my hand or legs, then I would be punished.
Thank you. So just moving on a bit, you could hear people being beaten and screaming. Did you ever see them doing this to your fellow mates?
жалпы сіз тағы ол жерде адамдардың ұрғаннан шыңғырып, айғайлағандарын естігеніңізді айтыпсыз. Жалпы өзіңіздің бірге тұрған адамдардың ішінде сондайлар болды ма? Сөйтіп ұрып соққан адамдар.
Иә, көрдім. Мені сол жерде жолбарыс орындыққа отырғызамын деп қорқытты, бірақ отырғызған жоқ. Содан Йоңпамелалы жаңағы Қытай мен өзі түрмеге құдыққа салған. Сол Қытай маған 7 күн тамақ бермеймін деп қорқытқаны болды. Одан кейін Асқар деген сол жерде ұйғыр жігіт түрме бастығының орынбасарымын деді. Қазақстан азаматы деген сөзді екінші айтушы болма деді. Содан ол жерде ылғи мен туыстарыммен сөйлесем, туыстарым сол бір аптада бір айда бір келеді. Сол кезде мені қолымды кісендеп апарады. Кісенде болғай, сол кезде мен кісенде апарған кезде мен бір екіқабат болған ұйғыр әйелді көрдім. Одан бір қазақ әйелдің баласын емізіп қайта-қайта апаратындығын көрдім. Ол қазақ әйелді мен бірнеше мәрте көрдім. Баласы өте сәби, кішкентай екен. Соны еміздеді екен, баланы қайталып кетеді, ана әйелді қайтадан лагерге кіргізеді екен. Егер ол саясы үйрену болса, ондай қинамас еді ғой адамдарда.
Yes, I witnessed such things. The guy I mentioned, surnamed Young, threatened me that I would be seated on a tiger chair, but I wasn't seated on it. He also threatened me, saying that I would be deprived of food for 7 days. And because he was angry that I kept saying that I was a Kazakh citizen. I was allowed to meet my relatives, and when I was taken to that room to meet my relatives, I would be shackled. And during that time, I saw 2 women, one Kazakh woman and another Uyghur woman. Taken to that room to meet my relatives, I would be shackled. And during that time, I saw 2 women, one Kazakh woman and another Uyghur woman, another Kazakh woman. The Kazakh woman went there to feed her baby.
Thank you. You were given an injection in your right side. Were the other inmates also given injections?
Siz оң жағыңызға укол салғанын айтыпсыз. Ал сізбен тұрған басқа адамдарға да укол салынды ма?
Мен сол ана бірінші түрмеде алғаш рет кірген кезде менің оң жағымнан укол салды. Уколды маған ғана емес, барлығына салды. Мына ер уақыт отырбайға да салды. Басқа сол жердегі адамдардың барлығына салды. Сұңқар деген жігітке де салды. Сұңқар деген жігіттің сол жерде қолы сынды, бізге тұз бермегендігі де бар. Онан кейін мен өзім сол жерде түрмеде ылғи жылайтынмын қорқып. Өйткені маған 5 жыл үкім кескеннен кейін 5 жылдан кейін қай уақытта шығамын, мына қытайша өлеңді қай уақытта үйренемін деген сондай бір қорқыныштар болды. Сол кезде мен жұбататын осы менің қасымдағы қазақ достарым мен ұйғыр достарым болды, қырғыз бауырларым болды, дүнген бауырларым болды.
It wasn't only me who was injected, and it happened in the very first prison. And not long after I was taken to that prison, I got I was injected, and all the other people were injected too, including Irbaqat and the Sunkar. And I remember the guy named Sunkar broke his hand because he asked for salt. We were not given salt while we were there. And I would cry a lot there because I was so worried that I wouldn't be released because I could not learn any Chinese, and it was very hard for me to recite songs.
Thank you. It sounds a hard time for you, very hard time. You wanted to commit suicide. Was this because you were so depressed and low, or were you just wanting to get out? I'm sorry, it's a difficult question.
Сізге кішкене қиындау сұрақ қойып отырмын. Сіз сол кезде қатты қиналғаныңызды біліп отырмыз. Жалпы сіз бірде өзіңізге қол жұмсамақшы болыпсыз. Бұл ол жерде сіз қатты күйзеліске түскендіктен болды ма, жоқ әлде осы жол арқылы мені шығарып жібереді деген сияқты ой болды ма?
Ол жерде мен өзіме қол жұмсап болғаным рас. Ол кезде мені құтқарып қалған мына Ербақыт, Ербол деген жігіттер болған. Бірақ оның бәрі күйзелісте мына қытайша білмеген кесілінен болған. Бірақ олар маған 5 жыл деп күнде ылғи сұрақ сайын сөйтіп айтатын, сен Қытай азаматысың, Қытайда қаласың деп. Мен бірақ Қазақстан азаматын соншалықты қинайтын, Қазақстан сендердің не істеді деп сұраған кезімізде, сен Қазақстанға не үшін бардың, не себептен бардың деп маған көптеген сұрақтар айтады. Мен өзім мұғалімдардың өзімен 27 рет кездесуге теңқол дейді ғой. Сондай болды. Олармен кездескен уақытында мен тек қана Қазақстанға жіберіңдер, мен Қазақстан азаматымын дейтін. Бірақ олардың ана қағазға қол қойғандағы себебі Қытай азаматтығына кіргізу екенін білмедім. Егер білгенім ол қағазға қол қоймайтын едім. Мен өз-өзіме қол жұмсаған кезімде мені құтқарып қалған Ербол, Ербақыт деген жігіт, Сұңқар деген жігіт, тағы да басқа ұйғыр бауырларымыз, қырғыз бауырларымыз куәгер болатын сол жерде. Енді олар тірі болса куәгерлік етеді деп ойлаймын.
Yes, I tried to commit suicide, but fortunately the guys like Irbaqat, Yerbol just rescued me. All this happened because I did not speak any Chinese. And every time they questioned me, they kept saying that I wouldn't be released at least for 5 years. And they would always ask why I've become Kazakh citizen. So in total, I was questioned about 27 times, and each time they repeated this. They also asked me to sign some documents which I did not understand at all, and I have signed it. And only after that, I realized actually it was about renouncing my Kazakh citizen and restoring my Chinese citizenship. So I regret it. If I understood that, I wouldn't have just signed it. But I'm very thankful to the guys like Irbol, Yerbakut, and some other Uyghur and the Kyrgyz guys. And like they witnessed what I've experienced, and I hope that they will give evidence if they are still alive.
Thank you very much. You're now back in Kazakhstan. Can you tell us how you are? Do you still suffer from what you've been through, which has just been awful?
Енді қазір сіз Қазақстандасыз. Жалпы Қазақстанға қайтқаннан кейін әлі де осы жағдайларда еске алып қиналып жүрсіз бе? Жалпы осы туралы айтсаңыз.
Мен әзір күйзелістемін. Енді бұны еске алған сайын жылау болады. Енді ол жерде маған көп соққы берген Асқар Жеңіс деген азаматтар, Асқардың талай рет мені боқтап, Қазақстан азаматы емес екеніңді дәлелде, Қытайдың азаматысың деген боқтық сөзі болатын. Бірақ ол өзі қазақша ат қойған Асқар деп өзіне, бірақ өзінің ұйғыр тілімен сөйлеп, ұйғырша сөйлейтіні, бірақ оның нақтылы ұйғыр ма, жоқ әлде нақтылы қазақ па, басқа ұлт па білмедім. Бірақ та мен не мақсатта қамағандығын, соны мен бүгін сотқа келдегі мақсатым, соны дәлелдеп берулеріңізді сұраймын.
I'm still in depression, and every time I recall these my experiences, I just cry. And those guys like Asqar, Cengiz, scolded me a lot. They tortured me mentally, and especially Asqar. But also, although his name sounds like Kazakh, but he wasn't Kazakh. I think he was Uyghur or some other like ethnicity. I'm not sure about that, but he scolded me a lot. And he asked me to prove that prove that I hadn't renounced my Kazakh citizenship. And today I came here to give evidence and just to find an answer, finally, why I was detained at the first place.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll pass you over to the chairman.
Rahmat.
Mr. Coxebeck, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us.
Көксебек мырза, сіздің осында келіп бізбен сөйлескеніңіз үшін көп рахмет.
You may have a view, an opinion, on why the PRC, the People's Republic of China, has been doing the things it's done to you and to others. If you have a view or opinion and would like to tell us what it is, please do.
Енді Көксебек мырза, осы Қытай Халық Республикасы сізді осылай қамады, яғни сізге жасаған осындай әрекеттері, сізге ғана емес, сіз сияқты басқа да адамдарға осындай әрекеттерді не үшін жасап жатқаны жайлы өзіңіздің қандай да бір көзқарасыңыз болса, сонымен бөліссеңіз.
Бұлардың маған жасап жатқан зұлымдығы бүткіл мұсылмандардың көзін құрту. Бұл мұсылмандарды ғана емес, ұйғыр халқын, қырғыз халқын, дүнген халқын, бүткіл мұсылман халқын көзін жойып, барлығын қытайша сөйлетіп, Қытайдың өлеңін айтқызып, Қытай қылу мақсаты. Олардың мақсаты бүткіл дүние жүзін жаулап алу. Оны жаулап алу жөнінде маған түрме бастығының орынбасары Асқар деген жігіт оның сол жерде тағы да бір жігіттер айтқан болатын. Біз күндердің бірінде дүние жүзін жаулап аламыз деп. Бірақ та мен айтқам, жаулап алсаңдар да біз секілді қазақтарды жаулап ала алмайсыңдар деген. Мен бұл сұхбатымды ешқашан да тоқтатпаймын деп сөз беремін. Бүгін мұнда келудегі мақсатым осы басымнан өткен қиыншылығымды, оның кейін осы қазақтардың ешқандай зардап шекпеуін, бүткіл мұсылмандардың емін еркін жүруін сұраймын. Енді осы әділдік деген өмірде бар ма?
Yes, the atrocities the Chinese government perpetrated to me, not only to me, but to the whole Muslim population, including the Uyghurs, Hui, Kyrgyz, and others. And what they want to do is just they want all these people spoke one language, which is Mandarin Chinese. And they also want to conquer the entire world. It's not just the thing that I made up. It's the guy named Asghar told me that one day that China will conquer the world. And I told him that no, you would never be able to conquer the people like us. And I really, I wonder if we can get any, if the people like us would get any freedom, if there is any freedom for us. Was it like fair? What is the definition of fairness?
Mr. Coxbeck, you have shown great dignity and generosity in telling us of your experience. We are grateful to you for coming. I'm just going to check. There may be one more question, but I'm not sure that there's time. What's the question? I'll ask the question. Who was the man who told you China wants to rule the world?
Sizge Xitoy әлемді басқарғысы келеді деген сөзді кім айтты?
Ренжімесеңіз қайта аударасыз ба? Түсінбей қалдым.
Xitoy бүкіл әлемді басқарады деген сөзді кім айтты дедіңіз?
Сол жерде Жеңіс деген жігіт тағы да бір жігіттер айтты. Жеңіс деген жігіттен сен кім болып істейсің деп түрме бастығының орынбасарымын деді. Түрме бастығының атын айтқан мен ұмытып қалдым. Өйткені көптеген нәрселерді ұмытып қалатын болдым.
The guys like Genghis and others, I remember his name, and I think he was the deputy head of that prison, and he also told me the name of the head of the prison, but because of my memory loss, I cannot remember their names.
Одан кейін Асқар деген жігіт бар сол жерде. Асқар да өзі сөйтіп айтқан болатын, түрме бастығының орынбасарымын деп, талай рет мен Қазақстан азаматымын емеспін деп айтты деген.
And there was another guy named Asghar. He was the deputy head there too. And he kept saying to me that I shouldn't say that I am a Kazakh citizen anymore.
I repeat my thanks. Your evidence is concluded. And if you choose to stay in the hall for the remainder of today and tomorrow, I hope you will find it helpful to see the exploration that is being made of the things of which you tell us.
Sizge tағы да алғысым шексіз. Осында келгеніңіз үшін, куәліктен өткеніңіз үшін енді куәлік беру аяқталды. Сіз ары қаратай залда боласыз ба, осында бүгін ертең осында келіп көресіз ба, оны өз еркіңізде. Жалпы куәлік беру аяқталды.
Менің тағы да бұл кісілерге айта кететінім, бүткіл қазақтарды, бүткіл ұйғырларды, бүткіл қырғыздарды, бүткіл дүнгендерді заң алдында қорғауын, оның мына заң алдында адамды құқық деген бар ма, адамды қорлау деген бар ма, оның мына Қытай мемлекеті Қазақстан азаматын қорлау, Қазақстан азаматтарына тіл тигізу деген бар ма, соның қандай осы сот артында қандай бір жауабы бар екенін соны білгім келеді сот мырзалардан. Жоқ әлде өстіп біз қорланып, өзіміздің құқығымызды таптап, көрінгенге мазақ болып, иленіп, ит болып, күшік болып жүре береміз бәлде?
If it's allowed, just I would ask the panel members that what do you think that what the Chinese government is doing is right to, because I was a Kazakh national and they just detained me for no reason. Is there any legal judgment about that? And will they continue to trample on our human rights like if we were dogs and cats?
You can be sure that the questions you ask are among those the tribunal will have in mind and will consider. Thank you again. You're now at liberty to leave the seat and stay in the hall or go elsewhere. Thank you.
Sizge tағы да алғысым шексіз. Жалпы біз осы трибуналды ұйымдастырып отырған себептеріміздің бірі де осы сұраққа жауап іздеу. Сондықтан қазір енді боссыз.
Енді мен тағы да бірдеме айта кетейін, аудап берсеңіз бұл кісілерге. Енді мен осы барлық қазақ халқы атынан, барлық ұлт атынан, барлық адамдарға төлем төлеуін талап етемін. Әрқайсысына төлем ақы беруін заң бойынша зерттеп, заң бойынша ескеріп, осыны қатаң түрде бақылауын. Ертең мен Қазақстанға барғаннан кейін, ертең мен Қазақстанға қайтамын, Қазақстанға барғаннан кейін мені өлтіріп кетуі де мүмкін, пышақтап кетуі де мүмкін, соттап кетуі де мүмкін. Енді мен өзімнің алдымда қандай тағдыр бар екендігін мен айта алмаймын ешкімге де. Менің алдымда бір Алла ғана, мен Аллаға ғана сенемін бұл өмірде. Мені құтқарып алып шыққан Қазақстан мемлекеті, Қазақстан сыртқы істер министріне мен рахметімді айтамын. Осында отырған барлық ұйғыр халқына, барлық ұлттарға Алла разы болсын деп рахметімді айтамын.
The last thing I would like to mention is like now like I'm going back to Kazakhstan and I don't know about my future, like if I'll be detained or if someone will kill me, but still like I would like to express my gratitude to the Kazakh government, the Ministry of Kazakhstan, that they rescued me, and all the Uyghur people who've organized this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vetch will escort the witness out. Mr. Sabi, the next witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is Maya Mitalipova. She will be joining us from the United States remotely.
Dr. Maya Mitalipova is the director of the Human Stem Cell Laboratory at the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Mitalipova attended Moscow Timiryazev Agricultural Academy, and in 1988 she received her master's degree in genetics. She then returned to Almaty, Kazakhstan, where she worked as a research assistant at the Institute of Experimental Biology. After earning her PhD from the Moscow Medical Genetics Institute in 1995, she worked there as a senior researcher for a number of years. Dr. Mitalipova played a leading role in developing cloning technology at the University of Wisconsin-Madison with Professor Neil First. In 2001, she accepted a job in the Australian biotech company Bressogen, where she was one of the first scientists working on human embryonic stem cells and was the second scientist in the world who isolated human embryonic stem cells. She has trained scientists on the same areas around the world and is very widely published in leading journals. Dr. Mitalipova has been a Uyghur activist since 2017 and has brought attention, as she says, to their plight in Massachusetts, where she is based. Dr. Mitalipova's very short reports to the tribunal relate to, first, a review on plasma collection in Xinjiang, and second, to the link between large-scale DNA sequencing and alleged organ transplantation of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Dr. Mitalipova, thank you very much for joining us. We would be very grateful for a short presentation on your reports. The panel have received your two reports and they've also considered your biography. We'd be very grateful if you might be able to stick to 10 minutes, after which I'll ask you a handful of questions and then hand you over to the tribunal members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for introduction, for nice introduction. I go as Maya, or my son, my Uyghur name. And I want to talk about the large-scale DNA sequencing in Xinjiang or East Turkestan. So we know that from about 2016, I can share my slides if I may. I will try to stick to the schedule if possible.
Slides on the screen, unless you're very quickly able to email them, but perhaps you might continue without them.
Okay, I'll just... so we know that from credible sources that the entire population of Uyghur, Kazakhs, and other Turkic ethnicities in occupied East Turkestan, named as the Xinjiang Autonomous Region of China, had been forcefully health-checked, and the blood samples were withdrawn since about 2016 to date. These procedures were not performed on Han Chinese population of East Turkestan or Xinjiang, but only to Turkic population. The entire Turkic population blood was used for DNA sequencing. What is a DNA sequencing? A DNA sequencing is the process of determining the nucleic acid sequence, the order of nucleotides in DNA. It includes any method or technology that is used to determine the order of the 4 bases, which are the adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. And I just want to briefly mention about the application of DNA sequencing. It's applied in many aspects of biological research, in medical research, in forensic, and in anthropologies. But the question remains unanswered. What for Chinese government is using million people's DNA sequencing data? It is a very expensive procedure to perform DNA sequencing on such a large scale. So there has to be a very valid payback outcome for these procedures. Several new methods for DNA sequencing were developed in the mid to late 90s. And were implemented in commercial DNA sequencers by 2000. Together, these were called the next generation or second generation sequencing technologies, NGS methods. They are highly scalable, allowing the entire genome to be sequenced at once. And now we have a sequencing machine which are produced by the companies like Thermo Fisher here in Massachusetts, which allows to DNA sequence the whole genome DNA sequencing of thousands of samples at once. But those machines are expensive, of course. Next generation sequencing technology has tremendously empowered the researchers to look at insight into health, anthropologists to investigate human origin, and of course the animal origins, and catalyzing the personalized medicine movement. Next generation sequencing technologies leads to potential benefits to personalized medicine like organ transplantation. And from now on, I will try to very briefly to cover that. Since the first organ transplantation conducted in 1953, the overall process of organ transplantation have been remarkably developed, not only in surgical techniques, but also in peri-surgical treatments like appropriate matching donor and immunosuppressive agents and other factors that improve this technology. And now organ transplantation considered as a routine curative treatment for end-stage diseases in kidney, heart, liver, and lung, and other organs or diseases. Even so, that these successful improvements in transplantation progress, the acute rejection rate is still significant, and it is up to 60%, especially in the second 2 years after transplantations. And why is that? Because there is an immunocompatibility between the donor and the recipient. And if that is not perfectly matched, the organs can be rejected within first 2 years after transplantation. And how to overcome these difficulties in organ transplantation technology? Here we come. One of the best solutions for this could be as DNA sequencing technologies, especially developed after 2010 up till now. And next generation sequencing technology can be applied to this patient suffering from organ failure and failed organ transplantation, estimating rejection rates using the specific biomarkers identified by this next generation sequencing between the patient and the donor, and finding the best matching donor and transplanting it to the patient and achieving successful donor transplantation. The diversity of human genome is immersed as a population of human beings on Earth. Those diversities range from population to personal diversities caused from genomic variation like deletion, insertions, translocations, copy number changes, single nucleotide polymorphism, and others. Development of genomic research in organ transplantation can help in enhancing the accomplishment of the goal of long-term function of allograft. Until recently, genomic approaches are not actively being applied in organ transplantation. Finding potential genes and biomarkers related to a certain disease entity and understanding their mechanism are not easy and a time-consuming task, and it's very expensive. Novel high-throughput sequencing technologies dramatically reduced these times and efforts right now. For successful organ transplantation, doctors rely on several important criteria, including several main blood tests, cell surface tests, and limited DNA tests to determine if a patient and a potential donors are the match. Now scientists have come up with a comprehensive DNA scoring system using many genes to predict long-term success of the transplantation. Current genetic tests detect differences in DNA sequencing at just a few specific locations in the genome of transplant recipient and their organ donor. The fewer the differences, the better the chance of long-term acceptance of the new organ. But scientists reason that a much larger scale collection of DNA data for a large number of genes would give a better indication and a better survival of the allograft in a recipient, yes. And there is a huge direct link between the DNA sequencing and organ transplantation outcome. We know that the Chinese government favors forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience, and this has been practiced for a substantial period of time, involving a very large number of victims. It is beyond doubt on the evidence presently received that forced harvesting of organs has happened on. Yes.
Dr. Mitalipova, forgive my interrupting you. I think we're going to need to move to the panel fairly soon, and I think Dr. Mitalipova is moving away from the expertise to something else that we can deal with perhaps separately.
So I can answer the question. So just Uyghurs detained in a secretive political prisons, re-education camps as they call, in northwestern Xinjiang region or East Turkestan may have their organ harvesting for profit by the Chinese Communist Party. It's been told by a former medical surgeon who was forced to carry out these procedures in 1995. And not surprisingly, China has the second highest transplant rate in the world with amazingly short transplant wait time of just 2 to 3 weeks.
Pova, I am going to stop you because we quite understand that your long-term commitment to the Uyghur cause will make you want to argue or raise these matters, but I think we're really rather interested, very interested in the expertise you're going to tell us about. And indeed, when Mr. Abraham has finished, Professor Lynch, who happens to be a member of the tribunal and is a professor at a London teaching hospital in a related subject, is going to ask you some questions on our behalf, and we're rather keen to get on with that.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mitalipova, as I understand it, the two reports you have submitted are just in preliminary form, partly because of extreme time pressure you are under to get these to the tribunal. Might I ask whether you are able or willing to provide a fully sourced report identifying the exact sources of some of the claims that appear in the two reports?
So the sources are, it's just a review on what is the link between the DNA sequencing and and organ transplantation, how it can be related. And as I said, if the Chinese government can afford, I mean, there is no other private entity can afford to do a large-scale DNA sequencing, as we know, in, for example, a couple of million, up to 20 million people in Xinjiang. So there has to be some reason why, and I don't have a direct evidence that this has been actually applied to Uyghur people or Kazakh people, but if they are being very selectively done the DNA sequencing, so I think there is a big link that this could be used in order to have them as a as a donor for forced organ harvesting. That's the first.
So my question really was about some, I mean, three claims just by way of example that the report suggests that DNA sequencing of the entire Uyghur population first. The second, that there are statewide health checks and blood samples that only focus on Muslims. And the third claim was that there is extensive blood plasma collection within detention facilities. Those are, of course, in the report, unsourced at the moment. And of course, if you happen to have those sources, might you...
I do have a source for the blood and plasma collection centers in Xinjiang, especially from 2017 till today. And those are from Beijing News, and this is a source from the Chinese government.
Thank you. We might follow up with you separately on that. If I can ask my second question, you've stated that it would be very expensive to DNA sequence the whole Xinjiang population. You've provided a few more details in your presentation. Can you tell us exactly what kind of numerical cost are we talking about?
Yes, the least expensive whole genome sequencing per one sample from one person can cost from $1,000 to $5,000 per person. And we're talking about the population of at least 10 million people. And this is, it depends, the cost of the DNA sequence will depend how widely this will be sequenced. Is it a whole genome sequencing or the short DNA sequencing? And as we know that Chinese government had purchased and supplied to Xinjiang quite a few and very expensive DNA sequencing machines from Thermo Fisher. And up till today, we know that Thermo Fisher and the company, another company from Mega, who supply DNA sequencing kits, are still supplying those to the area, and especially to Xinjiang area.
Thank you.
And these sources are from New York Times. You might not have my list of references, but I provided it today.
Thank you. You've suggested that such large-scale testing could indicate that the testing was for either more successful organ transplantation or reducing the incidences of organ rejection. Are there any other plausible reasons for such large-scale testing? So, for instance, for identification of problematic illnesses or other forms of treatment that might benefit the population?
Of course, if there is some, DNA sequencing can be used in wide variety, for the wide variety purposes. I just concentrated on organ transplantation because we know that like next to concentration camps, we have seen crematoriums building the crematoriums. And there are some evidences of that. And I know that there was a research on Radio Free Asia. And we know that people from the camp come out and sometimes no one returns. And there are lots of missing people, especially young people. And those people can be subject not only to torture, but also to organ harvesting. And those all evidences of numerous testimonies actually do lead to the conclusion that people who are going through such a treatment and genocide could be a subject to organ harvesting as well, which most likely, in my opinion.
And my final question, you've claimed that massive blood plasma collection from Uyghur detainees occurs around every 2 weeks, and that frequent blood collection may not allow blood cell regeneration. What is the evidential basis for this claim? And if you do not have it to hand, is that something you might address in writing to the tribunal?
Yes, from multiple testimonies from people who former detainees confirmed that they have been giving the blood, and detainees are giving the blood. I'm trying to find out the frequencies, on what regular basis the especially inmates in concentration camps or re-education camps have been giving the blood. And just lately, as I mentioned in my writing, that there is in 2020, in mid of June of 2020, one of the Chinese company was giving contract to give up to 900 tons of blood plasma collected in Xinjiang alone. And this is a really huge part of the entire Chinese blood plasma supply. And this is especially giving the fact that there's another company who was already in contract with Xinjiang or East Turkestan. So, as I mentioned in my writing, that you need a minimum 2 months between the blood withdrawal in order to regenerate as well as red blood cells and white blood cells. And this is considering that you will have a proper food and a health status to do that, which we know that if this is happening in concentration camps or re-education camps, and in much more frequently, this could be explaining why we have so many people coming in such a health status that they are dying within 2 months after releasing, and their health condition is very poor when they come out. And this could be also one of the reasons why detainees have been released, and shortly after release, they die at home.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitalipova. The panel have questions for you.
Professor David Lynch, please.
How important it'll be for us to receive the information that that DNA testing is actually being done. We hear from multiple sources about bloods being taken, and we assume that there's widespread DNA testing, but there seems to be a remarkable lack of direct evidence, that is. And it would also be good to know whether you know what type of DNA testing is being done. Do you know whether it's whole genome sequencing or just SNP analysis?
I can't answer this question, but according to what I have researched on what Thermo Fisher, the company, has sold quite a few machines to Xinjiang. And according to them, there is 5 or 10 machines have been sold. And those capacity of those machines are pretty large. It is a minimum $500,000 or $250,000 machine each cost, and it can sequence, and the capacity of sequencing is pretty good. So, and the machines that I researched at the New York Times in 2019, they have published at least 2 articles about this. The machines are very advanced machines, so they can do a whole genome sequencing, and especially with the technologies existing at the moment. And this is definitely not private company can afford to do this, of course. And we think that this is especially state-funded research. And and we know that China wants to have a DNA not only entire East Turkestan or Tibet, as they have done it already from 2013 in Tibet, and I have read quite a few articles about this. I can't answer question what type of DNA sequencing they're performing, but knowing what kind of machines they purchase, I would assume that they would do a whole genome sequencing, which is expensive, but it's very advanced, and it will give them much more a wide range of experiments they can do with this data, and it can sit in a bioinformatics.
More error-ridden, which becomes a problem for clinical application.
Yeah.
You talked about use of a comprehensive DNA scoring system, and from your report, I couldn't quite understand how that's been devised and tested. Well, you talk about
this comprehensive DNA scoring system was developed. I actually reviewed some articles on organ transplantation. It was actually developed especially with kidney transplantation, those scoring system, because the kidney has it's a double donors, and they have actually did it especially between the relatives. When the relative would, in case of kidney failure, especially in children, the relatives can be successful donors, and they have actually developed the marks, genetic marking, when the donor organs was successfully, those allografts had prolonged survival.
In your report, you refer to 53 pairs. Does that mean that this has been tested in 53 donations?
Yes, in one article, this is 53 pairs.
In terms of organ rejection, the power of a study of 53 is incredibly low. You wouldn't be able to take that as an assumption. That would be a preliminary finding to be tested. But I don't think anyone in the US or UK is routinely using such a system. That's not to say that you couldn't do research on much larger numbers to find out. But okay. You referred to forced organ transplantation, and again, it's good to know whether you have any recent definitive evidence that that is going on, and what category of people are being put in that terrible situation. And you give a reference for 26 years ago, which isn't, I think, terribly helpful. So it would be good to know if you've got more data there. The other thing that all of the people that we've had the chance to talk about frequently having blood taken, but it's nearly always been talking about relatively small volumes of blood going into small bottles, whereas if people are doing plasma collection by venesection, it's going to be bags of blood taken off. Or not bags per individual, but a whole bag per individual. And that's not the reports we've been hearing. And so again, I think any evidence you actually have that these large volumes of blood are being taken would be very useful.
I know that there is a contract, and actually two contracts in Xinjiang area that has been signed starting from 2017, and one contract should be ended by actually 2021 August, which is the last month, and with one company in Xinjiang, and it's pretty significant amount of plasma that they promise to collect, and of course, I don't have any evidences, but when there is a next company comes and with a much more increasing volume of the plasma collection in the same area, there should be some source of the plasma collection. Of course, with the limited number of people that we have, and testified for, of course, there is no evidences I can bring it to the table, of course, because I just don't have it. All I can do, I can follow the news and business news on the subject. And regarding the forced organ harvesting, I know there are lots of conclusion from China Tribunal, and the people in detention, of course, they could be a subject for forced organ harvesting as well.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to any of my colleagues who have questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matapova. I'm a little bit confused as to exactly what you're wanting to do. At the moment, worldwide, the greatest or the biggest databases for DNA are the Biobank, the UK Biobank, and also the 100,000 Genome Project, which in fact I'm involved with. And of course, these are consented samples. I am not quite sure what you're saying. So far, what we've heard is from the witnesses we've had, they've had small quantities of blood being put into bottles. And it's nowhere like taking a whole bag of blood and extracting plasma. I take your point that frequent blood tests would lead to lack of regeneration of red cells, and particularly with a poor nutritive diet. I don't know whether small amounts, as Professor Lynch just said, whether that small amount would actually cause them to have anemia. And I think what you're leading on to is feeling anemia, therefore not being so well. And that's a moot point, well, a good point of that. So, although exciting, I would just like you to tell me in one or two sentences, what are the reasons for raising this? Secondly, is it for research? Is it for stopping organ transplantations at the rate they're going? And I mean forced organ transplantation rather than consented ones. And I think you do raise a very interesting point that they're sitting on, if the blood's been collected correctly and stored correctly, they're sitting on a most enormously incredible database of DNA. And I suspect they're not doing whole sequencing DNA, although they may well be thinking of experimenting on that. But remember, this is highly unethical. It's not being consented. And I think it would be very difficult to, if you were thinking of doing research, you have some problems with that. So if you just tell me, just for my benefit, I don't really understand what you're doing.
Yes. So it's not the area of my research, as you understand, but I was trying to link why Chinese government will go to the point that they will collect biometric data, like DNA sequencing. Of course, this is not only for the organ transplantation. This can be used for multiple reasons, but all the reasons that I mentioned, it really don't apply to people who in detention, to the nation, the entire Turkic nation, that they are genociding, literally genociding at the moment about, ancestry data. Yes, to study, get some knowledge as a research base, yes, but you don't have to actually do in such an extent and with such an expensive project. What really bothers me, this is very expensive project to do. It has to be a state-funded project to sequence DNA from, let's say, minimum 10 million people. And you know why we cannot do, develop the very successful organ transplantation, even we have the tools to do that, because the person who dies at the moment do not have a time to get the match or be a donor be a perfect match for the person who in need for the organs. That's in a normal, not authoritarian government. This is what is happening. And that's why we cannot perfect the procedure of organ survival in the patients for more than 10 years after being transplanted. But here we have the government who collect the biometric data and sit on it, which is extremely expensive to do that. This is, if not a couple of $1 million, I would say this is nearly $1 billion project. So it has to be some sort of purpose to have this done. Of course, this is not, they don't just do it on our people, they have done this on Tibetan people as well. But they haven't done it on Han Chinese. And excluding Han Chinese and having all the Turkic people, especially in detention. When you are in detention, you know, you can be a perfect match because your biometric data already there. And then here it comes the recipient with cash, let's say from any other country, maybe even Saudi Arabia, and they want a donor organ, and they don't even have to wait for that long. Couple of weeks or even less, the DNA will be sequenced and just put into this machine with, you know, it's not just the DNA sequencing procedure by itself, but there is a bioinformatic people, highly trained, PhD level bioinformatic people have to have this data and process it. And you have it on a computer. And then you have a recipient who is looking for the organ, you can just blast it in the machine. And here you have 10 million people's data. And if that person is not in the detention camps, that person is at home, but that person is in open air prison. It means that at no time that person can be in the camp and can be as a donor for the recipient looking for the organs. This is one of my assumption, and unfortunately I don't have evidences for that, and unfortunately I cannot have that evidences because, you know, when you donate the donor, you don't survive. And probably even detainees have told multiple testimonies that they just disappeared in the night and never come back to their cells, and no one sees them. And we have, as an evidence...
Thank you very much. Your answers have been generous in the extreme. We get less chance to ask questions, but Professor Lynch would like to ask one more.
Well, it's not quite true to say that you can't tissue type patients for transplants, because all renal transplants are tissue typed. It's true that cardiac and liver transplants aren't typed, but that's more because it's not been found useful rather than the fact that you can't technically do the tests. I accept that by creating a huge bank, you could in theory select very good matches, and I completely agree that your supposition is a possibility, and what we know about what's happened with other groups raises that strongly. But it is very important that we actually have some confirmatory data.
Yes, we know that there is a lot of DNA sequencing supplies, that there is companies that are still supplying to that area. Even there is a sanction from 2019 by US government, and 2 companies in US have failed to even sanctions being applied. They still supply. It's not because they did not stop it, but they have subtractors in China. 10% of Thermo Fisher's businesses actually in China alone. And
yeah,
of course they have a
but please bear in mind that many groups throughout the whole of Europe, including my own institution, actually send our samples to China for sequencing because they do it so much cheaper than we can do it in this country or in the US. So it's not a surprise that they do huge amounts of sequencing.
Dr. Mitalipova, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Mitalipova, remember, if you would be so good when you leave us, Professor Lynch's request for evidence, if any exists and is available to you, of the kind he sought. But subject to that, I think your evidence is over with our thanks. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence, or being available to us to give evidence. Your evidence is now concluded.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is Ms. Rovia Turdash. Ms. Turdash is the former president of the Uyghur Canadian Society. She was recalled by the tribunal to address specific question about her report. Her original report that was submitted to you in June hearing appears as page 602 of the previous bundle. So if you don't have it to hand, you can refer to it later on. She has produced a supplementary report which is in your bundle, and at pages 214 and subsequent pages. Do we have Ms. Turdash here? Good afternoon, Ms. Turdash, and thank you for joining us. The tribunal has received your report, and we thank you for coming back again to answer their questions. As you know, there are 3 areas that the questions had been raised, and you have kindly responded to that. The first area would be about the family planning. Would you please tell the tribunal briefly how the pregnant women in Xinjiang get around the family planning of the central government in China?
Thank you very much for having me again. Actually, I had a presentation and forget about it. So the family planning policy run in East Turkestan, actually, I would like to say first, family planning policy against Uyghur women should not be part of China's national family planning policy. Because East Turkestan is not part of China, it was colonized country, and the Uyghur population are very small, no need to population control, and also they relaxed the family planning policy to Han Chinese right now, but they're strictly implementing to Uyghurs. I have interviewed 8 women about this family planning policy, but I did not directly interview the family planning workers. So my findings based on, I interviewed only 2 family planning workers, but rest of them, 8 of them is women who directly interact with those family planning workers. And based on their conversation, I find out that how these family planning workers work there and how their power is implemented over there. So actually the family planning policy was strictly implemented because that policy comes from the top, the Communist Party Politburo, and so they have to implement this policy. If these workers do not implement...
Sorry, probably a little slower, possibly a little louder. It's not you, I'm sure it's the machinery. And maybe it's getting late in the day, so if you could just treat us a bit slower.
Okay. Okay, so family planning workers, they don't have actually they have utmost power. That power is comes from their responsibility and duty given by the Chinese Communist Party. If they don't implement that policy, they might end up prison and get heavy punishment. It was listed in their policy documents. So these family planning workers, and the system didn't give any loopholes too. And every village level, there is a family planning workers, and there is a county level family planning workers, and the provincial level family planning workers. Family planning workers work in the villages. They have to report to the county, and the county has to report to the provincial level. But every 3 months, county level and provincial level officers can come to check the come and proceed the medical check for the women in villages. So if they find out any woman was hiding or pregnancy, so that the village family planning workers has the responsible. So that's why they cannot hide those women's pregnancy or illegal pregnancy. I interviewed 8 women how they hide their children. Most of them, I think 7 of them, they tried to move to other city, and they moved to other city or other areas and hide their children, the so-called illegal children or extra children when they become pregnant. They escape from abortion. And only one of them hid her own basement and didn't show up, didn't go outside front of her door just 1 year until delivered the baby, and she gave bribe to the village family planning worker. And she managed to deliver this baby. So the family planning workers cannot, in the village family planning workers, even you pay the bribe, they can't help these women. Only these women move to other places because they don't have hukou in other city, and that place when they migrated, family planning workers check them based on the residential paper called hukou. So based on that hukou, they check when they find a woman came from other city, and she doesn't have hukou in this city, so they're gonna contact with her hometown and force her to go back. But the woman gave her a lot of money. Maybe that family planning worker want to help her. She doesn't notify her to her boss because anyway, her boss doesn't know because she doesn't have hukou in that city. So that's how they hide. But it's very difficult too because those family planning workers, most of them are very loyal to Chinese Communist Party. Many of them, they know the genocidal outcome of these family planning policy and impact on the Uyghurs' life. And some of them, they know that it is harmful for the baby and the woman, but they don't know the genocidal effect. And some of them just afraid of their losing their job. These conclusion, I got it not directly interview from the family planning workers, but I only interviewed 2 family planning workers. And those 8 women that I have interviewed constantly interact with these family planning workers, and they have a lot of conversation between them. So through this conversation, I found that most of the family planning workers are very, very loyal to Chinese Communist Party, and even they knowledgeable with the genocidal impact. They still want to implement this policy, and some of them, they're just afraid of losing a job. That's how it works.
That you have covered comes from your original report, which was submitted to the tribunal in June on genocide in East Turkestan. You explained there the process of dehumanization of the Uyghurs through using terms and remarks that were derogatory to them and created a negative impact on them. Can you now please explain further the remarks that you have mentioned in your report?
What kind of remarks? Excuse me, sorry. I didn't.
Derogatory remarks that you have in the second part of your report.
There is a kill the weeds. The Chinese officials said kill the weeds, spray the chemicals to kill the weeds. That was said by one of the Han Chinese official, and Radio Free Asia find out when they interviewed chief of the Chasa town, I think, in Kashgar. And then he said that means the chemical to kill the weeds, definitely dehumanizing the Uyghurs. When the people were dehumanized, it's easy to kill them, right? We all know that. So it's directly related to their special intent, even though this person might be not high-level official, but he is the official, that Han Chinese person. So we don't know his name, but the other chief, the Uyghur official told the RFA. But even though this guy is not high-level official, but still he represents the Chinese Communist Party, and he's knowledgeable about these policies. So there is an indirect intent too. And another derogatory words is the Communist Xinjiang Communist Party Youth League. They recorded manifesto in kind of saloon in social media. They say that the Islam is infectious disease, religious extremism and the terrorism is infectious disease, is like a cancerous tumor, malignant tumor. It has to be cured in re-education hospital. So even though they have referred this words like a infectious disease or cancerous tumor referred to directly to the religious extremism and the terrorism, but it's implicitly referred entire Uyghur population's religious beliefs and identity have seen as cancerous tumor because they have attacked entire Uyghur population's identity. And the 2 to 3 million Uyghurs are incarcerated with the excuse of having cancerous tumor. So Chinese government's target here is not only civilians who has extremism or terrorism. Their target is whole national group in East Turkestan, because they have systematically incarcerated Uyghurs and other Turks. And another thing I can link it that because this youth league again is the member of the Chinese Communist Party, part of the Chinese Communist Party, and their words represent Chinese Communist Party's plan and instructions. Second,
faster and faster. And our ability to take it in is getting slower and slower.
Okay. So the Youth League is part of Chinese Communist Party. So whatever they say is represent the Chinese Communist Party's instructions, intentions, and their decisions, and to them anyway. So so-called re-education camps is nothing looks like what they say that educate people, torture. They say it's a re-education hospital, right? It's nothing looks like school or re-education hospital like that. It is torturing the people. You have a lot of testimony, and that's the place that rape and the killing exist in that so-called re-education camp. So it is prison-style internment camps or concentration camps. And this youth league is representing Chinese Communist Party's decision and intention. So whatever they say, this is cancerous tumor, that's mean this is not only, it's in their words, like they refer to extremism and religious extremism and the terrorism, but it's implicitly explained that they attacking the entire Uyghur population's religious identity and beliefs and their value. So this, because we know that they already incarcerated because of that 2 to 3 million Uyghurs and other Turkic nation. So here they directly select the national group of Uyghurs, national group of East Turkestan, not randomly selected civilians because of they have religious extremism or terrorism ideology. So we can see here their intent that they want to attack the Uyghurs or destroy the Uyghurs or other Turkic population here in whole or in part. So that's how I link it, their words. This is one of the derogatory words. And another words I remember that Chinese consulate said, I mentioned it in last time too, he said, we would like to make them normal people. So for them, in U.S. consulate, in U.S. embassy, the Chinese consulate say that for them, the Uyghurs are not the human then. Normal people, not the human then. So this is another dehumanization to facilitate to killing and the torture Uyghurs. So it revealed the intention, actually, special intention of the high-level officials. And also there is Xi Jinping also said 2014, he said absolute no mercy. it was cited in New York Times, and he said absolute no mercy. That's mean it's very vague term. This term can be taken in any way. They can extend in anything, torture, killing, rape, anything. So it was the green light open from the high level official to the other officials who's implementing those policies that you can do anything to these people. So it is aligned with one of the testimony that when I interviewed the Tursunay Ziyaudun and another lady too, both of them said, and the guards in the concentration camp told them, even we kill you, nobody ask, nobody care, so behave. They said like that. So that's mean Xi Jinping already opened the green light. He has the intention to do so. This is not only not the abrupt decision that he gave order before he take the action. It was said in 2014, and the their policy was implemented in starting 2017, fully implemented. This was his words. This order was aligned with their planned policies, so it reveals his special intent. And 2017, Chen Chang-kuo also said, round up who should be round up. Who should be is referred to again the terrorists. Then why they round up as 3 million Uyghurs? Is all Uyghurs are terrorists? Then for them they labeled Uyghurs as a terrorist. This is another derogatory words too. So round up who should be.
Thank you, Mr. Dashib. I'm sorry to cut you off. We are running short of time. I have one more question, and then my colleague Dr. Zamit Bordo has one more question. My question relates to the third part of your report on the images and information of the Uyghur children that were separated. You have given 62 pictures and details of 62 children who were taken away. As you requested, this will not be published on our website, so it will be excluded from part of your report. Can you please tell me that whether there had been a study as to the psychological effect that these children had suffered as a result of this separation? Has there been any such studies that empirically approach these children or their members of family to find out what happens to these children after this separation?
I am currently doing research about that. It was the mental and the physical harm caused to these children are severe. I interviewed in the report Nurbia. She is in East Turkestan. I got her consent so we can talk about her story. Her children was released recently, 2021. Her children, 4 children was taken to the concentration camps, and her children was released. After they were released, she told me that they don't want to talk to her much. They were so quiet, and they always scared, even afraid of their own mom. Whenever they do something, they just feel shocked and they right away, they were thinking, did I do something wrong? Like a feeling like that, look at their mother, look at the people, and they don't want to speak in Uyghur. Her eldest one is 14 right now. When she was taken to the concentration camp, she was 11. She fully speaks Uyghur, and 3 years, how could she totally forgot Uyghur? Maybe she was so afraid, doesn't want to speak Uyghur or Uyghur language, or she really forget Uyghur language, we don't know, but she was so afraid she doesn't speak Uyghur. And the youngest one is forget the Uyghur language and they don't speak. They're afraid of their mother, and her mother said their behavior and they're so changed. But she can't talk much because she is from East Turkestan and I'm here. It's for her safety. We speak in coding language, so it's not easy to communicate to very detail. But that's the one of the case that I found. And there is another cases that those kids were. We have another cases that I didn't directly interview this, but the secondary information, the kid was bring it to the Turkey because he has a Turkish passport, I think. But he doesn't. He was afraid to. He was the same saying. He refused. 3 months he didn't speak Uyghur. Doesn't want to answer to anybody. Didn't want to talk to anybody. The kids become like that. And I have some video, the documents that I have collected. The girl on the video, I think I have submitted to you the link. It's in the Twitter I posted. The girl said, if I speak Uyghur, what if the Chinese teacher asks her, what is your name? Can you tell me Uyghur? No, I don't want to say my name on Uyghur. It's weird. I don't want to say that. Just to say it, even it's weird. And she said, what if you beat me, you hit me, if teacher hit me if I say it? And she doesn't want to talk about that. And she was afraid. And they said, okay, we don't do anything, just to say it. And then at the end, she said her brother's name. But she said, oh, that's so weird. So that's mean they teaching them the Uyghur language is very weird, the bad language maybe. So kids' behavior were totally changed. And a lot of other videos I collected, the kids were not look healthy. And one of the video, the Chinese teacher tried to speak to her, talking to her, but that girl even gave it to her candy, but that girl just like a shock, traumatized it. It's looking at the one place and doesn't move her eyes. And I saw other kids' videos too posted by the Chinese workers, and it was those videos, the kids all the time are crying. Some of them just sitting on the bed waiting for their mommy to come back to pick them, doesn't want to sleep. And
thank you.
I think it's time for Professor Osler's.
So we are running. Dr. Zamit Borda has one short question.
A very short question with a very short answer, please. Relating to the section of your report to derogatory language. And it's just, and you mentioned how this derogatory language has been sourced to official sources. And just very briefly, I mean, if one were to try to deconstruct those terms used, so, for example, weeds and a malignant tumor. If one went to deconstruct that language, would you say, is that terms relating to reformation or assimilation, or is that language relating to destruction of those particular?
Definitely related to destruction, because it's explained their special intent. When humans become weeds, you can easily kill them. You can easily destroy them. What we're going to do, mankind, with the weeds? We destroy them, right? So the Uyghur people become weeds. They want to destroy. The intention is comes after, like right away to destruction. That's not the assimilation. Even.
Thank you. I think that's enough. Well, I'll pass you to the panel. Thank you very much.
Ms. Terdish, very simple proposition is that the shorter the question and answers, the more we will get into the remaining short period of time. I'm sure you'll want to help us. Professor Osler.
Thank you, Ms. Terdish. I would like to ask one question about each of the 3 sections, and relating to the family planning workers and the women you have interviewed. You've given us some information about how they've hidden. I would like to ask whether these 8 interviews with women revealed anything about how these women managed to continue hiding and educating their children later as they grow up. You've told us about the babies and the bribing and so on, whether you have any information from those interviews on how they manage the education of their children without papers.
Until 2015, they could not send these children to the school or help anything. They couldn't do anything because these children were considered as illegal. And after the children was born, they pay heavy fine. And the fine is different based on their income. 10% in somewhere, 5% in somewhere, it's like that. And then even they pay the heavy fine, these kids were not allowed to go to school or don't do anything. But in 2015, China started to give hukou to the black illegal children. They say black hukou, black kids. I don't remember right now. Sorry. So they start to give hukou, and the people were happy even before they cannot register them. They cannot get hukou, right? It's impossible. Even they paid fine. Then in 2015, in everywhere in China, Chinese government start to give hukou, allow them to register, and after they register, they can go to school. But people start to register their kids, and the Chinese government got a lot of data, who's illegal, who's not, so they have the data, right? Then in 2017, they start to arrest all of the kids, including, for example, in one family, the 4 kids, one of them is illegal, they took 4 of them. Even it's 3 is illegal, and one of them is illegal.
Okay, thank you. My second question relates to the derogatory language. I think am I right in thinking that you are arguing that this dehumanizing language is both symbolic and that it has an actual direct impact on the people who are experiencing it, and also on the wider population who are using it?
Yes.
Okay. And so this kind of language is a kind of weaponizing of language.
Yes, because the absolute no mercy is green light for these languages, and whenever they do. And so, for example, I would like to give just one example quickly, if we have time. When I interviewed Zumrat Dawood, when she came to the camp, that 2 of the workers come to the camp, spray the chemicals, kind of chemical liquid to the women, the bunch of women from over the uniform, prison uniform, and these women were jumping with immense pain and screaming. And Zumrat was shocked on what's happening, and somebody told her that they are disinfecting these women because they have skin disease because of the hygienic problems. So that's why, and I was thinking, how it's very coincidence with these words, what they say, or how come they're doing this, and it's very interesting, and that they're taking really these people as in weeds or what, you know.
Right, so they're echoing the language and then acting on the language. Okay, my third question relates to the children who are permanently separated from their parents, and I have 2 parts. So you're actually dealing with 62 missing children, and we're talking about, therefore, 62 family tragedies. But are you also arguing here that we're talking about a community breakdown with so many lost children? What word would you describe? How would you describe the impact? If you had to summarize it in 2 or 3 words, what words would you choose to describe the impact on the wider community or the group?
Deliberate infliction on Uyghurs' life of condition. That's what I can say, because those family members were ripped apart, when children were taken away, parents were arrested, family was destroyed. When the family were destroyed, whole society, life of condition of Uyghurs are destroyed. That's what I can say.
We're talking about family tragedies and a community destruction.
Yes.
And just linked to that, the parents themselves use words like their children are in concentration camps. Some have written, noted to their children, the children are in Chinese orphanage camps, children's orphanage camps. I wonder if you have a precise understanding of the difference between the formal terms that the state is using. We have boarding schools, and we know we have evidence already of the increase in numbers of boarding schools, and we have references to orphanages. So I would like to ask you, from your understanding of the language of Uyghur language, and also the language of the state, the Mandarin language, what whether these words are clear-cut or whether people are using them interchangeably, whether sometimes a family might refer to an orphanage and then the next time to a boarding school. Are families and communities differentiating, and is the state differentiating between orphanages and boarding schools? And if the state is differentiating, what do you understand the differences to be in reality?
A boarding school and the orphanage camps are different. The orphanage camps were kids were taken when their parents were arrested and when they were not in school age. The most of them from baby to 7 years, 12 years. There is a 14, 16 years old kids too in orphanage camps, but those kids are parents were arrested. Some of them in some area, these kids can access to the school in the daytime in boarding school, but they have to come back to the orphanage camp and at night if their parents were arrested. And in those boarding schools, it's mandatory. Every Uyghur kids in school each has to go. For example, the girl was released from the orphanage camp, Nurbiye's daughter, eldest daughter. She was in, I think, grade 4 when she was taken to the orphanage camp, and she could not access to the school. They didn't send her school. When she was released, she was become 14, and they sent her to grade 7 in the boarding school. So her mom said she has extreme difficulty to catch up the classes because she missed 3 years in orphanage camps. That's how they work. And I don't think that Uyghur parents are mixed up boarding school and orphanage camps, because orphanage camps, both of them are, the similarity is both of them are forced. Okay, there is no voluntary. I didn't see any voluntarily kids were sent to those places, because the boarding school, even maybe some parents want to send their kids, but they don't want to separate their kids from them such a long time. These kids can only visit their parents 2 weeks at once, only Sunday, and they have no time to communicate with their parents. And especially in the villages, the old parents were sent to a farm, to the village field to work, and all day they don't come back at noon. Even Sunday they have to work. Even the kids come back to home on Sunday, they can't see the kids. And some women from the forced labor camp, she got a chance to see her children, to once go back to her home. But when she come, the kids were not allowed to come, because in 2 weeks of time she's going to come. So she still could not see her children her time. So she has to wait again. So this is how it works.
Okay, so I just want to repeat one thing that you said. I've understood, I think, what you've said, but I just want to clarify for everyone. When a child is in an orphanage camp or an orphanage, that child doesn't have access to trained teachers or organized lessons at all, in your understanding.
I think in my data right now that I have collected among these 62 data, some kids access, for example, the 4 kids whose parents in Italy, they access the boarding school in daytime because their age is 14, 16, 12. But they have to go back to the orphanage camp at noon. But now they are disappeared from that school too. So maybe they are not accessing the school. Okay. Right now they totally disappeared. And some kids, still they can't access. I already gave you one example. She is 11 years old. She's grade 4, but she didn't access the school. And when she was released, then she was sent to this boarding school so she can access.
Okay,
but she was in grade 7.
So some children are in the orphanage without lessons, and some children are going from the orphanage to the boarding school and then back to the orphanage at night.
I have to do more. I have to do more research about that, because I'm just doing this research. And then because these children was the 4 kids who accessed the boarding school while they are in orphanage camp, I am heavily suspect because their parents in Italy. That's why they access maybe. But now these kids are missing too. The contacts was looking for from their contacts from the boarding school, but they still could not access. So that's mean they're not in the school too. Before they were in the boarding school and at night in an orphanage camp. So it's very complicated, and this is needed more research.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, that was very interesting. Can I just ask 2 things really? One is, I'm still incredibly worried about their psychological makeup after the trauma that they've suffered. So is there any, do they get any help from that? Because clearly they have been separated from their parents. And the second one is, because they've been now going for a few years, there must be some that are leaving at the older age. What happens to them? Because although they now speak Mandarin, they're still Uyghur.
Yes, these kids, even though they speak Mandarin, Chinese language, this is not only speaking Mandarin. They do brainwashing in these orphanage camps and the boarding schools, and teaching from the baby that I love Xi Jinping, this is my country, I am a Chinese, my hair is black, my eye color is black, even though they have brown eye color like Uyghurs, like many Uyghurs, or green eye colors. So they were completely brainwashed, transformed into Han Chinese. But we can't see right now how many the children was not grow up, and I don't have any data that any children were released and over 18 released from the orphanage camp and become adult is what happened to him. But I am thinking, I believe that even those kids was released from there, they can't be Uyghur. Because we already know that those girls was released, even they were very young, released to her mother, that 11 and 14 years old. They just doesn't have any connection with their mother. They couldn't close to their mother. They don't want to talk to their mother. So that's mean even these children was released, they can't contribute to their own community. And when the older Uyghurs are died, these children become Han Chinese, not only Mandarin speaking Uyghurs, they become Han Chinese. This is going to destroy the Uyghur nation. Just to follow up, I mean, in a way, they're going to have a great crisis in identity, because although they speak Mandarin, they will never be considered as Chinese because they look different. And you may speak Mandarin, but you still look different, therefore you won't do that well, because the Uyghurs are almost, as people say, second-class citizens. This is, I'm wondering too, we will see what's going to happen when these kids grow up. And these kids, even though they were treated, they were brainwashed and they forced to say that they were Chinese. They are Chinese, not the Uyghur. And because we know that it's brainwashing and a lot of propaganda there. But still these kids gonna remember their roots or not, we don't know. Because this was, remember the derogatory words, break the lineage, break the origin, break the connection. That was really well applied to these orphanage camps. They don't allow these kids to see their parents, so connection was cut. And then they don't want them to practice their religion, eat halal food, or speak in Uyghur language, access their culture. So they break their origin and break their lineage too. They can't see parents, they can't see the communities, anything related to them. No one can visit them, and they are high-fenced in prison-style camps. So how many years they gonna stay there, stay like this? And they might gonna hate their own background, origins, completely want to get out from their origins, become totally Han Chinese, or still they will remember their origin. We don't know. So what kind of identity crisis they're going to go through needs more research when there is a that happen.
Thank you very much. I think that's all with this witness, Mr. Sabi. So thank you very much, Ms. Terdesh, for coming again to help us and for giving so much information and with such clarity and enthusiasm. That's the end of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sabi, we have a break, and then we have two witnesses who are supposed to last an hour each. I wonder if you could consider making your questions shorter, and if you do, we'll promise to make ours shorter, and that will reduce it, if we would say 45 minutes each, to an hour and a half. I'm not sure that there won't be excessive fatigue if you go longer than that.
We'll try, Mr. Chairman. Can we have a break until 1:45?
Quarter of an hour break, two witnesses of 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar, Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyğur bölümünün Naq Meydan proqramısı. Biz yana o'zingizlarga davomliq Angliyaning poytaxti Londonda ichilayotgan Uyghur sud kollegiyasining 3-chi kunlik tushdan keyingi programmani o'zingizlarga taqdim qilyapmiz. Men Alim Mamatjon.
Muhtaram ko'rurmanlar, ekranimizga qayta xush keldinglar. Ko'rayotganinglar, Angliyaning London shahrida ishlayotgan Uyghur sud kollegiyasining naq maydon anglitishi. Bugün tushdan keyin Angliya vaqti yana 3 guvohchi o'zining beshdan o'tgan qismatlarini har xil nuqtada turib so'zlab o'tdi. Bularning ikkisi mustaqil mutaxassis guvohchilar. Biz tövəndə ularning so'zlaridagi muhim nuqtalarni xulosalab diqqatingizga sunamiz. Bundaq Alim efendim siz oldi bilan guvohlik bergan qozoq qarindishimiz Kosibek efendimninki bayonida shu guvohlikdagi muhim nuqtalarni xulosalab o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi, tushdan keyin birinchi guvohlik bergan Kazak qarindishimiz O'rinbek Ko'ksbek bo'lib, o guvohligini aytdimdi, o'zining beshini o'tgan shu fojialik kunlarni aytdi, yaxshi dalil isbotlar bilan o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Endi bu qarindishimizning Xitoy hukumati endi tutib solab qo'yishdan sirt, yana bu iliqi suv turmisi, yana suv zindoni deymiz. Uningga mo chilab qo'yib, ustidan beshiga suv qo'yib, buni bir qancha kun shu yerda to'zgan. Uning tomoq bagini aniq emas. O shu suv turmisida endi o suv turmi degan albatta qattiq bir xil qiynash usuli bu. Shuning bilan u o'shini ketgandan keyin uni keyin o'shiga kelsa yana lagerning kameraga tug'anligi. Endi buning asosligi Xitoy hukumati yoki soqchilarning degani bu Qozog'istonning grajdani bo'libdi ekan. Sen nima deb Qozog'istonning grajdani bo'lding? Qozog'istonning grajdanligidan voz kechishing kerak deb buni majburlab bu qarindishimiz Xitoy tilini yaxshi bilmaganligi uchun ba'zi qog'ozlarni qo'l qo'ydirgan, ya'ni qozoq grajdanligidan voz
kechishni buyurganda.
Ana kim bu xitoychini bilmagandan keyin bu Xitoyning lagerda buni xitoycha naqsh etishga majburlagan, zo'rlagan, ya'ni 3 naqshni Dongfang Hongmei Gongsan Dangmei Xinjiangga degandek, agar uni aytolmasa, uni jazolagan. Ana kim bir yarim oylardan keyin Aran mantasta, ya'ni bu naqshlarni atrofdagi Uyg'ur qozoq baş kameradaşlarının yardımı bilen Aran ögünüp çıkan. Bu Xitoy hükümeti bunu 5 yıllık qamoq cazası vermezdi degan. Bu şu özünün tutuluş sebebini bilmey, ya tushundirmey, kunde bunu so'roq tatib, bunun mushundaq majburiyatini tangandan keyin bu ig'irlikqa, bu zulmga chidamay, hatto o'zini o'ldirilishga jur'at qilgan edi. Qilgan bo'lsa-mu, yana shu kameradagi qozoq, Uyg'ur kameradoshlari buning oldini olgan. Bununla gel qilib, bunundan voz kechtirgan. Shuningga bu oldi keyingi jami bo'lib 27 qitim bu o'sha tekshirishlar emas, so'roq tortish kech kunduz uchirgan. Va ammo hozir deydi bu nayt ko'z yeshi elib vaqtim o'zining o'sha kamera ziyonkashlik uchirishi bo'lib, o'zini o'ltirish urinishi jarayonini. Hozirmi o'zining aytdi ro'yining tushkunligi
Ro'ybesinde yaşayotganligini dedi o.
Naytdi bir mecbur nachar bir vaziyat ekanligini tushunib, tushuntirib o'tgan bo'ldi. Ana keyin oxirida u yana Xitoy soqchilarining bunga aniq oshkora holda Xitoyning maqsadi butun dunyo xo'ja bo'lish ekanligini, butun bo'lgan shu bizning vatandagi musulmon xalq, Uyg'ur bilan, qozoq bilan, qirg'iz hatto tungan bilan bularni hammasini bir Xitoy so'zlaydigan bir millatga aylantirish ekanligini yaxshi misollar bilan so'zlab o'tgan bo'ldi. Bundan keyin Maya Mitalib xonim hamda Uyg'ur doktor nayt yaxshi misollar bilan o'tirib qo'ysiz. Siz buni bir tushuntirib.
Bo'ldi. Maya Mitalib xonim, ya'ni Maysam Mitalib hozirgi shu dunyoga dangliq texnologiya universiteti, Massachusetts texnologiya universitetiniki bir Diana G'olu jari tadqiqot laboratoriyasiningki mudiri, dunyoga ko'z ko'rmagan olimlarning birisi. Bu xanım onundan başqa şu Uyg'urlarning bejiq kelayotgan shu kunlarni dunyoga anglitishdan zo'r tirishchanlikni ko'zitib kelayotgan faoliyatchilarning birisi desak bo'ladi. Chunki har hafta oxiri shu Volkswagenning oldida namoyish qilib, Volkswagenning bizning vatan Uyg'ur rayonida ochgan zavodlarga qarshi namoyish qilib kelayotgan xonimlarning birisi. Bugun bu sotda bergan guvohligida muhim bir nuqta shu DNA ratlash mashinasi va bu DNA ratlash mashinalarining nimaga ishlatilganligi, Uyg'urlardan elayotgan qon plazmalari va buningki qanchalik ekanligi, hatto bu nima bo'lgan vaqtida qon plazmasi DNA mashinasininki ratlash mashinasininki yoki bir odamning DNAsini umumyuzlik ratlashga $1000 dan $5000 qilish ketadiganligi. Hatto 10 million odamni qilish uchun 10 milliarddan 50 milliard dollargacha pul ketadiganligini tushuntirib o'tgan bo'ldi. Buni bog'lab turib, hamda bu DNA'ningki birdan-bir maqsadi, mushtaq zo'r miqdorda mablag' solishga maqsadi cho'qim buni lagerlarda ilib berilayotganligi ilgari surilayotgan, ammo to'liq isbot bo'lmagan organ yig'ib olish ishiga yig'inchoqligini bo'lganligini so'zlab o'tdi. Bu o'zgacha bir doklad bo'ldi deb o'yladim men.
Shundoq, bu Mayisam xonim albatta o'zi bir tadqiqotchi bo'lish sifati bilan o'sha DNA'ning, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumatining butun Uyg'ur yerlik millatlarning DNA'sini ilishki maqsadi hamda o'sha organ almashtirishda muhim rol o'ynaydi deb uni yaxshi tushuntirib ketdi. Yana birisi Amerikaning Thermo Fisher degan shirkatining o'sha DNA'ni ratlash mashinalarini Şinjan Abdum rayonluq saqchi idorasiga setib bergan. Setib bergan.
Jihi organlarga
satdi. Jihi organlarga. Ular ananikin yerlik Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz hamma millatlarning o'sha 2017da Chunchonga kelishdim burun bir qancha qitim keyin-keyindan yillab hatto 2017dan keyin o'sha 20 million yaqin insonning DNA'ni, ularning biologiyalik uchurlarini, ovoz bo'lsin, ko'zi, qarchug'ining nimasi bo'lsin degandek qon tipi hammasidan tatib olganligi bo'lanki. Bu tasodifiy emasligi bo'lib, lagerlarning tanlash huquqining yo'qligi, ularningki organlarini, masalan, musulmon davlatlardan kelgan halol organ, bo'lgan Saudiya bo'lsin, qolgan yer bo'lsin, ularningki tezdan bir ishkapning ishlam tiparalaydiganligi, masalan, Amerikadagi davlatlar bo'lsa bir qancha yil saqlaydi bir organ almashtirish uchun. Xitoy shunda tezligini hammasini bog'lash orqali, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'ur va boshqa yerlik millatlarning DNA'ni tekshirish sababdan o'sha organ almashtirish ishiltiganligini o'ttirib qo'ydi. Bu munoyit bir yaxshi bir doklad bo'ldi. Undan keyin albatta oxirida Kanadalik Uyg'ur faoliyatchi Ruqiya Turdush xonim hamda Xitoy hukumatining ya'ni bu ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik qilishning niyatini bog'lig'ini o'zining dokladi orqali tushundirgan bo'ldi. Bu to'g'risiz bir tushuntirish bergan bo'ldi.
Ruqiya Turdush xonim men bilganimizdek faoliyatchilarning birisi hamda Kanadada Uyg'ur faoliyatini olib berayotgan, tadqiqot bilan shug'ullanayotgan yosh tadqiqotchilarning birisi. Bir necha kitoblarni yozdi. Buning birisi masalan ko'k pasport arzusi, Uyg'urlarningki shu uluschilik degan nima degandek temalarda fikr yurgizgan tadqiqotchilarning birisi. Bu xonim bu yil iyundami Londonga o'zi berib shu yerda Londondagi o'ziga bormagan bo'lsa shu Londonda ishilgan sotqa tunji qېتىملىق sotqa qatnashgan va guvohlik bergan. U yerda shu Xitoyning Uyg'urlar ustidin yurgizayotgan jinoyatlarning ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik bo'lganligini shu ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik ahdnomasidagi moddalarga sep turib sharhlab o'tgandi. Bu da qilsa shuning ma'lum darajada o'xshaydi. Buningda Xitoyning Uyg'urlarga qaratgan insonsizlashtirish, ya'ni Uyg'urlarga qaratgan kamsitish so'zlari, haqorat so'zlarininki kelib chiqish manbasi va buning ta'siri va buning yana bolalarning ota-onalaridan ayrilishi degan ikki temada to'xtaldi. Bu shu odamga ma'lum bir millatga qaratilgan shu haqorat so'zni tilga olgan vaqtimizda shu xutolarninki tutsilar, ya'ni shu nimadagi Ravandadagi qaratilgan ĩrqiy qirg'inchilik boshlanishdan ilgarigi ba'zi bir vaziyatlarga diqqat qilib kelib qoldi mening o'z vaqtida. Xutular Tutsi millatini qurut qo'ng'az deb tilab ekanchi. Bu davlat apparatlari radiolarda ishlatib, Hasan Sherik deb tilgan bunu ishda bo'lgandan keyin bu millat xalqning ko'ziga insondek emas, qurt qo'ng'azdek ko'rindi ekanda. Shuningcha 100 kun jarayonida 800 ming Xutuni Tutsilarni o'ttiribdi-chi. Buni o'tgan vaqtida hech qanday ish og'rimaydi, chunki ularga inson deb ko'rsatilmagan ular.
Qurut qo'ng'izni o'ldirgandeklar.
Ruqiya Turdushmi shu Xitoyning axborotida bo'lsin, Xitoyningki ittifoq organlarida bo'lsin yoki bo'lmasa Xitoyningki bosh sekretari Xi Jinpingning bo'lsin, bularga Uyg'urlarga qaratilgan siyosatlarda hargiz rahim qilmaslik, Uyg'urlarni o't cho'p degandek so'zlar, o't cho'pni yoki o'sma, zararlik o'sma degandek tillar bilan suratlaganligini, buning bir qo'rqinchli oqibatga keltirib chiqadiganligini o'zininki to'plagan sonliq ma'lumotlarga asosan davlatninki axborot organlaridan, istixborot organlaridan emas, axborot organlaridan, matbuotlardan ilingan sonliq ma'lumotlar bilan sharhlab o'tdi. Yana bir nuqta oilasidan ayrilgan bir bolaning hikoyasini tushuntirib o'tdi. Mesela 15 yaş bir ayalının 4 balası. 4'lü balası bıraklam. O balla lagerga elip getildi. Bu yerda o'qish fursati bo'lmaydi. 14 yoshlik, 11 yoshlik bir qiz bola 3 yildan keyin 14 yoshga kirganda chiqadi. Chiqqan vaqtida Uyg'urchada ravur so'zlaydigan bola Uyg'urchada butunlay unutib chiqadi. Hatto ota-onasi taraqqi bir ovoz chiqasmi atrof qarab qo'rqib cho'chib, shundaq endikish ishida yashayotganligini deb berdi. To'g'ri. Bu hamda ashadagi bolalar yo'l qo'yotgan vaziyatning naqadar odamni cho'chitadigan, o'ylantiradigan bir vaziyat ekanligini ko'rsatdi deb o'yladim. Ondan başqa yana Türkiye'ye yaqin yenib chiqqan, tungan bizim tilg'agan bir bolaning hikoyasini misol qilib o'tdi. Mana bunday bir bolaning chiqqandan keyin Uyg'urchani unutib ketganligi, ota-onasiga gap qilishni xohlamaganligini misol qilib o'tdi. Demak, shu atalmış bolalar lagerdagi shu vaziyatninki ma'lum bir burjugini ko'rsatib o'tgan bo'ladi. Shu nuqtadan Ruqiya Turdishninki bu bergan guvohligimi ilmiy nuqtadan hali önümlük bo'lgan guvohlik bo'ldi deb o'yladim men.
To'g'ri, albatta, bu bo'libmi keyingi avlod Uyg'urlarning qanday bo'layotgani to'g'risida yaxshi bir tushuntirish berdi deb qarayman. Yana hozir ota-onasi hayot turib, qo'lidagi o'zining farzandlariga o'z iyiga chiqamayotgan, ham Xitoy hukumati buni yatoqli lager, maktab yana bir nima deb akitib, baldir Uyg'ur so'zlamaydigan, qaytib kelsimi Uyg'ur so'zlashdan qo'rqaydigan, yo unutib qolgan, yo so'zlasimi nomus qiladigan bir darajaga kelib qo'yganligi. Yani bir ahırda bir yaş Uyghur kızının bir başlangıçını okuyatkan bir Uyghur kızının bir Xitay muhbir soraydı. Senin Uyghur ismin neme, inanın Uyghur ismin dese, ben desem bulamdı, bulmam, ben desem benim malım cezalaydı yo. Ben numus kılma o inanın mı, aksının mı?
Urmusanla deprey.
Urmusanla deprey. Ben numus kılma onun ismini Uyghur deyişten de. Hazır 10 yaşlı barabarmıgan Uyg'urlarga o'zining tilidan o'ziga ota-onasi suyib qo'ygan ismidan nomus qilgan bir darajaga qolgan. Yaxshi bir misol o'tirib qo'ydi.
O'sha bir nuqtani deyish to'g'ri kelyapti. Halqi psixologiya nuqtasida savollar so'raldi-chi, ularning psixikasida qanday o'zgarish bo'ldi deb. Dunyoda aniq bir psixolog bor, Maslov bo'lsa kerak, mening esimdan chiqib qoldi. Bu dunyoda shu Gange daryosidan chiqqan bir Gange daryo maymununu bir sınaq qiladi şu adam. Yeni tug'iliblam, tug'ilish shamanlam arıtıdı anısından bu balını. Arıtıp bu maymunun balısında hem de bir laboratoriyada sınaq qilib bardı. Bununla iki anını koydu. Birisi bütünlay tömey ana, o ana onunla yemek bereleydi, süt bereleydi. Yani birisi bu resmi şu süni terdi yasalgan ana maymun hem de o, yumuşak maymun. Bu maymun qo'shiq ochgan chaqda tömey maymundan tamoqni yeydi. Lekin ko'pincha vaqtlarda shu 24 soatdagidek sun'iy maymunning qishida o'ltirdi-da. Bu yerda ilqidek nimani ko'rsatdi desangiz, u bolaning qo'sqin tuyg'ulishidan bo'lmaydi, kerak bo'lmaydi, bir zarurmaydi bir insonning sog'lom cho'ng bo'lishiga. Bu yerda uningga keraklik ota-onaning muhabbati, ota-onaning rishtisi, ota-onaning kuchi kerak. Demak, bu bolalar mayli siz ular Xitoy hukumati bularni bu atalmış maktablarni muhabbat Mektebidemde alamet çıraylık isimlerini koydu. Ulanın qanchalik güzel tamaklarını yediğanlığı, yataklarını yaxşı geldiğini dedi. Ama ular kerek olduğunu yanılan ata-anasının muhabbeti. Şu muhabbetten mehrum kaldırılıp bu bala. Aşağıdaki bir doktor hanım var. Burun Angliya'da doktorluk kandaydı. Şu bu balın kelgisi çoğun olsa. Kimlik krizisiga duch bo'ldi. Duch keldi degan gapni she'rlab o'tib ketdi. Hurmatli ko'rmanlarimiz tashab ketdi. Shunga boshqa mishada to'xtatsak, to'xtatishdan ilgari siz degan yana bundan keyin berilgan guvohchilarning bir tafsilotini tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz,
shuna qilaylik. Assalomu alaykum hurmatli ko'rmanlar. Bugun tushdan keyingi oxirgi guvohchi bo'lsa, bu amerikalik mutaxassis, birisi shu Georgetown, Washington'daki en dağınlıq üniversitenin biri bo'lgan Georgetown Üniversitetining tarix professori James Millward efendi. Yana birisi bo'lsa, o'sha yaqinda Uyg'urlar to'g'risida, o'sha lager sistemi to'g'risida muhim bir kitap yozgan jurnalist ham yozuvchi Jeffrey Kane efendi.
Hurmatli ko'rmanlar, tarqitishimiz mushaqish bo'ladi. Sal turib ko'rishga aman bo'lgaysizlar. Xayr xo'sh.
Xayr xo'sh.
Dr. Millwood is a full professor of history employed by Georgetown University since 1996, where he teaches Chinese, Central Asian, and world history. While doing research for his doctoral dissertation about 18th and 19th century Qing imperial administration of the Xinjiang region, he spent 1990 in Beijing and Xinjiang, gathering archival and published materials and interviewing many scholars. Besides speaking Mandarin and reading modern and classical Chinese, he reads and speaks Japanese and has a limited degree of research ability in Uyghur, sufficient to consult and cite Uyghur language articles in his published work. He has traveled extensively through the Uyghur region during trips in the 1990s. He has not been to the Uyghur region since 2004, however, because in early 2000s, the PRC authorities put him on a grey list which restricts his travel to China. Dr. Millwood's testimony is in two parts. Part A concerns PRC ethnic policies from 1949, the historic changes to that policy, and the recent turn to assimilation, which he says is to ensure Xinjiang ceases to be Uyghur. Part B consists of a chapter from the revised edition of his book, Eurasian Crossroads, A History of Xinjiang, which he completed in the summer of 2020. The chapter which he's provided very kindly to the tribunal is entitled Colonialism, Assimilation and Ethnocide, 2000s to 2020s. Dr. Millwood, thank you very much for joining us today. My understanding is you don't have a specific presentation. If you did want to make a few remarks, then you're very welcome to do so. Would just like to mention that, of course, both the panel and council have read your report and your book chapter in great detail, so we'd be very grateful if you might keep your remarks short so we have plenty of time for questions.
Certainly. And can you hear me all right?
Very clearly, thank you.
Good, okay. Yeah, so I was planning to read the oral testimony that I had written out there, as I think it stresses some things that I think are particularly of interest, perhaps, to the tribunal. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I understand that, you're short for time. So maybe, since you do have the written version, maybe I'll just skip to the very last part of that, talking about what I'm calling Zhonghua-ism, or this Zhonghua identity and how it's related to assimilationism and racialization of this Zhonghua identity in China. So this is part 3 of part A of my oral, the oral part of my testimony. And it should just take a few minutes. So the PRC's assimilationist turn and racialization of Zhonghua identity. With the collapse of the USSR in 1991, PRC scholars and party ideologues debated whether Soviet nationalities' policies themselves had contributed to the disintegration of the USSR. Some called for a second-generation Chinese ethnicity policy that would promote melding and fusion of ethnic groups, reduce state and party support for the 55 non-Han identities and their nominally autonomous territories, and eliminate territorial set-asides, which were, of course, nominally territorial set-asides in the first place. When Xi Jinping came to power in 2013, he embarked on a radical revision of the PRC diversity system. He moved the bureaucracies dealing with ethnicity and religion out of the government and under direct party control. Xi announced in 2014 that problems in Xinjiang would require attention not just to material measures, that is, to economic development, but also to psychological or spiritual issues. He launched a campaign to sinicize religion in China by destroying domes and minarets and removing crosses, moons, and stars from architecture. These sinicization measures included hanging the national flag and party slogans in houses of worship, and even erasing the word halal from windows of restaurants. Since 2017, this so-called sinicization program has completely razed some 30% of mosques and shrines in the Uyghur region, and removed major architectural elements such as domes and minarets from another 25% of religious structures. Moreover, General Secretary Xi has promoted the ideal of a unitary, homogeneous Chinese identity labeled Zhonghua as an ideological centerpiece closely related to his China dream. As one current Chinese political catchphrase puts it, take firmly the forging of a Zhonghua collective consciousness as the main political line. The Zhonghua concept is meant as a kind of super ethnicity, a national category above and encompassing all of the other ethnic categories. But this super ethnicity is much more cultural in character than, say, the concept of passport citizenship would be. The word Zhonghua itself is composed of two Chinese characters that each individually mean China or Chinese. And the officially promoted characteristics of Zhonghua identity are virtually indistinguishable from the customs of Han. This muscular state promotion of Zhonghua identity is in effect then a top-down effort to Han-ize or Sinicize the non-Han ethnic groups in China. Another prominent slogan, appearing at least since 2018, makes Zhonghua a racial concept and suggests that Uyghur and other Xinjiang non-Han groups are, in fact, biologically part of the Zhonghua lineage. The official press readout from a recent Xinjiang work forum in 2020 quotes Xi Jinping saying, every ethnic group, that is Minzu, of Xinjiang is a family member linked to Zhonghua bloodlines. This official invocation of blood ties has been accompanied by spurious articles falsely claiming that the Uyghur language is linguistically Chinese, not Turkic, and that Uyghurs are not historically descended from Central Asian Turkic peoples, but rather from so-called Zhonghua people. This is an assimilationist narrative arguing, in effect, that Uyghurs are primordially Chinese, whether they know it or not. Because the characteristics of the Zhonghua category are, for all practical intents and purposes, indistinguishable from those of the Han category, Zhonghuaism is also a kind of Han supremacism. It is not the kind of chauvinism that excludes diverse ethnic groups from membership in a national community or expels them across national borders. Rather, the current PRC assimilationism seeks to forcibly merge Xinjiang non-Han peoples into an invented identity, mandating that distinctive ethnic features be scrubbed away through false historical narratives, cultural and language erasure, rhetoric about shared bloodlines, and coerced re-education, while at the same time re-engineering Han, non-Han demographic ratios in Xinjiang. Today's PRC assimilationism is diametrically opposed to the diversity system espoused and practiced during the first 6.5 decades of the PRC. The phrase forging collective Zhonghua consciousness reminds me of a metaphor we now reject in the United States, that of the melting pot. The Chinese Communist Party, however, has substituted a blast furnace for the melting pot and directed it at the indigenous peoples of Xinjiang and, increasingly, at other non-Han and at speakers of languages other than Mandarin. This industrial strength metaphor of the blast furnace, embraced and publicly trumpeted by the CCP itself, aptly characterizes the physical coercion and cultural violence of the concrete policies inflicted upon Xinjiang indigenous peoples since 2017. And that's the end of my oral testimony.
Thank you very much, Professor Millwood. My first question
Can you ensure that we have half an hour, please?
Sure. My first question is, how might you reconcile the narrative emanating from the CCP that the Uyghurs are primordially Chinese and ought to be assimilated to that original state, with policies that seek to physically or biologically change the Uyghur population?
That's a good question. I guess I would say that the rhetoric and the ideology is tending in the direction that I've described, namely towards explaining away or trying to sort of cover up the differences. But at the same time, I think the overall goal is to make the inconvenient difference of Uyghurs and Kazakhs and other non-Chinese people, to make that inconvenience go away, right? And to make Xinjiang look much less like an East Turkestan and more like a Chinese place, right? To get rid of this inconvenient colonial appearance. And so, both rhetorically and ideologically, but then also in terms of demographic engineering, both of those are tending towards that same goal.
You've extensively documented systemic ethnic discrimination of Uyghurs going back decades. There is an implicit suggestion in your book that a combination of assimilation and repression, together with huge investment, appears to be making up for previous failed assimilation attempts. Could this mean that once assimilation, or as you call it, Mandarinization, is achieved, coercive and repressive measures might stop?
That's asking me to predict the future, and I'm not ready to do that. I don't think I can. There's a question about what exactly achieving this would mean. Would even, as our last witness was discussing, would even the loss of ability to speak Uyghur doesn't mean that the people themselves are no longer Uyghur. And in particular, it doesn't mean that the state stops treating them with suspicion, even if they do learn Mandarin. So I don't think that the idea that this is some sort of solution and that it will, if it reaches whatever conclusion or whatever ultimate goal the architects of these policies hope for, I don't think that will mean that all will be peaceful and smooth running in the future. But again, that's my own prediction. I'm not a fortune teller.
A corollary to that question, and you alluded to it, is what, in your view, would it mean to be assimilated to an acceptable level? Is there any precedent for that?
I don't believe this kind of assimilation is acceptable as a policy at all. So I wouldn't say there's any acceptable level of that. Okay. Although maybe I may be misunderstanding the question.
I meant in the sense of what might the PRC consider an acceptable level of assimilation of the Uyghur people?
Well, certainly if we take the measures that have been taken, I mean, if we look at the measures that have been taken, but various aspects of cultural erasure, destruction of cultural and architectural patrimony, severe pressure on language, and even some of the incentives and pressure for mixed marriage and things like that. I think as I said before, I think the goal is to have what are perceived as uncomfortable aspects of ethnicity or of culture to no longer be salient. And obviously I didn't single out religion, but obviously religion is is a central part of that as well. And that's really been the main target of PRC. Not the only target, but the main target of these PRC's policies has been against Islamic belief. So simply for them not to be salient, and I think this is what that's what they're hoping for. And for the optics of Xinjiang, as I said before, to no longer display such difference.
You've characterized what is happening to the Uyghurs as not just cultural, but demographic genocide. And at page 400 of your book, you explain the basis for that assessment. Can you explain why demographic decline of the Uyghur population is not just incidental to a general assimilation policy, but that it's actually something that's intended or intentional?
Well, I'm sure you've heard from other witnesses the details, and you've had a chance to read yourselves the studies of birth suppression policies that have been that we've seen going on in the Uyghur region. I have been convinced myself on close reading of those studies, and even looking through at some of the underlying documents. I have been convinced myself, and in particular by the wording, not so much, well, in addition to the qualitative data that in particular Adrian Zenz has put forward, but I found most compelling and most frightening some of the qualitative data. In other words, the wording that he has discovered in many government documents talking about population optimization and the human problem, and even documents talking about problems of demographic, that the demographic proportion is the greatest danger to Xinjiang and to security. But these statements being made in, I believe, 2018 or 2019, very, very recently, after all of the camps and the other measures meant to be addressing the so-called terrorism threat, after they were well in place and after, in fact, public state media had proclaimed that the terrorism threat was over. At that same time, there are internal or less public comments and statements from Xinjiang officials saying that this human problem, this problem of demographic proportion still exists. So again, the evidence that I have for wording it that way in my chapter is the same information, the same evidence, the same studies that the tribunal has seen. But I find it convincing that the intent to address and to change the demographic balance.
My final question before I hand you over to the panel. The literature and reports we have received, you've cited Dr. Zenz yourself, seem to suggest discrepancies in terms of policies, both promulgated and implemented in northern and southern Xinjiang. How might you account for this discrepancy?
Are these policies specifically with regard to the camps, are you referring, or much more generally?
A mix of alleged measures to intended to restrict births, and as well as the imposition of camps.
I see. Yeah. Well, I think it depends on particular policies, perhaps. As I'm sure the tribunal knows, there are significant geographical and demographic differences between the north and south of Xinjiang. There are the southern part of Xinjiang, particularly Khotan, Kashgar, that area, are still majority Uyghur, and the densest populations of Uyghurs are in those places. And so I think probably that, specifically the policies that I think you're alluding to, the difference is explained by that existing difference of the spread of population, who was living where, what ethnic groups are most concentrated where.
Thank you very much, Professor Millwood. I hand you over
Professor
to the panel.
Lynch.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your excellent report. At the beginning of your oral presentation, you say the logical place to start in the understanding of CCP policy towards the Uyghurs is with the occupation of that area in 1949. Other witnesses we've heard from try to stress the importance of the prior history, and I wonder whether you think that actually the independence movements in the years leading up to 1949 actually underlie many of the current attitudes of the Chinese state and the way they behave.
That's a good question and perhaps a good corrective. I would say they underlie some of the PRC concerns, some of the Chinese Communist Party's concerns, because there were efforts to create an independent Turkic state or Uyghur state in the period from the fall of the Qing Empire in 1912, up and through up through the 1940s and 1949. So certainly that does underlie some of their concerns. I mean, the reason I was maybe trying to draw more attention to 1949, I guess, is, again, as a historian, we work with interpretations and we work with emphases and how we kind of tell the story. And I actually don't, and I've changed a little. If any of you has read all 400 and some pages of that book, you'll notice a change in tone between the last chapter, which I sent you as part of my testimony, and before that. And that is, of course, occasioned by my own disappointment and horror at what's happened in recent years. I wasn't quite sure which way it would go when I finished that book early in the 2000s, and now, unfortunately, it's looking much, much worse. But I'm drawing attention to 1949 because I think that the effects of, first of all, most of the Han who've moved into the region, they've not been there since the Han Empire 2,000 years ago. They haven't even been there since the Qing Empire. Most of them have come in since 1949. The main institutional means by which this colonialization or development or whatever you want to call it is going on there, that too is established in the early 1949 and the early 1950s, namely the Bingchuan, or the Xinjiang Production Construction Corps. And although there have been efforts, and indeed you might call them dreams, of colonizing Xinjiang, even under the nationalist government. Sun Yat-sen, in one of his books, has a chapter on the colonization of Xinjiang and Mongolia, because colonization was not a bad word in the early 20th century when he was writing. Those dreams were largely aspirational. They were never realized. But in 1949, and since then, the PRC has really started putting them into practice. So that's why I draw more attention to that dividing line.
Okay. With regard to separatism and independence, one of the ways forward towards achieving such a thing in a Western democracy would be through a plebiscite, and such a thing, of course, is not possible in a totalitarian state or a communist state. And I wonder, do you think that means by definition such states are guilty of contravention of international human rights?
Simply because plebiscites or other kinds of are not possible?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I haven't thought about it before myself. I don't think that. Well, I didn't read all of my my preamble, my oral testimony today. But one point I wanted to make in that is that the PRC had a way of managing diversity, to use our vocabulary today, that they put in place. And with the system of 56 Minzu, the so-called territorial regional autonomy system, various things like that. And although it was not always observed and not always honestly practiced, there were periods when, in fact, it was, the early 50s and in particular the 1980s. And many non-Han peoples in Xinjiang, including the Uyghur scholar Ilham Tohti, has said that this period of the 1980s was in some ways a golden age for Uyghurs in Xinjiang. And it shows the way in which the system could actually work to prevent majoritarian control by Han, to celebrate cultural difference rather than trying to suppress it. And of course, we have seen this ourselves, very different approach in the 2008 Beijing Olympics, where some may remember the children dressed in the costumes of all of the different peoples were paraded around. And there was some criticism and maybe snarky comments about that, because those children were mainly not there are mainly Han children who seem to be dressed up in Minzu costumes, right? So, you know, that's the kind of problem that, in a way, we wish we had now, though, right? You know, it was, and so rather than trying to erase those differences, the state publicized them and celebrated them. So I'm not saying that it's hard to compare a top-down system for managing diversity with, you know, the ideals of diversity management in a liberal democracy. But you can certainly compare it with the reality of what can happen even in liberal democracies, and pointing at the United States. And I make a point that in 1950s Jim Crow America was arguably, and I think quite clearly, a worse place to be non-white than Xinjiang was to be non-Han in the 50s at that point, right? And so, you know, ipso facto, being in a party state such as the PRC does not necessarily mean that ethnic suppression, that cultural erasure, and so on and so forth has to happen. And that's why I draw attention to these systems, these approaches of the early PRC. And, you know, in a way, you know, the Soviet Union had a similar kind of system in some ways as well.
Those system changes that occur where responsibility for religious and cultural affairs changed from state to party, did that really matter? In a party state, isn't everything under the control of the party anyway? Was that a really significant move?
Well, it's a common perception that we're hearing the word totalitarian being applied to China again more and more, and it's a common perception that it's highly centralized and the center has control of everything going on. But of course, China is a very, very big place. It's a place with provincial differences and local differences and many, many, a very, very large and complicated bureaucracy. So the move of religious affairs and ethnic affairs into the party is clearly part of Xi Jinping's broader efforts to assert direct control over key aspects of governance in China. And I think the very fact that he does this shows that he feels he wanted closer control over that. And this is too long of an answer. I guess the quick answer is it was not as centralized as you might have thought before, that having things out in the government bureaucracy kept them out of direct control of the supreme leader.
Thank you. And my final quick question, if I may quote the final part of your chapter you kindly gave us. You say, a ruler may use an arsenal of technologies to terrorize a vast territory, but when he confuses harmony with uniformity, he will be weak and his country will be small in the eyes of the world. Is that intended as a rather pessimistic statement, or is it full of optimism that the inherent weakness in the system is soon going to lead to a change of government or change of regime?
I suppose my feelings when I wrote that a year ago were an uncomfortable mixture of both. Perhaps meant as a warning, not that Xi Jinping is reading my book, but should he or others read it, I would hope they would see that. And also, of course, trying to, evoke the notion of harmony, which was much more central, perhaps, to previous, 10 years ago or so in China, and I think is more intrinsically a Chinese value than homogenization or uniformity would be.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to my colleagues.
And I'll exercise my right on this occasion as chairman to ask a couple of questions first. Professor Millwood, the study of genocide is, in many places, a separate field of study, correct? You're a historian. I know that Georgetown has various departments that include genocide as part of their work, the Jewish Center and other activities as well, correct?
Yes.
Would you feel in any way comfortable dealing with the genocide discipline, which is essentially, I think, sociological but also historical, the genocide discipline, would you be comfortable in dealing with how it might assess what has been happening in Xinjiang?
Not by virtue of having colleagues down the hall who do that, I think. Not to be dismissive of your question, but I have, not being a jurist myself or an international jurist, I have been reading and learning about definitions and the meanings of genocide myself through this whole process. It wasn't something that I had paid sufficient attention to earlier on. And as I mentioned before, I have been convinced by the studies that I mentioned by Vivian Zenz and by others of intent to do things which fit definitions, as I read them, of genocide. And so I do, on occasion, use that term. I'm not running away from that term myself, but I don't see myself as in any position to comment on whether there is not a genocide in a technical sense.
Definition of genocide or analysis of genocide may be a Venn diagram circle larger than the legal circle. And I wondered if you could help us at all, and don't obviously go beyond what you're happy or comfortable to say. I wonder whether you could help us at all with forced assimilation of the kind you described, not natural assimilation, might qualify within that larger Venn diagram circle as genocide, the sociological concept.
Sure, within the larger Venn diagram, and perhaps the narrower one as well. I guess to put just a slight historical cast on it, I think that current policies in Xinjiang have, in a way, well, whether it's conscious or not, I don't know, but they have, in a sense, reinvented the wheel by approaching some of the same issues that were seen as existential problems, say, in the 19th century in Europe, or through the actions of colonialism and efforts to achieve control, to open wilderness, to achieve a kind of state control and to securitize areas. Through all of those same kinds of processes, I think we've seen very, very similar things going on in Xinjiang now that we saw, say, in the American West, or among that led to the treatment of First Nations in Canada or Australia, or even to inter-ethnic and inter-communal strife in Europe in the 19th and early 20th century. I don't know, what is in the heads of Chinese leaders who proposed this. I think they were kind of coming at it perhaps from a more Chinese point of view, that is thinking about this idea of educational transformation, which has roots in Confucian thinking as well as in communist policies. And so, drawing on that, but then, as those impulses flow together with artificial intelligence and with security concerns and with modern industrialization and all of these modern technological and political tools, they came to this same kind of place. They have come to the same sort of place as we've seen in other parts of the world that we do call genocides.
I see that one of my colleagues wants to ask a question. I'm going to indulge myself with one more question. We've heard a lot about brainwashing. One of the questions is, maybe, does brainwashing ever work? Or is brainwashing simply a part of the enforcement of behavior by terror? your experience as a historian, does brainwashing ever work? Do people really ever change?
So I prefer to look at use the term that the Chinese, themselves have been using, educational transformation, and I don't mean that as a euphemism. To say that these places are vocational camps or vocational schools, that's a lie. That's untrue. But that part of their goal is this kind of transformation, I think, is true. It's right there in black and white. Now, we can translate that as brainwashing or as re-education. These are slightly different connoted terms for the same sort of thing. Coercive efforts to change people's mentalities, I think they work the way you just said they work. They work because of the coercive nature, or they can work because of that, because of the threat of force and the continued threat of force, and because of deracination and psychological torture and all of those things. They don't work as a benign process, but I think they can, unfortunately, have an effect of beating down people in such a way. Whether it will reach the goals which the Chinese Communist Party says it wants to reach in Xinjiang is another question. But it can, it can, I think, reduce a potentially restive population to submission.
Professor Manji, please.
Professor Millward, just one question for you. Men and women are experiencing muscular blast furnace assimilation quite differently, are they not?
Men and women, certainly, I would say that's definitely true.
And can you elaborate for us? Because I wonder about whether it's too simplistic to characterize what is going on as a policy of assimilate if you can, but attack if you must.
Meaning the policy of the PRC.
Yes.
Well, I think you're alluding to the particular pressures that women have been put under and forced birth suppression and all of those.
Yes.
And also, of course, the experience in various types of incarceration and internment, at least from the cases that we know, and you've, of course, heard many in this tribunal, eyewitness accounts. From that, we know that that experience is different for women than men, and arguably much more horrific. And certainly in the question of, in the area of reproduction and of women in society, even before the really hard-edged policies began in 2017, there were policies about, for example, don't wear the veil, right? For trying to discourage women from wearing the veil. Or any kinds of face or hair coverings. And it's interesting the way in which they were carried out, right? It was I've forgotten the precise term for it, but the beauty campaign. And let your beautiful hair fly and let your beautiful face be revealed. And there's a consistent discourse about that continues despite everything else and despite the narrative about terrorism and so on, about how beautiful Uyghur women are. Right, and so and this has been officially part of the portrayal of Uyghur women really for decades. They sing, they dance, they're beautiful, they have long hair, and so on and so forth. So, if I'm not as as capable as many of my colleagues are of talking about this in gendered terms, but it's very, very clear that the push for marriage and the way in which the state advertisements of marriages between Han and Uyghurs have been played out, right, have been shown. And then, of course, the pressure on reproduction. This is a very, very sharp edge of this that I thank you for the question, actually, because I need to give some more thought to it myself. But if we really do look from the women's point of view on this, I think the biological aspects of it are much more clear.
You made some comparison in regard to the treatment the PRC is meting out to its indigenous population with that meted out to the indigenous population in the US, perhaps most notably under President Jackson's presidency and of course others. But in that case, it was almost entirely, unless you're going to correct me, motivated around land and the acquisition of land or the appropriation of land. It would appear from the evidence that we have heard that that is in part a motive in regard to the PRC and the Uyghurs. But could you expand as to whether you think there are other motives other than that relatively simple one?
Meaning more sort of material motives, perhaps, not just land grabs, but you're speaking of the Xinjiang case, not the American case, right? Yeah. Well, so here's where the cotton industry is quite interesting. Cotton growing, cotton spinning, it's been a process of at least 20 years whereby sort of acreage on which cotton is grown has moved from eastern China out into Xinjiang. But more than that, and more recently, the actual spinning industry, so the spindles on which, factory spinning of cotton, has been moved progressively from eastern China into Xinjiang. And this has been part of a couple of 5-year plans talking about this. So a combination perhaps of market forces, but also being pushed by the state. And I think it's quite clear why this is happening because as the cost of labor in eastern China has gone up, and there have been efforts to move manufacturing in China, in eastern parts of China, up the value chain, then the lower valued industries of textile manufacturing has been pushed back out further and further and further, really into Xinjiang, sort of into the corner, and really to the last place where labor is still cheap, right? Or still is the cheapest labor in China. And so, an argument could be made that the need to control Xinjiang more effectively from the eyes of the state is actually tied to this push of cotton growing, and in particular of spinning and textile manufacture that we've seen out there. And this is to a certain extent corroborated by, not all of the factories that have been built, but many of the factories that have been built through the pairing partnership program, some of them even adjacent to or within the same compounds with the internment camps. Many of these are, in fact, textile firms, textile factories, and many of the so-called vocational training and the factory labor that people have been transferred to from camps or encouraged or coerced into from their villages are textiles. And so we're seeing, you could argue that there's a process here of proletarianizing poor farmers in Xinjiang, and moving them into factory labor, in particular in these low-value, electronics assembly, textiles, other things like that. And I just want to invoke Ilham Tohti again. I mentioned him in the chapters. Many of you would have seen that. But his argument was that the types of market reforms which were so effective for raising standards of living in the rest of China from the late 70s on, in particular opening up, making the market accessible to farmers. That has not happened in Xinjiang. And they have not been permitted to do that. Uyghur farmers in particular have not been permitted to do that. And so, it's not exactly the same kind of political economy of chasing people off the land that you referred to, but there is arguably an economic motive behind these sorts of forced changes that have been implemented and imposed on people in Xinjiang.
Clark, we'll take a minute again back from council, but do you think you can manage in a minute and 30?
I can do even better than that, actually, because Mr. Vetch, with great prescience, has effectively, well, he's evoked the answer to a question I was going to ask about the relationship between political policy, philosophy, and economic drivers. So I think, actually, the question's been answered.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Professor Millwood, thank you very much for indulging us by racing through this with us. It's extremely helpful, along with your written material. Thank you for making yourself available. Sorry, I should ask. Mr. Abraham, do you wish to take more time? I'm sorry, do you wish to ask another question?
Nothing other than to thank Professor Millwood.
Thanks very much indeed, Professor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next and final witness is an expert witness, an investigative journalist and author of the book, The Perfect Police State. To write this book, the expert witness interviewed 168 Uyghur and Kazakh refugees, former camp detainees, their family members, diplomats, governmental officials, scholars, former technology workers, and others who had left Xinjiang. From his field research, the witness was able to identify 3 key and interlocking themes in the PRC's policy towards the Uyghurs. The first is a strategic, sustained campaign on the part of the PRC of psychological torture. The second is a campaign of physical torture as an enforcement mechanism for the methods of psychological torture. And the third is the deployment of novel technologies, of which we have heard significant evidence over the last few days, which all in all create a foreboding fear that everyone was constantly being watched but did not know when or where. Mr. Kane, the members have received and read your report, and as you may have heard, time is a very scarce resource, so I'm not sure whether you have a presentation. If you do, you can start now, but please do keep it brief, and then we'll move into the questions. Thank you.
For having me. So I do not have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to summarize my work and my report briefly, understanding that time is of the essence. So I come from a background in investigative journalism. I was at The Economist and The Wall Street Journal many years ago, and I covered a number of genocides and a genocide tribunal in Cambodia, Myanmar. I had been to North Korea and covered authoritarian regimes, been all over China. And I decided to write this book and to begin this process of interviews because in all the reporting and investigative journalism I had done, I felt that something in Kashgar, something in the western region of China was significantly different than what I had experienced earlier. And that is the deployment of these novel technologies that so many experts here have discussed. While these technologies have been, well documented in the quantitative data, particularly in excellent reporting by BuzzFeed, which won the Pulitzer Prize, and also by Dr. Zenz, and also excellent historical research by Dr. Millward, who just testified. I was interested in qualitatively gathering experiences, evidence in the form of experiences that would show what it is like to both be the developer of these technologies and to be its victim. In many cases, my interviewees were both. So from August 2017 until just about six, 7 months ago, I had interviewed a number of people who were as close to the inside, I think, that I could get of this system. And I had uncovered a number of key themes, but in particular, I had explored the, you could say, the long-term development of a number of technologies in surveillance and espionage by the Chinese state. There's certainly much we can get into. I know that we're short on time, but long story short, my overarching conclusion in my book, The Perfect Police State, is that what started out as a targeted campaign that the state claimed was one of counterterrorism, anti-terrorism, and the oppression of dissidents emerged, or rather was like a snowball effect of a kind, in which the people who were developing the technology began buying into the propaganda and the statements and the policies of the Communist Party of China. Before they realized what truly was happening, the technology was targeting them too. These were Uyghur technology workers. So very much a slow grind of a process in which new novel digital camera, we're talking 10, 15 years ago, new camera technologies, new deep neural net technologies, AI, were being set up and mass data gathered. And it wasn't until about the year 2014 to 15 that many of the Uyghur technologies who I was interviewing had realized that these systems were simply a dragnet, and that the systems were actually not that sophisticated, but that they were designed to impress upon victims that they were sophisticated, which is just as good as being excellent in your algorithms and your technological development. So that is just a brief summary of the technological aspect of my own research, and I will open it up to questions for anyone who might have them.
Thank you for that. I have a few, and then I'll hand you over to the panel. You did mention how this policy towards the Uyghurs started out as a policy to fight extremism. And just to clarify, in what did it evolve?
So just to clarify the question, into what did it evolve after the counter-extremism measures?
Yes, that's right. So did it remain simply a policy of fighting extremism?
On paper, it did. In practice, it did not. According to 4 former Uyghur technology workers who were embedded in some of these offices that were involved in the technology, despite the official policy of counter-extremism, they say that within the offices they worked in, there was an informal policy or a clear understanding and certainly internal discussions that the goal would be to essentially target everyone in a massive dragnet campaign. One Uyghur technology worker who I interviewed was directly involved in efforts to scan and surveil early on. This is in the years around 2011 to 2013. Text message data in particular, SMS messages, and also messages that had been going through WeChat and various Chinese chat apps. To scan them for keywords, bomb, terrorist, gun, these sorts of words that were declared by the state to be evidence of extremism. But in the process of doing these mass scanning of text messages, the artificial intelligence systems simply, according to them, identified anyone who might have had any kind of statement that was irrelevant to extremism, but maybe contained one of these words, was flagged for some kind of follow-up or investigation. So, in practice, it was certainly in their own internal discussions an effort to simply surveil everyone that could be surveilled.
Thank you for that. And in your field research, amongst others, you also interviewed government officials and diplomats. And by any chance, through these interviews, did you manage to glean at what level of governance this policy was set?
So the government officials, the former officials who I interviewed, some of them, had left China, and they actually did not have much information, or at least did not want to reveal much information about, the levels of policy. I can say that the most revealing interviews that I did were with the technology workers, because they were actually in the room where these surveillance systems were being used, deployed, and they were involved in setting them up. And they said that at the beginning, many of these policies were more local level, and this would be around maybe the years 2005 to 2007. That was their understanding of events. I've also gone through various old Chinese press releases and statements that had been published historically, and have verified some of this information in writing. So they do have a good memory of what happened. My interviewees did draw diagrams, and actually I wish I would have included these diagrams in the report, but I was a little bit concerned that these diagrams might reveal their exact position in this bureaucracy. But in the diagrams, they suggested, and I verified this with actual technological experts and software experts who understand artificial intelligence deeply. One of them was a former Google developer. And in these diagrams, they showed that much of the footage and much of the data goes straight to Beijing, goes straight to the capital. That this goes to the Ministry of Public Security, and in certain cases the Ministry of State Security, which I suppose would be considered a step up in many ways, in terms of the extremity of surveillance.
Thank you for that. My final question, in fact. So are you saying, the implication here is that the policy would have been set, or at least known of, by these ministries that you have mentioned. In your book, you refer to the three interlocking patterns that you have identified, one of which is surveillance, however, the other two being psychological and physical torture. Are you saying, therefore, that all of those three limbs, including psychological and physical torture, are part of official policy towards the Uyghurs?
Yes, I believe so. I do believe that this is an official policy, but that the authorities, both at the local and the national level, they have their own understanding of what they are often doing. So Professor Millward just talked about some of the language that is deployed in these what I would call torture. They often call it transformation through re-education, or re-education. Essentially, based on my interviews, and this is 168 interviews, I did find an overwhelming pattern, especially, and I could trace specific interviews to specific camps, specific vocational training centers. Many of these people had come out of the same camps, and they had expressed overwhelming patterns of particular practices in each camp or in each region of Xinjiang. In particular, in and around Kashgar and in the southern part of Xinjiang, the people I interviewed had reported drastically higher levels of psychological and physical torture. There was still a lot in northern Xinjiang too. It would be difficult to parse through every single interview and sort of put them all into a special category of their own. But yes, so the people who had been through concentration camps overwhelmingly reported processes of psychological torture in which they would be forced to play strange games. There was one example I gave in the book and the report. This was from Kashgar. At one camp, the detainees would be, one of them would be seated in front of two tables, and one table, for example, would have a home and a road and a car or a motorbike, and they're supposed to rearrange this neighborhood to make it look like it's correctly placed. And the other table would have an AK-47 assault rifle and a grenade and other extremist items. And if they moved around, so they would be asked to touch these little models. These are models of assault rifles and not actual assault rifles, obviously. And they would be asked to move around these assault rifles and these weapons to arrange them properly so that they look like they're correctly placed on a table. The trick to this question, and this is where the psychological torture comes in, is that if the detainees actually touched the weapons, the models of the weapons, then they would be put in a solitary confinement. Sometimes they would be hit. They would be hit with like rubber sticks with spikes on them. They would be forced to stand still for 30 minutes or more. If they moved, they would be hit again, often in very painful positions. They would be hit on the bottom of their feet, the soles of their feet. They would be hit on the buttocks. They would be hit, occasionally in the head.
Thank you.
And this, yes, so I could go on and on. But
yeah, indeed, because you do indeed describe these games in your report, which members have before them. So thank you for that answer. I'll hand you over to the panel because they would have more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kane, you spoke of Cambodia, and I failed to write down which were the other genocidal sites you've considered.
So I was a journalist originally covering about 12 years ago now, the Khmer Rouge Tribunal in Cambodia. I've covered Myanmar, the Rohingya situation there. I have, though this is not a genocide, I have covered many authoritarian regimes, and I've been inside North Korea, which runs its own network of concentration camps. Russia, other parts of Turkey, for example, another authoritarian regime. My specialty as a journalist is attempting to get as far as is humanly possible into some of these regimes and describing and showing their workings.
Comparisons can be interesting for journalists, but they can actually be very valuable for academic disciplines. For example, the discipline of genocidal studies. Comparisons can even be valuable for lawyers if one fact is similar to another. So, am I right in thinking that you found a lack of similarity between what you were encountering in the People's Republic of China and what you either seen or knew of elsewhere? Or were you seeing some similarities but some differences that you wanted to understand and explain?
Yes, so while covering North Korea's concentration camps and human rights abuses, there is one key difference. I felt as if I was stepping into the past. I was stepping into the height of the Cold War when it comes to the Khmer Rouge or the North Korean Gulag system. There really is a strong sense of, in these places, outright massacre, outright, there are mass graves and death camps and horrible things that I think came to mark the genocides and the atrocities of the 20th century and the early 21st century. But when going to Xinjiang and when investigating and interviewing people from this region, I get the overwhelming feeling of stepping into the future. That this is a new kind of mass atrocity that has not been documented before on this scale with the uses of these novel technologies. I often felt like I was entering a science fiction novel in 1984, or Minority Report, which is by Philip K. Dick, the sci-fi writer. I really, I think that's the key difference, is that, China, I do believe, is carrying out mass atrocities against the Uyghur people, but it's being done in a way that is extremely sinister, because it rests upon the slow erasure of a people and its culture and identity, in part through the forced, the forced use of contraceptions, but also through these tactics of psychological torture.
Thus, the differences. What, if any, were the similarities?
So there is an overwhelming similarity that I have documented in all these places, and I believe Dr. Milward touched on this too. But it's the this belief in a kind of master race, or an overarching race that that stands above all else, that stands above the minorities, and that wants to either erase the minorities or bring them into some kind of supposed higher level of development. This is a pattern that has been well documented in the Cambodian genocide. This idea of this master Cambodian sort of ethnic, this ethnic utopia that is solely for the people of Cambodia. There were massacres of minorities, Cham Muslims in particular, and Vietnamese ethnic minorities. In North Korea, the entire North Korean regime, I and many scholars believe, is actually built on this sense of national unity and pride. Many people point to this regime and they say that it is communist, but there is increasingly a line of scholarship and journalism that documents North Korea as fascistic, as opposed to communist or Stalinist regime. And coming from these countries and going to China, obviously China is a multi-ethnic state with many localities and languages and cultures. But what alarms me is I see a lot of the same broad forces taking hold. This belief in, being a master of the domain, that the Han Chinese must dominate the nation and must, erase or supposedly develop the Uyghur people into something more that they are. That's a dangerous line of thought.
Before I come to my next topic, we just ought to touch on your methodology. It's in your paper, but it's not, I think, at the moment in the oral record. You tell your narrative through three particular witnesses, two anonymized, one not, but you have checked the account through them with a great deal of other material, and you then had a double check through somebody speaking local languages who is a professional fact checker. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I wanted this book, and any book that is of an investigative nature of a mass atrocity anywhere in the world, must be rigorously and thoroughly fact-checked through multiple stages. So I did dozens and dozens, 168 interviews, because I wanted to be able to corroborate as furthest as I could what is happening. And I chose three particular people for my book who I felt were the closest to the inside of the system, who could best shine a light on what was going on. I did not, me and my fact checker, we did check for, we checked carefully the recording interviews for any kind of discrepancy or stories.
Forgive my interrupting you. I want my colleagues to have a chance, but I just need to ask you one thing. Has there been any published criticisms of the methodology of your book, of which this, of course, is but an extract?
I am not aware of any published criticisms. My publisher and I go through every review. We have not seen anything yet in the actual Mandarin Chinese language, and actually the book does appear to be deleted from search engines in China. They can find my other book, which is about Korea, but not this particular one about the Uyghurs. So I am not aware of direct criticism leveled at the methods.
I know two topics. The tribunal may find itself concerned with two issues, at least. One, the intention of the decision makers in doing what they're doing. And two, is the Uyghur population being in some way destroyed, whatever destroyed means. So far as intent is concerned, when we look at brainwashing, and you're obviously attending to Professor Millward, what do you say to the question, does brainwashing work to change the person, or is it effective because it terrorizes the person?
Based on my interviews, I believe that it is effective, and I do think that the authorities in Xinjiang have been improving and perfecting systems of re-educating, or we could say brainwashing people. One of the main characters in my book, a young woman named Mason, recounted in great detail and just in terrifying and gut-wrenching detail the just the intensity of the in only a period of 1 week, the just the overwhelming force with which she was psychologically bombarded with messages and psychological torture and physical torture and all these terrible things. And only after 1 week, she did manage to get out through some bureaucratic bungling on the part of the state, and also with the help of her family. She recounted for 1 year after that not being able to do anything. She would, lie in her bed all day with the curtains closed and sleep. And she was traumatized. She would have terrible dreams. At one point she had somatic symptoms. Her heart started hurting unbearably, and that was the point at which she decided to go seek counseling and speak to a psychologist. And it was through this process of recovery that she started to understand, by talking to her therapist, what exactly had happened to her, because it wasn't clear. It was as if she had had a kind of memory wipe. She had internalized the demands of the Communist Party to the point where she had been simply unable to, say, talk to someone in authority, a police officer. There was this never-ending fear that people were coming for her, that she had to be quiet, stay at home, don't go to class. She was a graduate student. That this is what it does.
Thank you. If brainwashing, accompanied or otherwise by torture, is genuinely successful, and the person so treated emerges at the end changed, then she or he will need little in the way of supervision, control, or further violence, because the changed person will follow, in this case literally, the party line. But that doesn't happen, does it?
So, I did not find direct evidence that people in Xinjiang simply start following the party line. From my interviews, the tendency and the pattern was more that it's an abundance of fear that makes them avoid standing out in a way that would attract the attention of the authorities or attract the attention of the party. And I suppose, in a sense, that would be one method of nudging people to follow the party line.
One element of intention on the part of the authorities that the tribunal may need to consider or want to consider is the intention genuinely to change the way people are, as opposed to changing what people do. Is your evidence that changing the way people are doesn't really work?
Yes, that is a good question. Changing the way people are. My interviewee, so this particular person in my book, Mesam, and numerous other interviewees who I spoke with over the years, I mean, they felt that they had been changed inside in the sense that there was this weight, this weight and this darkness that followed them, you know, wherever they were, even if they had left China and they were, you know, hopefully living safely in Egypt, Turkey. Egypt turned out not to be so safe after all. A lot of them were deported back to China, but you know, I think that the difference between doing and acting, it's a very hard question to answer because, you know, the way, it's like the way the interviewees described it is that, yes, they were behaving differently, but it was that, it was as if whatever inner self they had been suffocated and bludgeoned, and there was something underneath that wasn't, something in their personality that was no longer getting through and coming out. They felt they had been changed in that way.
In your report, and this is a summary, I think, of what you've just said, you describe how they became frightened of what to do because of the uncertainty of consequence, and they became like robots.
Yes.
So, in short, possibly, if the intention is to change how people are, it fails as a system. If it has any effect, this might be encouraging for those who think there is real humanity that is inherent. It changes how they behave, but perhaps to echo what Professor Millwood said, didn't say, implied, there's every prospect that they might eventually, or their progeny might eventually return to who they are. Yes?
Yes, I agree with that.
Before, I haven't checked, but I imagine some of my colleagues would like to ask something, but we'll see. Oh, they're not looking very keen. Yes, they are, one is. But I wonder if you could just help us with one rather trivial thing, because you've told us about one of the games that they had to play. In one of the bits of footage from the camps, if my memory is correct, the inmates are literally singing the English children's ditty. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. An almost unbelievable sight when screened on a British television. Why would that be done, if you saw it?
Yes, so I have seen similar videos. I don't think I've seen that particular one, but based on my own research, I would only conclude that that is a propaganda ploy for the international community. And we do know that the People's Republic of China has invited, you know, various United Nations and government officials, at one point inviting a top UN counterterrorism official, which, you know, I think was done to suggest that this is merely a counterterrorism effort and not a mass atrocity of some kind. So, you know, I have seen many of these videos too, and you know, it's, you know, the only reasonable explanation is,
if they were advancing for publicity purposes aimed at the West, a video showing grown people whose native language is Han Chinese or Uyghur or whatever, singing an English children's song, if they're doing that seriously, they're pretty naive, aren't they?
Well, I think that it strongly suggests that they have been changed in some way, or they are operating under the weight of the party demand. I would not see I would not see a reason for, you know, a group of grown men and women to sing a children's song in unison for outside consumption on their own free will. It seems incredibly unlikely.
Professor Cole.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, when you use the term psychological torture, is your understanding of that term the same as mental harm?
Yes, that's a good question. I would say, yes, obviously I'm not a, I'm not a psychologist. I don't approach this from, the actual field of psychiatry. I come more from, a background in genocide studies and investigative journalism. I do think that there is a fine line. I mean, psychological torture to me, I chose that term in consultation. I mean, I did speak to actual, experts on torture and psychiatrists, and the way that many people preferred this term because torture has the foreboding sense, that there is an end effort to change how you will behave, whereas mental harm, it's a much broader term, to my understanding, that could, operate on a spectrum. People can harm each other in many ways, but torture is done with a clear end and a clear purpose, often by a state actor or some kind of institution that is doing it for political purposes.
So following that, if we have a cyber dimension to this, both inside the detention centres or prisons and outside of those buildings as well, you could argue that mental harm is being exacted on people who are removed from such confining places and direct figures of punishment or authority.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I just want to clarify one of the answers to Sir Geoffrey's question. So the objective and the outcome, potentially, of the brainwashing, psychological torture, mental torture, however you want to describe it, could inevitably change a person, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're changed as a cheerleader for the regime, for instance. It may just, by the description you made, render them a shell of a person, at least temporarily, and possibly permanently, who knows. Is that what you mean, just to be specific?
Yes, that was my finding in the interviews, that I did not find, obviously keeping in mind that I was interviewing refugees and Uyghurs who were overseas. I did not interview anyone actually in China that would put them in danger. It's hard to say right now in China what exactly is happening with respect, with respect to psychological torture. My interviewees were they had left the region between typically 2014 to 2017, and I could not locate anyone who had left after early 2018. Bearing in mind that I'm reporting on psychological torture that's well documented from about 2 to 3 years ago, when they were overseas, when they had escaped, they were never ever cheerleaders for the regime. It was more that I guess you could make this distinction between the kind of reframing the human into a positive cheerleader versus a kind of negative, like a more negative approach where you're stripping them of their identity. One of the most common descriptions I heard from refugees was that their family or other detainees or themselves had felt like a patient who had woken up from a car crash and had amnesia. They had been stripped of their identities, and it was a process of rebuilding after being able to get out of the region, rebuilding their identity.
So the net effect of the psychological torture and the other ways of describing it could be to render that person or those people or the entire population potentially supine, repressed, unable to react, completely dominated. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that is the word. They are dominated. They are unable to react to normal human situations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one specific question, if I may. One of your three people, who's called Irfan in your paper, was an intelligence officer with the PRC State Security. And in that position, he went to Afghanistan to look at connections between the Uyghurs, among other things, the Uyghurs and terrorism based out of Afghanistan, something which I think the PRC government has alleged over some time, that there are connections, there are radical Uyghur groups in Afghanistan. Now, you said he did a similar job in Turkey and found no evidence that that was the case. Did he find any evidence in Afghanistan that there were any or significant groups of Uyghurs there training as terrorists?
He did find evidence. He did actually locate some Chinese citizens who were primarily Uyghurs who were among these Taliban-connected militias, but he said that the number was extremely small and that the operations they were involved in were quite distant from, you could say, the core Taliban. So these were, it was a small contingent of Uyghurs who had hoped to go overseas and to train in armed conflict and warfare, and to return to Western China and supposedly create a caliphate over Central Asia. But the thing is that we have to keep this material in perspective, and it was a very short time that he was in Afghanistan, because the evidence he was finding was so far and few between. There were Uyghurs there, but it was not some kind of major threatening force, and he was later relocated to Turkey as a Chinese intelligence operative, in which he spied on various community and business leaders from the Uyghur community. He admitted that he could find no evidence of a terrorist network. I should also add that when I was investigating this book, I was personally in touch with contacts in the various Kurdish regions of Syria and Iraq who were connected to the Uyghurs. I was in touch with fighters in the Syrian civil war. They had all told me, obviously I could not go to Syria and verify this firsthand, but they told me that the Uyghur units that were fighting with various terrorist groups there were small in number and were suffering heavy casualties. They were not particularly impactful, not a particular threat that people saw as the main threat. And so the idea that they would be able to return to China and wage some kind of jihadi struggle is very far-fetched.
Forgive me for over-labouring this point, but you'll know why this is so important. So if we accept, as you've posited, that this psychological torture would render these individuals or this group dominated, is it reasonable then to say that they have lost their identity as a group?
Yes, I think it's reasonable to say that, that at least when I was reporting on this story, they were rapidly losing their identity, and it was only by going overseas that they could regain their identity. But it was a long and difficult process.
And in your experience of all your travels and reporting of various, in your mind, would it be understood and intended by the authorities, those in charge, that A, would be the result and B, the outcome?
Yes, and I think they've also made clear in their own policy statements and their own public statements that they want to turn this region into a Han Chinese region. They want to, the goal is ultimately a form of cultural eradication.
And last question, in your experience, could such a policy be devised at a local level by by local authorities, by local police, the guards in the prisons? Or would it have to be, in the scale that would have to be done in this particular region, have to be done at some higher policy level? Would it be possible to possibly orchestrate this at a local level?
I don't think it would be possible to orchestrate it merely at the local level. And my evidence for that statement is that in my own historical interviews and in the historical documentation from about 15 to 20 years ago, the previous decade, is that there were many local initiatives, but it was simply not enough to release this level of surveillance and suppression on such a vast scale. And I think scale is the key word. The man who was appointed to head the party chief of Xinjiang, Mr. Chen Changguo, who's sanctioned by the U.S. Commerce Ministry, is someone who had done similar tactics in Tibet. And I cannot personally prove this, but I don't believe that someone like him could be appointed to head the Xinjiang region without the approval and the careful consideration of people at the very top of the Chinese government system.
Sorry, could I just follow on from Mr. Reach's comment? So this loss of identity, do you think this would then be propagated onto the next generation?
I think it already is being propagated onto the next generation. We've seen much documentation and evidence of children, being taught the Mandarin Chinese language and being skipped over for the Uyghur language. I think that the language is certainly a big component of that. But the more sinister element, to me at least, is the allegations of forced sterilizations and the dropping birth rate. I think that a combination of this intergenerational, this shrinking of the population, alongside with the fact that the children of the region, the Uyghur and Kazakh children, are growing up under this system, to me would suggest that within one generation, the region will look vastly different than what it looks like now.
Of giving you back a couple of minutes, but it's only 54 seconds.
That's fine. I had exhausted my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Mr. Kane, thank you very much for making yourself available to the tribunal today and for allowing your evidence to be condensed into 45 minutes and a few seconds. Your evidence is now finished. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings to an end today's proceedings.
Well, Mr. Sabi, tomorrow is the last day in which this composition will meet until, if it meets again in the same composition, the 9th of December, when judgment is to be delivered. So just a few things. First of all, I forgot to thank the 2 Kazakh interpreters today, and I wonder if somebody in your team could ensure that our thanks are expressed.
We'll make sure that they will get that.
Secondly, your team and the members maintain a functional distance in order that our separate functions are kept apart. But I wonder if, as I can see tomorrow disappearing quite fast, if you, the 3 of you, would be good enough to attend us if we're all present at 8:45 in the morning to make sure there's nothing you need to tell us and nothing we would like to tell you, to deal with what happens hereafter, because by the time we reach the end of tomorrow's evidence, I think we'll probably all be pretty exhausted and keen to get going. Tomorrow it's 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock, sir.
And it's a very full day, I think.
It is completely full.
So, 8:45 for all of us?
We'll be here 8:45. Yes.
Thank you all very much. And to those in the hall, good evening, and maybe 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyğur biliminin naq meydan proqramısı. Biz bugün Angliyanın paytəxti Londonda elib berilgan Uyğur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlüğünə rəsmi tamamladıq. Biz bugün düşdün kinki ən axırqı işki qəriblik mütəxəssisinin bəgən guvahlık üstüdə sizlərə düşənç verimiz. Davus Məhmədcan əfəndi.
Möhtərəm görürmənlər, ekranımızға qayıt xoş gəldinlər. Dəb ötkünümüzdək Sot kollegiyəsi bugün 3 günlük guvahlık veriş yığınını nəticəlik tamamladı. Tövəndə biz məzkur Sot kollegiyəsi verilən ən axırqı 2 guvahlık üstüdə qısqaça təhlil edib barımız. Bundaqda alim əfəndim, aldı bilən siz Georgetown Universitetinin profesörü James Milward'ın bəgən bayallar haqqında qısqaça düşündürüş bəgən bolsunuz.
Boldu, bu Washington'daki dağınlıq üniversite Georgetown Universitetinin profesörü Dr. James Milward əfəndi bu əpəndi yəni big picture deyimiz çoğun mənzərə. Xitay hökumətinin nima üçün məşində bir siyasətini elib berivatqanlığı, bo'lib Xi Jinping çıxan yağı bu Xitayның siyasi ideologiya cəhətki zor özgürüşünə alayda şərh bədi. Yəni bu Dr. James Milward əpəndinin degində, həm də özüm yazğan kitab içində şərh elənген. Yəni degində bu Xi Jinping çıxan yağı, yəni yaxınqı məzgili bu Xitayның siyasi ideologiyası, yəni Cunhua milleti, Cunhua milleti degan hukum xeyli uzundan yağı bolsunmu? Bular bugün gündə yəni Uyğurlarning Türkiy Müslüman kimligini inkar qilish orqali Uyğur xalqini, Uyğur qatorliq yerlik millatlarning hammasini bu Cunhua milletining bir qismi, bir tarkibiy qismi, xolisimi shu, xolimizmi shu deb yangi Xitoy millatchiligini ko'tarib chiqish orqali yangidan bir Xitoy millatini yaratish. Yani bunun işine Uyghur qatarlıq, Uyghur'un asas qalan başqa millətlərini xalısımı mecbur sındırış. Bu bir assimilasiyanı asas qalan bir çoğun siyasətinin nəticəsi. Yani bu adamın oturup qoyğan yeni bir sözünü oturup qoydu, yani Cunhuaizm degəni. Bu da Marksizm degəndək. Cunhuaizm. Yani bu Xitay millətçiliyini, çoğun millətçiliyini asas qalan bir nəsə. Bularning quvvatqada azraydı Uyg'urlarga qarshi dedi. Yağan tarix yaratib chiqarish, ya'ni Uyg'urlarning butkul shu Türk O'rta Osiyo munosabatligi o'zining mustaqil davlat qurgan ayrim mavjud bo'lgan tarixini inkor qilib yo'qotish orqali faqatlam Xitoydagi bir osonlik millat emas, ya'ni u odamning degani Junhua irqi, ham Junhua qini bor bir millat deb tushuntirish orqali buni so'zlab o'tib ketdi. Yani hazırki yürgüzüvatkan Uygurlarını tutup solaş siyasetler emas. Mesela bu rayonda meçitlerini, mazarlarını çekiş, Uygurlarının mahallelerini yokutuş. Bunların hemmisini, bu atalmış Şinjan degen bir zamanni bu ilgirgidek, yani nurgun insanlar, bildiğin Uygurlar ve başka milletler izqigandek bir Şarkı Türkistan degen bir mustamlik rayon emas. Bu fakat qaramakka Xitayning har qanday bir yerga o'xshaydigan yerlik xarakterini yo'qotgan, o'chirilgan bir rayon aylantirishdir ularning quvvatini. Shuningga bu adamning alohid deb o'tib ketgani, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qaratgani bu yilgi madaniy jihatga, jismoniy jihatga irqiy qirg'inchilik degan gap bo'ldi albatta. Madaniy qirg'inchiliklar bo'lib qolmasdan bu ham demographic genocide. Bu nopus jihatga qirg'inchilik bu adamning degani. Ya'ni birisi Uyg'ur nopusini azaytish, ya'ni Adrian Zanniz əpəndinin oturup qoyğan dokladidək, yəni birisi Xitay müstəmliki nopusunu bir yerdə köçürüb əkliş arqılıq köpəytiş. Yəni bu adam da ötəb getdi ki, özünün yazğan kitabının bir gün sözdə, yəni bu 49-cı il Xitay bu zəmini besib alğandan keyin bu zəminlə Xitay hökuməti bu müstəmlikini, yəni özünün bir qismi qilish üçün bu yerdəki millətlərini asta-asta assimilasiya qilish, o nəslərini otur qoyuşdan sırt, aneniken bu kent körlükünün siyasetini bugün yürgüzüvatdı. Gerçi ilgiri, mesela hatta Sunjongsan'dan tatip, bu şu Uyghur, Şarkı Türkistan degen, hem Mongoliya degen bu yerini, biz müstemleki qilishimiz gerek deb Sunjongsan'a otur qoygan deydi. O zaman onun küçü yoktu, hem qılamaydı deydi. Onu gen 49-cı ildən keyin Xitay Xalq Cumhuriyeti'nin bir qismi bo'lgandan keyin, yani Xitay Kompartiyasının hükümranlığına bu zamanğa bo'lgan assimilasiya münasib şeydi deydi. Ama bir yaxşıraq davri hem de Uygurlarning hem de 49'dan keyin bir 50-ci yılları sal yumuşagan boldu deydi. Ondan 80-ci yıldan keyin Deng Xiaoping chiqqandan keyin yumuşagan boldu. Ondan keyingi siyaset asasen davamlı qattiqlashib minishdan başqa bir narsa emas deydi. Gerçi bu adam hem de özünün bugünkü bəgən guvahlıqda Xitay hökuməti Uygurlarga bugünkü gündə jismoniy irqiy qirg'inchilik yurgizyapti demagan bo'lsa-mu, men o'tirib qo'ygan nazariyasi ham qo'ygan misollari ham tarixiy tushuntirishlari bu asosan Xitoy hukumatining shuning qarab mengayotganligini sharhlab o'tgan bo'ldi. Sizning qo'shimcha
meningcha atrofli tushuntirdingiz deb o'yladim. Chunki bu odammo irqiy qirg'inchilikqa berilgan aniqlama masalasida ozroq to'xtaldi.
Shunday.
Irqiy qirg'inchilik aniqlamasi, ya'ni Xitoyga kelgan vaqtida Xitoy chaqni qayta ijod qildi deydi-ku. Chaqni qayta ijod qilishning ayeti yo'q hamda. Bu hukmni ijod qildi demakchi-da. Shunday qilib bu irqiy qirg'inchilik masalasiga kelgan vaqtida men burun bu so'zlarni ancha ishlatmasammi, bu vaqtki maqolalarni jiq o'qidim. Adrian Zenz qatorliqlarning tadqiqotidagi natijalarni o'qigandan keyin bu hukmni hozir men xil rahat ishlatadigan bo'ldim. Bu hukmdan o'zimni qochmayman deydi. Irqiy qirg'inchilik atalg'usidan. Demakchi o'g'ini, bu hamda bu ko'z ko'ringan g'arbdagi bir Xitoyshunos olim bu hamda bu odam. Mushu nuqtada Xitoyning tarixini tadqiq qilgan, Qing sulolasining tarixini tadqiq qilgan bir olim bo'lib bilan tarixiy va hozirgi vaziyatni birlikka qo'yib turib, bir yerga kelib turib, irqiy qirg'inchilik atalg'usidan ancha o'zini chat qaqmaydiganligi, qochmaydiganligi va bu atalg'uni rahat ishlatadiganligi ham ancha-muncha ishlatib kelayotganligini o'tirib qo'ydi. Demak, bu yerda irqiy qirg'inchilik yurgizyapti degan qarashdan o'zini qochmaydi degan.
To'g'ri. Bu odam hamda albatta biz Amerikadagi Uyg'urlar bo'lib Washingtonga obdan bilamiz, Dr. James Milwardni. Nurg'un vaqtda ko'rishib bitta paranglashimiz, fikr almashtiramiz degandek. Bu odam ilgari hatto bu Şinjan degan yoki Sharqiy Turkiston degan bir zaminni mustamlik deyishdimi ochadi. Va hozirgi kunda hatto bu yana mustamlikka deb e'tirof qilgan bir yerga keldi. Shuningga hamda yana o'zim abaytin so'zlagan nutqi deydi. Bo'lib Xitoy hukumatining mush bir qancha yildan yoki Uyg'ur xalqiga va boshqa yerlik millatlarga ilib borgan mush qattiq qo'lliq siyosati ham ziyonkashligi mening ideyarimda zo'r o'zgarish paydo qildi deydi. Siz deb o'tib ketgandek, abaytin Xitoy hukumati qayta chaqni ijod qildi deb tushuntirish jarayonida yana ilgirki, masalan, mustamlikchi hokimiyatlarni Yevropa qolgan davlatlarni misol olgan taqdirda ularning irqiy qirg'inchiligi Xitoy hukumatiniki o'xshamaydi. Shu bular yangidan bir chaqni ijod qilish orqali bularning ishlayotgan uslubi, ma'u jinoyatlar farqlanib ulardan deb
aniqlamaga tushmaydi.
Buni nihoyat yaxshi tushuntirib o'tdi.
Yaxshi tushuntirdi mencha.
Bu odamning shuning bu sotga bergan guvohi mening uchun nihoyat kuchli shaklda bo'ldi. O'zim bir doktor ham olim odam, ham tarixchi bo'lganlik uchun bu Uyg'urlarning tarixidan boshqa hozirgi vaziyatni yaxshi tushunganlik uchun bu sotga yaxshi bir guvohlik berdi deb qarayman.
Undan boshqa bu James Milward haqida ozroq to'xtalib o'tishkim to'g'ri keldi deb o'yladim. Bu efendim ham da burun shu Şinjanning Jiroq g'arbiy chegarasi degan kitobni Borderland degan kitobniki orasida xil jiq maqolalarni yozgan bir avtorning birisi.
To'g'ri.
Hem yaqin yağmış 2017 yıldan keyin yana Xitoyning Uyg'urlarga qaratgan bostir siyosatlar haqida har xil shakldagi obzor maqolalarni
ko'p yozdi.
New York bo'lsin, mayli bilak Twitterlarda bo'lsin, to'xtamay e'lon qilib kelayotgan vaziyatni kuzatib kelayotgan tadqiqotchi olimlarning birisi. Shu boshqa bergan bu tadqiqotchi olim bo'lg'achqa ba'zi narsalarni hissiy jihatdan emas, aqliy jihatdan.
Shunday.
O'zi ko'rib, o'zi taqqaslab, o'zi aniqlagan uchurlarga asosan deyishga ko'ngan bir shaxs bo'lgan bo'lg'achqa ba'zi narsalarni bu odam 6-oydagi, ya'ni bu yil iyundagi guvahlik berishga qatnashdi qo'ymayman menimcha. Bu odam bormi yo'q?
Uning yo'q.
Uning yo'q vaqtda Sean Roberts bor. Sean Roberts aralashtirib qo'yibman-da. Demak, bu qanday bo'lsin, ba'zi atalg'ularda haliqidek buni nazariyalashtirib so'zlashga ko'ngan bo'lg'achqa siz degandek bu yerni mustamlika va qirg'inchilik degan gaplardan sal ehtiyot qilib kelgan. Budak bu guvohligida, masalan, budak tunjy qilayotgan guvohligida bu atalg'uga rahat ishlatadiganligini, bu o'zini qochmaydiganligini bildirib, yana bir gapni o'tirib qo'ydi, o'ziga nisbatan deb o'yladimmi?
Bu hamda shu, masalan, shu 4 yil mobaynida 2017dan keyin bo'layotgan ishlar bizning vatanda bo'lib, mana shunday g'arbdagi cho'ng, mashhur tarixchi bo'lamdi, olimlar bo'lamdi. Bularning qayta uyg'un ishlar mana. Cho'ng bir rol o'ynaganning isbotini ko'ryapmiz. Bo'lmasa bularning kallasida bunday o'zgarish bo'lib, bo'lmasa bizning vatanni Xitoy besvaldi yoki mustamlikasida bunday so'zlarni ishlatmagan bo'ladi. Hamda buni hozir Dr. James Mulvardan sırt yana guvoh bo'lgan 2-3 kundan yoki bir qancha mutaxassislarning og'zidan angladik. Undan keyin guvohlik bergan yozuvchi ham ilgari Wall Street Journal da muxbirlik bo'lgan Jeffrey Kane apandimi nihoyatda yaxshi sharhlab bergan bo'ldi. Siz bu apandimning ba'zi muhim nuqtalarini so'zlab o'tib
bo'ldi. Jeffrey Kane siz degandek burun Wall Street yani Wall Street Journal deymiz Uyg'urchada. Shu jurnalda muxbirlik qilgan, ya'ni tekshirish doklad yozdigan, tekshirish xarakterlik uçuruk xarakterlik xabarlarni yozdigan, maqola yozdigan muxbir bu jurnalist. Ondan başqa ekonomistmi, ya'ni iqtisodshunos gazetadimi ishlab ekan. O'zining deyishicha Shimoliy Koreya, Kambodja qatorliq yerlarga berib, u yerdagi qirg'inchilik, ya'ni mustaqil hokimiyatning qanday ishlaydiganligi qatorliq jihatlardami tadqiqot ilib borgan. Ham Kambodjadagi Xamir Ruj kommunist hukumatiningki shu Kambodja millatidan boshqa bo'lak millatlarni inson qatorida ko'rmay, biz degan eng aşağıdaki xo'ja millat, yuqori master race, ya'ni xo'ja millat yoki aşağıning biz aka millati, nochisi biz eng ilg'or, eng taraqqiy qilgan degan shaklda yerliklarni qancha qirg'anligi, ular qanday qirg'inchilik ilib borganligi haqida tadqiqot qilganligini yozdim. Bu odamning deyishicha bu kitobni o'ziniki, ya'ni Perfect Police State, ya'ni mükemmel sakçı devleti degan kitapni yazıp çıkan bir avtor yıqın yağına işlik kılınıp çıkıyorlardı bu adam. Müş kitap hakkında sözler qılıp yani bu perfect, yani mükemmel sakçı devleti degan bu atalgı BuzzFeed'de ilan kılıngan maqalalar oturup koyulgan bir isim vardı. Şundaki çıkan bu, lekin bu kitap olap yazıldı. Bu kitapını ben önce okup çıktım, okugan burun, lekin tolaq tüketmedim. Bunun derecesinde bu adam bir atalgını oturup koyulucu. Xitayning g'arbidagi Şinjan'da dagi xalqlar o'zining turayotgan shu distopiyani vaziyat deb ataydi ekan deydi.
Shamal yo'q ham deydi.
Uyg'urlar vaziyat bunda olib ketdi, vaziyat bunda olib ketdi deydi. Ilk ashning o'zi ham aşağı bo'lgan tushanchisini cho'nqurligini ko'rsatdi-chu. Vaziyat deb ataydi ekan deb deydi. Bu kitobning yozish jarayonida shu kitob haqida to'xtaldi azroq bu yerni 168 adamni ziyorat qilgan. Bunun arasida sobiq guvohchilar, lagerdan chiqqan yoki lagerga o'xshash bir o'rinlarda atalmish tarbiyalarni ko'rgan, psixologiyalik yoki bo'lak shakldagi zulmlarga, tan jazosiga, jazolashlarga uchragan, qiynaqlarga uchragan 168. Bunun arasida yana sobiq diplomatlar, hukumat xodimlari va Xitoyningki jasuslari nang bağlıqını deydi.
Şuna qanday tapqanda.
Ben paraz qildim, şunu bu bala deydi, şu özünü Xitaydan özü örüş aldık casusken bu deb yazıldı. Ziyaret qilib, hammani qo'shab kelib, shu vaziyatni bu adam yoritib bergan bu kitobda, ya'ni buningda psixologik tan jazosi, ya'ni ruhiy qiynoq, fizikalik tan jazosi, jismoniy qiynoq qatorliqlarningki her zaman mavjud ekanligi, bunda qiynoqlarningki hükümet ve hükümetleşken orunlar tarafından elip verilganlığı. Herkesin şahsi gelip verilgan bir qiynaş bulmaydı, tan cezası bulmaydıganlığı. Degandek noktalarda kelip veyadaki vaziyetninki asasen şu özünki şu mükemmel sakçı devletlik aylanıp olgan bir rayon ekanligini tushuntirib nimlaydi dese, men Shimoliy Koreyaga borgan. Shimoliy Koreyadagi vaziyatni biz faşistik vaziyat deb atasak, bizningki bu benim tadqiqotımda, yani Şinjan, yani Uyghur diyarındaki vaziyatni ma'lum jihatdan bu Sovetlar ittifoqiga, ma'lum jihatdan Shimoliy Koreyaga, ma'lum jihatdan Kambodjaga selishtig'ini bo'lsa-mu, o'rtoqlik ega bo'lsa-mu, bular tamoman o'xshamaydi deydi-ku. Ular 18, 19 yoki 20-asrdagi bir xil usullar bilan ilib berilgan saqchi davlati yoki ashtaq bir shakldagi zulm rejimlar bo'lsa-mu, ama bu Uyghur diyarındaki bu zulüm, bu rejim, bu qiynoqlar, bu hozirgi vaziyat deydi. Xuddi ilmiy fantaziyalik filmlardagi, ilmiy fantaziyalik hikoyalardagi ko'rinishlarga o'xshaydi deydi. Chunki bu ilg'or texnikalar bilan ilib berilayotgan, chunki ular so'zlagan vaqtida mushum mumkinmi deb o'ylab qolgandek darajadagi bir vaziyatning borligini es qilganligini yozadi. Bu odam yana aniq deyishcha, yana bu yerdagi master race degan atalg'ini yana tilga oldi-chu. Hozir Xitoyda umumyuzlik bo'libmi Uyg'ur rayonida vaziyatninki umum vaziyatninki taraqqiyotga qaraydigan bo'lsak, Xitoylarning engida ular o'zininki tarbiyaliguvchi Ularning tarbiya ko'rgan, madaniyatlaşgan, ilmiy taraqqiy qilgan pullar odamlardek tuyuldiganligi, o'zining ko'nglida ashta hissiyat kelib bo'lganligi, ularga Uyg'urlarni tarbiyalayotganligi, o'zgartirayotganligi, ilg'orlashtirayotganligi, ularni zamonaviy bir millatga qalaqliqdan o'zgartib, zamonaviy millatga aylantirayotgan xo'ja millat, aka millat va tarbiyachi millat ekanligidan iborat bir hukmning shakllanganligi, buning pek xatarlik oqibatini keltirib chiqarganligini ogohlantirish berdi bu odam. To'g'ri. Ya'ni bu keng ko'lamli vahshiylik, ya'ni mass atrocities deb atadi bu odam yod bo'layotgan ishlarni. Endi bu yerda bu odamninki bu yozuvchininki bayonlar diqqat qilish tegishli bo'lgan yana bir nuqta. Bu alaqa aşağıdaki zastatlar yoki sotchilar, aşağıdaki mutaxassislar bu kishidan, ya'ni Jeffrey Kane'dan so'radi. Xitoylar mush Uyg'urlar qaratayotgan bostirishini deydi-ku. Atalmış demedi, hem de Afganistan yoki Suriya qatorliq rayonlarda jang qilayotgan shu aşağıdaki qurolliqlarning sepib qo'shilgan Uyg'urlar bor. Ya'ni chekidan oshgan ashaddiy, asabiy yoki oshqun Uyg'urlar bor. Ular qaytib kelib mishada shu terrorlik harakatlarini elib berib, jamiyatni qalamqonlashtirdi. Biz shularning oldini olish uchun bularni tarbiyalaymiz degan gapni qilib o'tdi Xitoyning hukumati. Siz buning qanday qaraysiz degandan men hatto Afg'onistonda turgan shu Uyg'urlarningki kuzatishni o'tilgan josuslarni so'zlashdim deydi shu. Va yo'qkan deydi u yerda shu. U odam topolmabdi uni deydi. Josus turib topolmagan gap Xitoyningki Pokistonning hatto bu adam qo'n demadi-ku, o'z vaqtida bu bolaning deyishcha, men paraz qildim, bu bolaning kim ekanligini siz paraz qildingiz. Berib Pokiston yoki Xitoyning istixborot organlarining yordami bilan bordi-ku Afg'onistonga. Shunday gap. Shunday berib turib, u bola topolmaydi deydi. Topolmay keyin Turkiyaga qaytib ketdi. Shu bolaning depagini asos qilib yozdi ekan. Uningdan boshqa u Suriyada ichki urush qatnashgan va shu yerdagi ishlarni xabar topgan, shu ishning o'tirislik odamlarni ziyorat qildim deydi. Qilgandan keyin u yerda Uyg'urlarning soni bek cheklik deb so'zlab berdi-ku odamcha. Hem ularning qo'rli o'yinchilik bir kuchlik emas, u jiqlar o'lab tugidi ularning deydi-ku. Demak, ularning bag'idek Xitoyga qaytib berib, bag'idek Xitoyga qaytib berib bir qalamqonchilik terg'idek hech qanday kuchi yo'q. Buning o'zimi asossiz putirab turolmaydigan bir mantiqa deydi-ku. Demak, Xitoyningki Uyg'urlarni biz terrorchilikdan qutuldirib olish uchun tarbiyalayapmiz degan mantiqning putirab turolmaydiganligini har tarafdan yo'ritib berdi. Menimcha bu yaxshi bir doklad berish bo'ldi deb qaradim. Yana bir nuqtani qo'shish to'g'ri keldi. Kimlik krizisi. Xitoyning shu Uyg'urlarga qaratgan ming yuyish harakatlarida shu mayli qisqa mezgillik bo'lsa-mu, buningdagi jismoniy va fiziklik tan jazosi, ya'ni shu ruhiy tan jazosi, jismoniy tan jazosi o'rtaq gardlashgan bir majburlash bo'lgan deydi. Bularda kimlik tuyg'usi suslab ketgan, qo'rqashdan bo'lamdi yoki o'zining kimligini ifodalashdan ansiraydigan bo'lib qolgan deydi. Bularda kimlik krizisi allabirun shakllanib bo'lgan deydi. Jiddiy yo'qotayotgan sharoitda chet elga chiqib o'zining kimligini qutuldirish imkoniyatiga ega bo'ldi. O'zini ziyorat qilib 168 odamning orasidagi gapni qilyapti bu odam. Demak, shu o'g'limiz bu Uyg'urlar o'zining kimligini to'kilgan, o'zining ona yurti, ona makonida o'zining kimligini qo'g'dash imkoniyatiga ega emas, hatto yo'qotish xatarida. Bular o'ziga yot bir tuproqlarda, yoki yurtlarda musofir bo'lib yashash jarayonida o'zining kimligini hatto qutuldirib qo'yish imkoniyati bor. Ma farqni qarang, buningdagi selishtirma qarangda. To'g'ri. Bu odamningki shu nemisidagi bugungi guvahliqdagi kuchlik nuqtalar shu deb o'yladim men. Navbat sizning qo'shimcha qiladigan taraflaringiz bo'lsa, texmi yaxshi bo'ldi deb o'ylayman.
Bu odamningki Jeffrey Kane o'zi bir jurnalist ham yozuvchi bo'lgan ekan. Bu siz degandek, bu bizning vatanga berib ekan 2017-yil. Bu bag'anda bu deydi, mening ko'nglim men kelgusiga qolgandek his qildim deydi. Ya'ni o yerga saqchi davlati, hamda saqchi davlat degan saqchi jamiyati bor degan gap. Bu saqchining ishi emas, bu Xitoyning yuqori texnikalik saqchi davlati yana. U yerda degan apparatlar yuzini toniydigan, mangan qadimidan tortib biladigan hamma jihatda bir mukammal ashunda bir. Munda bo'lgan bir texnikalik saqchi davlatining. O qarab bu basli siz aytgandek bir fantaziya kinoda, Minority Report dedi. Tom Cruise ishlagan Aslanlıq millət doklad edəmdik şu kinoda kelgüsdə kaldısığı bir xiyal kep boğuça bir atalmış cinayet saqçılar bilib olub kep tusulğan da şunda bir yəkə qağınımını his qıldım deydi. Yəni bir sahabaytın məsələn Kamboja bolsun, Şimali Koreya və qalan dövlətlər bolsun Ayşədəki ırqi qırğınçılıqның elementlərini məyədə köydüm deydi. Gerçi bu fərqlənsin mi? çaq yanılangandek, yeni şekilde bir ırkıy qırğınçılıq bolsunmu, anınki tüsünü ağan bu yerde boğatqan işler deyil. O ne? Anınki nemde bunun da ahire sorğan sualda nemde şöyle Uygurların salayetini saqlap qalalamdı. Yani biz kalıcıyıp adamını özgərtələmdi. Degende bu boludu deydi. Hatta bir xanımını misal gelip 10 gün solap koyup çıqqanğa 1 yıl əs-oşıq keləməy qoqqap gündü pərdəsini taqap. O yerdə xosu saqçı kelib lam tutub əktədğən şünçilik bir vəqşi bir vəziyyətini qılıb 10 gün solğan adam unda olsa 1 yıl solğan, 4 yıl solğan, kesilgən adamның taqdiri qanda buldu əlbəttə. Teximi. Hanki axırda Xitay hökumətinin məqsədi bolsa master race. Xocu bolğan millətinin hakimiyyəti astıda qalğan millətlərini asta-asta süpürüb taşlaş. Uyğurlarını asta-asta dini, tarixi, tili, örf adəti bolsun əmələsini asta-asta yığışdırıb yoxdub. Xitay degan millətinin xocudarlığını, əmiyyədə atılmış 56 millət bolsunmu? Bolub mu Uyğur rayonunda Xitay millətinin xocudarlığı ne hakimiyyətki 5-ni ulanın ornini tikləb, Uyğurlarına çətki qıqıb, asta-asta öçürüdü işləb. Şu yakınga keldi, men şu adamның bəgən dokladı, guvahlığı, James Millward əpəndindən kim bəgən ikinci bir-birini toluqlaydıgan nəhayət küçlük guvahlar deb qardım.
Doğru dediniz, menimce bugün kimi şu düştün ki, yani en ahırqı iki guvahçınınki sözleri, Xitayninki umum vəziyyətini, Uyğurlar qaratqan siyasitik umumi ilmi noktadan, tədqiqat noktasından ve Qərbdəki bir alimlarınki közlülən körəb bulağı sunuş cəhətdə bir önüm qazanğan, neticelik olğan bir guvahlıq boldu deb oyladım mən.
Şundaq.
Menimce bugün bu düşdünkin bəgən guvahçılarının sözlərdəki mühim məzmunlarını asasən məlum bir cəhətdə xülaslab çıxdıq deb oyladım. Menimce Nevada bölək qoşmuş qıldığan tərəflər bulmasa, əyət düşdün burun verildiğən guvahlıq yığındakı təfsilatlarını azraq çöndürüb ötkəndən keyin çöndürüşümüzdə bir axırlaşdırsak.
Şunda qılaylı. Unda bolsa hörmətli görünmənlər, bugünkü naq meydanda taqdışımız müşahidə axırlaşdı. Ətdəgini ispat berğan 4 qərblik mütəxəssis olub. Onun birincisi Andrew Koo, ikincisi Christian Tyler, üçüncüsü Laura Harsh, dördüncüsü Charles Parton. Bunlar həmisi uzun yıllardan yaxın şu Uyğurlar üstü tədqiqat edib bağlan. Bulub 2017-ci ildən keyin Uyğurların vəziyyəti ciddi köngül bölgən, köp maqallarını yazğan, həm tədqiqat dokladlarını elan qılğan qərblik mütəxəssislər bulub. Bunlar asasən Xitay hökumətinin, yəni Uyğurlar başlıq qalğan Türkiyə, müsəlman millətlərə qaratqan Xitay hökumətinin siyasəti və elib berivatqan cinayətlər üstüdə doklad verməkçi.
Oldu, qədərli görmənlər, bugünkü anlatışımız, ən axır anlatışımız müşahidə axırlaşıdı. Davamlıq diqqətinizdə boluyatqını Erkin Asiya Radiosunun naq meydan anlatışı. Anlatışımız yana oxşaş vaxtda, bugünkü oxşaş vaxtda davam qılıdı. Anlatışımız radyomuzun torbeti, radyomuzun sosial media kanallarından Facebook, YouTube və Twitter'da naq meydandan huzurunuzda boladı. Görüşküçə aman boğaysızlar.
Xeyr xoş.
Xeyr xoş.